Hello everyone, my name is Nikhil. So in this course you will learn the MERN stack. So in this course we will create an advanced application with the MERN stack. So we will create the movie booking application in which there will be multiple users. The first will be the admin. So the admin can create the movies and delete the movies as well, but the users can book the movies. So we have this functionality in our application, and this is completely advanced application as well. So let's start with that application. So now I will show you the demo of how the application gonna look. So here we have the demo of that application. So we have the navigation bar, which is designed from the material UI, and then we have just defined here then image, which will be the latest movie release, and this will be the poster of that movie. And after that we can define some more movies inside the cards. So here we have the latest releases on the home page, and in the home page now you can see now we have around 4 movies. After that we can move on to the all movies tab as well. So if we just click on the view all, and then you can see now we have all movies there. So we have Good Luck Zari, we have Carter as well. So now we have just multiple movies inside our application, and then we can move on to the authentication screen as well. So this is the authentication of the user, so we can log in for the user as well. So from here we can log in from the user, and the state is being stored inside the Redux. So we are also using the Redux inside this application, and then we can just log in via the user. So now the user is logged in, so you can see we have the tab of that user as well. So we can click on the user, and then you can see user have the bookings of that movies as well. So we can create the bookings of that movie. So if we just move on to the home page, so here we can also book a movie as well. So if we just click on the book now, so we can just click on the rocketry, then we can just define the seat number as well. It's like 24, and then we can just define the date as well, like date would be something around 30th August. So if we just click on the book now, then the booking would be created. So here we have the pop-up of the booking created, and after that we can move on to the user profile as well. And here you can see we have created the booking of the rocketry at the seat number equals to the 24, and then we have the date as well. So this is the demo of that application. So this will be the user screen, and then we have the search functionality of the movies as well. So we can just search any movie from there. So we can just type here the Good Luck Jerry. So here we have the movie. So if we just click on that, and then we'll be redirected to the movies page where we can just create the booking. After that we can also create the booking here as well. So we can have a seat number as 25, then we can have the date as the 21st August. So if we just click on the book now, so then the booking would be created again. So we have this pop-up, and after that we can move on to the user again. So here you can see now we have new booking as well. Then we can also delete the booking as well. So if we just delete that first booking, that will be the rocketry. So if we just delete that, and we will just redirect it to the home page, and if we just click on the user once again, so here you can see now the booking has been deleted. So we have multiple collections inside this application. So we have the collection of the bookings, we have collection of the users, so we have collection of the movies, and then we have collection of the admin. So the admin can create the movies, but the user cannot create the movies. User can only post a booking of that movie. So bookings and movies and users and admins, so they all are connected to each other. So we have a key like a reference object which is connected to every other collection. So this will be the final demo of that application, and after that we can log out, then we can log in as an admin as well. So we can just log in as an admin, we can just search for that admin, and then we can just log in. After that you can see now we are logged in as an admin as well. So here we have the profile of that admin. So the admin has added 2 movies. So we have the added movies of that admin, so Good Luck Zari and the Carter. So these 2 movies are being added by this admin only that we have just created. And after that we have the profile of that admin as well, like the email, like nikhil@admin.com. So we have this admin. So this is the profile page of the admin as well. After that we have the new functionality in that admin. So the admin can create a new movie as well. So the admin can add a new movie, but the user cannot add a new movie. The user can only book a movie. So we have the title, we have the description, so we are storing the release date, the poster URL, the actors array. So the actors are being added as an array, and after that we can just define the featured movie as well to show onto the home screen. Everything is there inside this application. So let's start building that application. So now let's see about the introduction about the MERN stack. So now what is the MERN stack? So the MERN stack is a combination of the MongoDB, ExpressJS, ReactJS, and the NodeJS. So the MongoDB handles the database operations, the ExpressJS and the NodeJS helps to create the API server, and the React is used to visualize something onto the front end. So they are the combination which creates the combination of the MERN stack. So now what is the MongoDB? So the MongoDB is a NoSQL database which stores the documents in the form of collections instead of the records and tables as per in the SQL database. So if you are coming from the SQL, so the MongoDB stores the documents in the form of collections instead of the records and the tables as in the SQL database. So the collections are the tables and the records are the documents as per in the SQL. MongoDB is a document oriented and open source NoSQL database, and it is one of the most popular and widely used NoSQL database. And now let's move on to the Node.js. So what is the Node.js? So Node.js was a JavaScript engine which was originally built for the browser and now it can work without a browser as well and having some extra APIs with it, and it allows us to run the JavaScript outside of the browser. So what exactly is the Node.js is? So Node.js was just a JavaScript engine which was originally built for the browser, and now it is taken out from the V8 engine of the Chrome, and it is now maintained as a standalone project to help the JavaScript to run outside of the browser. So it's an open source and the server-side runtime environment which is built on the Chrome's V8 engine, and it provides an event-driven and the non-blocking asynchronous input-output operations as well, and the cross-platform runtime applications for building the highly scalable and server-side applications with using JavaScript. So this is the advantage of the Node.js, and after that we can just move on to see what is the ExpressJS. So what is the ExpressJS is? So the ExpressJS is just a web application framework for the Node.js, which helps to ease the process in building the server-side applications. So it is just a web application framework for the Node.js, and it provides various features like making the web applications development fast, and it provides various features that make the web application development fast and easy, which otherwise takes more time only using the Node.js. So it helps us to ease the process. And after that, what is the ReactJS? So the ReactJS, we all know it's a JavaScript library to build the fast and scalable and dependable user interfaces, and it's a view part inside the MERN stack. So the models and the controllers comes inside the backend part, and the backend is built with the MongoDB, Express and the Node. So that is a server, and it's a view part in which we will visualize something to the user, like the screens, like the movies, and so much things about this application. So this is a view part. And after that, now we will see about the JWT authentication. So why do we need the JWT authentication inside that? So JWT authentication is an authentication technique in which we provide a token to the user, and then we will encrypt something inside the token, and then we'll verify something with that. So why do we need the JWT authentication? So to verify and provide the access to the user for the application. So we can authenticate the user directly from the password, but with the JWT we can also authorize the user with having some extra security layer inside that. And after that, how to authenticate and authorize? So first we can verify the user's credentials like the email and the password, and then we can just provide the user an access token in which we can perform an operation, like if the user wants to create a movie, like if an admin wants to create a movie, then he or she needs to send back the token, and then we set the token expiration time as well. So first we verify the user's credentials using the email and the password, and after that we give the access token to the user. After that we provide the token expiration time to the user as well. After that, if the user want to create an operation inside this server, then the user needs to give that token only, and then the user needs to give back that token, and then we'll verify that token if the expiration is done or if anything is wrong with that. So we will just decline the transaction, or everything would be accepted. And after that, what is the JWT again? So it just encodes the JSON data inside a signed token. So it creates and encodes the JSON data into a signed token which is shared between two parties. And the two parties, the first party is with the user, and then the second party is the application itself, where we will just verify that token. After that, now we can also share the access token as well. So we can share the access token with the user, and the user gives back the access token as well to the application to verify that token, and then the verification completes of that user. So this is how the authentication and authorization parts completes. So now we will see the workflow of the backend application. So first we will create the API with the Node and the ExpressJS and the MongoDB. Then we will define multiple collections inside the MongoDB. So the collection would be the users, the movies, the admin, and then the bookings. So we will just interconnect all of that collections as well. And after that, we will just provide an admin collection as well. So we will just provide an admin collection in which the admin have the access to create the movies. And after that, we can also create the front end workflow as well. So first we will create the user interface with the ReactJS and the material UI. And then we will just add the Redux for the state management inside that. So the Redux is a library which is used for the complex state management and the application-wide state management. After that, what we will do is we will just call the API. So for showing all of the movies, we call the API. So for creating the movie, so for getting the user details, so for getting the admin details, and for all of the database operation, we need the API calls from the front end. And after that, we can see the application parts. So first, we have the part of the backend. So the backend will be built with the Node.js, MongoDB, ExpressJS, JWT authentication, the bcrypt.js, and the .env. And then what we will do inside the front end. So the front end would be created by the ReactJS, the Redux, the React router. So we will use the router of that React as well. And after that, we will just call the APIs from the Axios. So the Axios is also a promise-based HTTP library which is used to call the APIs. And after that, we will just design the UI part with the material UI. So this is the introduction of that application. So now let's start building that application. So now I'm into the VS Code and I have opened a folder in the VS Code. So you should also open a folder. And after that, now what we will do, so we will create a folder as the backend. So we can just click on that folder icon and then we can have the backend inside that. So now we will get the backend application inside this backend folder. And after that, we can just move on to the backend directory as well through the terminal. So we can just click cd and the backend. Now we are into the backend directory. So now we need to create the brand new Node.js application inside this backend folder. So for that, the command to create the Node.js application would be the npm init. So you need to also install the Node.js in your system as well before moving ahead. So you can install from the nodejs.org. That is the official website of the Node.js. So now let's start creating the Node.js application. So we need to write the command as the npm. It should be the init. So then it will initialize the package.json file into your directory as the backend, and it will contain all of the information about your application. So now you can see now we have the package name. So we can just skip the package name as the backend only. So now we have the backend, and then we have the version. So we can just skip the version as well. So we just hit enter, and then the version will be 1.0.0, and then we have the description. So we can just skip the description as well, and then we have the entry point. So this is very important. So we need to write the entry point. By default it is the index.js, but we will change it to the app.js. So we need to write the app.js with that. And after that, we have the test commands to test the applications, and then git repositories and all of the things. So you can just skip all of the things, and then you can just press enter all of the times. So after all that steps, it will ask you for confirmation. So like now you can see, so these are the information which are to be stored into your package.json file. So now you need to just hit enter, and if you will just hit enter, it will just create the package.json file. So you can just click enter, and now you can see inside this backend folder we have the package.json file which contains all of the information about our application. So we have the main, we have the scripts and all of the things. So now what we will do is now we will create a file as the app.js. So we have the app.js to run the basic Node.js application. So now inside this application, what we will do, first we will just log this something. So now we have the log, and then we will just console.log something like we have the hello world. So now we have the hello world, and now we need to run this application as well. So now to run this application, so we can also write the node app.js. So this will also work, but the correct approach after installing the package.json, it would be that we can create a script as the start. So we can have the start script, and inside that we will use the node. It will be the app.js. So now instead of writing the node app.js, now we can just write npm start. So it will just recognize the start command, and it will just run the node app.js with that. So now if we run the npm start, and now you can see now we have the hello world inside that as well. So now this is how we can just define some commands inside the script. So now you can see now we have the app.js which is working perfectly fine. And now as we have discussed into the introduction section, we need to install some packages to create the API. So for that, the first package which we need to install is the Express. So we need to install the npm install, and we can install the Express. So now the ExpressJS will be then installed within very few moments. So now the ExpressJS is now installed, and now to verify the installation as well, you can just move on to the package.json, and then you can see now you have the dependencies object, and inside that you have the Express as well. And then you can see inside the package.log.json, you also have some information about your application as well, like there will be some modules into your application, and it contains a description of all of your modules. Like we have the version, we have the resolved version, we have the debug versions, and then all of the things with that. Then you can see now we have the node modules as well inside that, and then you can say these are some packages which we need to create the API. And now we need to just close this, and now we need to run into the app.js again. So we need to move on to the app.js, and now we will just create a basic API. So how we can do that? So first we need to just import the Express. So we can have the const Express will be equals to the require. So we need to just use the require, and the require is used for the import statements. So we have the require, and then you can pass here the string, and inside that string you can pass here the Express. So now the ExpressJS will be then imported with this command, and after that what you can do is you can just define a variable as the app. So you can have a const app, and it will be equals to the Express. So now the ExpressJS will handle all of the operations into your application, and it is giving the reference to this app variable. After that, now we need to just create the API route. So for that we can use the app.use. So we have the use function to create the API route, and with that we can just define some URL path. So we need to define the same URL path, and after that we can just define some callback function, and then once we will reach to /route as the empty route, and then we need to run the callback. And in the callback there are some parameters, like you have the request, it is a request object, and then you have the response object, and then you have the next function as well. So first we will write the request, response, and the next. So the request is like the request, like front end will request something to the API, and the response is we need to send some response to the front end if front end is requesting something. And the next is used to like move on to the next available middleware. So these are the middleware, and then we use it for the routes. And once you will call the next, so it will just move on to next middleware function. Now we have just defined this middleware, and now what we will do, once we will move on to this route, so we are making a request to this API route, and after that what we will do is now we will just send some response. So we can have a response dot send. So we have the response dot send, and then inside that we can just send any data with that. So we can send hi as well. So now this is how the response dot send works. So we can just send here the hi, and after that what we can do is we can just open a server as well. So to open a server we can use the app dot listen. So it will just listen to any port. So you can just define any port like the 3000, 5000, 9000, but I will just define here the 5000. After that we will also have here the callback as well. So inside the callback what we will do, so we will just log something like we have the connected to localhost the port of the 5000. So we can have the port, and inside that port we can just have the template literals, and then we have the 5000. So we can just remove the strings to the template literals. Now we have the connected to localhost at the rate port of the 5000. So now we can run this application. So we can run this application with the npm start, as we have defined the command inside the package.json. And after that now you can see now our application is listening to the localhost port of the 5000. So now our application is continuously running on that port. And now what we can do is now we can just move on to that port. So we can just open any browser, and then we can just open the localhost the port of the 5000. We can open the port of the 5000. After that if we now just move on to that, now you can see now we have the hi inside that. Now this is how we can create the APIs with the ExpressJS. So now this is a very simple API, but this is also an API. And then we can just change any method, and then we can just define them HTML as well, because the send contains the body inside that. Like now you can see you can have the paragraph tag, you can have any tags. So this is basically used for the server side rendings. And then you can have the h1, and again you can have h1, and here you can have hello again. So you can have a hello, and then you can just restart the application. So you can just stop the terminal and then run the npm start again. After that if you will just refresh the page, now you can see now the hello is in the h1 tag. You can just move on to the page source as well to see if there is h1. Now you can see now you have the h1 inside the hello. So now everything is working perfectly fine, and now we are able to create a API for our application. So now what we will do is now we will just move on to our project, which is a movie booking system. So now let's start building that API for that project. And now for creating that API, so we need some basic things inside our application. So now we need to stop this terminal. As you can see now we stop the terminal, and then we restart the terminal again and again. So we can install a package which is called NodeMon. So we can use that package. So once we will just change anything into any file, into the files of our application, so it will just detect the file changes, and it will automatically restart the application once you will save that file. So we can just install that package as the NodeMon. So we can have the npm install, and we can install it as the development dependency as well. So we can have the -d, and it will be the NodeMon. So we can install the NodeMon with that command. So now we have the npm install as the development dependency. So now this dependency will not be included into the final bundle of our application. Now once you will just move on to the package.json, and now you can see inside the dev dependencies we have the NodeMon as well. Now we need to just change the start script as well. So it should be the NodeMon app.js. So instead of this app.js, so we need to write the NodeMon as the app.js. And now what you can see is now once I will now just comment it out, and now we can just write console.log again as the hello. If we now just start the application with the npm start, and then you can see now we have the NodeMon as the starting of the app.js, and then we have the NodeMon as the clean exit, which is waiting for the file changes. So once you will just change anything into that file, so you can add any exclamation marks. So once you will just save, and then you can see it will automatically detect the file changes, and it reruns your application. So you have the hello with that. So now everything is working perfectly fine. And now you can see you have the npm scripts as well. So you can just start your script with these commands as well. And then we can just uncomment all of the code again. So now you can see now we are importing the Express with the ES5 import, and now the ES5 is outdated, so we can just use the ES6 approach. So for that we can just move on to the package.json file, and then we can just modify some things here. Like after the main app.js, we can just define the type. So the type, we need to define the type as the module. After defining the type, so now you can see your application will throw an error, because now the ES5 modules will not work. So now we need to run the ES6 modules. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to just change the start script as well. So instead of just the node1 app.js, so we need to write some script after that. So we have the node1, and then we can just write the experimental modules and then slash and then space. After that, we can just use here the ES as the module specifier, and then we need to write here the resolution will be equals to the node. So this is the start script. So now what we want to do, so now we can just remove the spaces from that. So now this is the start script. So this is the start script. So you have the node1 as the experimental modules, and then you have the ES module specifier, and the resolution equals to the node, and this will just enable the ES6 imports into your application. So now you can just move on to application again, and after that you can just move on to the app.js. And now what you can do is now you can just remove this express. You can just import the express from directly using the import. So you can have import express from, it should be the express. So then everything will work perfectly fine again. So now you can see now we are again connected to the localhost port of the 5000. So everything is working perfectly fine again. So now what we need to do is now we need the database to create the API and to store the data as well. So we need to just move on to the MongoDB database. So we can just move on to the mongodb.com. So we can just remove that URL, and then we can just move on to the MongoDB. So this is the homepage of the MongoDB. So you can just sign in. So you can just click on the sign in on that, and then there will be two options of the sign in. Once will be a GitHub, and then once will be a Google. So you can just try any of them. So I will go ahead with the Google. Now we can just move on into this drop down, and then we can just create a brand new project. So we can just click on the new project. So it will just create a brand new MongoDB project for our application. So now we need to name our project. So we can just name this project as the movie system. So we have the movie booking system. After that, we can just click on the next. It will just create a project with that. So we can just click on the create project button. So it will just create a brand new MongoDB project in our application for our application. And now you will see this screen will appear as the create a database. So now we need to build a database for our application. So we can just click on the build a database button. After that, you can see there will be three options. So if you want to move on with this serverless approach, and it is very advanced approach, so you can just click on that. But if you want a dedicated server for your application, so you can just move ahead with the dedicated, but these two are paid versions. But if you want a free version to test your application, to just learn the basic things about the MongoDB, so you can just move on with the free version. So you can just click on the create, and it is very limited version, so you can just click on the create. And then you can see there will be some default settings, so you can just keep that default settings into your application, and then you can just click on create cluster. So it will just create a brand new cluster for your application with the shared RAM, and then the 512 MB of storage, and then all of the themes. So now you can just click on the create cluster button. After that, you can see the security quick start screen will appear, and then you can just define some basic things, like you need to define the user for our application. So here we need to define the users as well. So we can just define, so we are the admin, so we can just define the user as the admin, and then we can just enter some password, and then we can just auto generate some secure password from the MongoDB. So we can just click on that, and now you can see this is the password that we want to store. So now we can just copy that password, and then we can just store it somewhere. Now I will store it here. And now what we can do is now we can just click on the create user button. It will just create a user for your application. So now you can see now we have the admin user, and then you can see now we have some IP addresses as well. So now what we can do is now we can just move on to the network access, and then we can just add an IP address from there, because it will just give you an option to allow the access from anywhere. So you can just click on that button, and then now you can just allow this database from any server, from any IP address. But if you add the current IP address, then you can just operate with the MongoDB from this IP address only. But I don't want to do that, so I want to do with the allow access from the anywhere. And now we need to just confirm. Now you need to wait for about 3 minutes, and then it will just deploy all of the changes to the MongoDB cloud. So then we can use the MongoDB cloud version. So we can just move on to the MongoDB database only. And then after 1 to 3 minutes, there will be an options of connect, view monitoring, collections, and all of these options will then appear within very few moments. Then you can see you have the new clusters. It takes between 1 to 3 minutes. So we can just wait for 1 to 3 minutes for that. Now our changes are not deployed to the database. So now we can just click on the connect button, and then you can see now after that you have an option of connect our applications. So we can just connect our application with the MongoDB cloud. So we can just click on that option. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to just copy this URL. So we need to copy this URL to connect. But how can we connect to this? So we need to install the MongoDB driver into our application as well. So what we need to do is we need to install the Mongoose. So the Mongoose is like the official MongoDB driver which runs on the object modeling database. So we can use the Mongoose. So we can have the npm install as the Mongoose. So the Mongoose package will then operate with the MongoDB. Now the Mongoose is installed, and now we can just copy this URL now, and then we can just move on to the application. And now what we need to do is now we need to import the Mongoose. So first we need to import the Mongoose. We have the import Mongoose from the Mongoose, and after that what we can do is now we can just run the Mongoose dot connect. So we have the connect function with the Mongoose, so we can have the connect, and after that what we need to do is we need to pass here the URL. So the URL should be this, and after that you can see now we have the MongoDB srv/admin. So now we need to change this password. This is the space for the password. So we need to write the password that we have just copied. So we need to copy this password, or what we can do is now we can just store this password into the process.env files. So now what we can do with that, so we can just have here the npm install the env file. So we have the .env. So we have the .env with the env, and then it will just enable you to store the informations into the process.environment variables files, and the environment variables are not accessible onto any server or anything, but it will be only accessible in your application. So that is very secure way to store some variables. So now what we can do is now we can just define the file as the .env. So just .env, make sure you don't have anything before that dot, and after that you can just hit enter, and after that you can just define here some things, like you can just define here the MongoDB password or anything, like the password it should be equals to, so we don't need to write any space, so it should be equals to this. So now we need to write the MongoDB password, and now to access this variable, now what we can do is now first we need to import the .env. So we can have the import .env from the .env. After that we need to run the command as the .env.config. So it will just config the .env into your application, and after that we will be able to use the env files and their variables into our application. And after that we can just remove these strings, and then we can just use here the template returns. Just remove that. After that we need to just remove here the password, and instead of that now we can just use the process.environment variables. We can have the environment variables with that. So we can have these expressions, and inside these expressions we can use here the process, and the process is a global variable which is available in the JavaScript and the Node.js. So we can use the process.env. So we have the env which contains some environment variables for our processes, and dot the name of that variable. So we have the name as the MongoDB password. So we can just copy that name, then we can just paste that name here. So we can just paste the name as the process.env.mongodb password. It will just connect with that, and after that the mongoose.connect returns a promise. It returns a promise. So what we can do, we can use the then statements as well. After the connection is successful, now what we can do is now we can just run this code after the connection is successful. So we don't need to open a server if the connection to a database is not successful. So we can just run that here. Now what we can do is now we can just go to the app.listen. It will be the localhost port of the 5000. After that what we need to do is we can write the callback again inside that. So inside that we can have a callback as the console.log. It should be the connected to database and server is running. This is also a database operation, and the database operation can fail as well. So we need to handle the errors as well. So we can just use the catch. So if there would be an error, so we will just catch that error. Now if there is an error, so we will just console.log the error, that what is the error. So we can just console.log as of now if we get an error. So after that we can just remove that as well, and now we have this app.js file into our application. So now we can just save, and then we can just run the command as the npm start. So we have the npm start. Now we should see if we are able to connect with the MongoDB database. Now I think we didn't see any log. So now you can see now we have the log as the connected to database and the server is running. So everything is working perfectly fine in our applications. So now we can just build with the project. So now the applications and the connections with the MongoDB and the operations are complete. So now we need to just build that API for our application as well. So now we need to create the API. So now for creating the API, we will just follow the MVC approach. So the MVC approach is the approach which is divided into three parts: the models, views, and the controllers. So the models and the controllers are part of the backend. So we need to build the models of all of the collections. Like the model will contain the schema of the collections, and the schema will contain all of the properties that a collection will then have. Like there will be a collection of users, so user can have these. So all users will have the email, will have their name, will have their passwords. So we need to define their schema that a document will contain those fields inside that. After that, we need to define the controllers into the backend application. So we have the controllers which will contain the routing operations. So we will create a route, and then the route will control, and then once we will move on to a specific route, so that route will be then controlled with the controller functions. Controller are just functions which controls the operations of the routing. And after that, the models and the controllers are part of the backend application, but not for the front end. So for the front end, we need to work on the view part. So the view is the front end part. So that front end will be then built with the React application. So now let's start with the backend first. So now we need to build the model and the controllers. So let's start with the user model. So now let's start with the user model. So we can just build the models and the controllers for the user. And then after that, we will just work for the admin, and then we will just work for the bookings, and then for the movies and all of the things that we want inside this application. So now let's start with the user model and their controllers first. So for that, what we can do is we can just move on to the backend folder. And after that, we can just declare a folder as the models. So all of the models of the applications will then contain inside the models folder. After that, we can just create another folder, and it can be controllers. So all of the controller functions will be then inside the controllers. And after that, we can just create another folder as the routes. So we can have the routes, and all of the routes will be then containing inside the routes directory. So first, we need to create the model for the user. So we need to create the model. So we can just move on to the models folder, and then we can just define a new file. It can be the user, and make sure the U is capital because this is just like a component model. So we can have a user.js. Now we need to just define here the user. So how can we define that? So again, we have the schema inside the Mongoose. So we can use the schema class from the Mongoose. We need to import the Mongoose. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to just create a schema. So we can have a const. It can be a user schema, and it will be equals to a new, can be a mongoose.schema. So we have the mongoose.schema class from the Mongoose. You can just also declare the mongoose.schema in a separate variable. So you can have a const schema will be equals to the mongoose.schema. And after that, what you can do is you can just define here the schema only. So you can have a new schema, and after that, you can just define all of the properties inside that schema. So now this is referring to the schema class. And after that, what are the things that the user will contain? So it will contain the name. We can have the name of the user, and then we need to define an object, and the object will contain some types of the name. So the name type will be equals to the string. So we need to store the string inside the name. So we can have a type as the string. After that, the name is a required property. So we need to add the required. So we can just add the required, and the required, if we add the required, so we need to just fill the name, and if we don't fill the name, so the database will give an error that the name is a required field. And after that, we can just work on the email. So the email will also be an object. It will contain the type. It will be the string. After that, it will contain the required again. So it is also required. Required is equals to the true. And after that, we have another property as the unique. All emails should be unique of every different user. So we can have the unique, and the unique property must be equals to the true. If we just provide any duplicate email to the database, so it will again give you an error. After that, we can just define the password. So we can have the password, and the type of the password will again be the string. We can have the string password. After that, we need to just define the required again. So this is also a required field, would be equals to the true. After that, we have another property as the minimum length. So we can have a min length. So the min length property is a property which will just define the minimum length for the password. So this will just enable the minimum length, and then you can just define the minimum length as the number equals to the 6. So now the password should contain the minimum length of the string would be equals to the 6. So if we provide any less characters, like if you provide 5 characters only, then it will just throw an error. So now we have the schema of the user, and this is very basic schema, but as we will move on to the admin, into the movies, into the bookings, so the schema will get bigger and bigger. And after that we need to just export the schema as well, so we can have the export default. So now we need to just export this model, so we can have the export default as the model. So we can have the mongoose dot model, so we can have the model, and then we need to define the name of the model, so we can have the user. After that we need to just define the schema. So now we have defined the name, and then we need to define the schema of the user. We can have a user schema with that, and we are exporting the model of the mongoose for every file. So now in the MongoDB, and this will create a collection of the users, because the MongoDB has a default naming convention, and it will just convert this singular form to the plural form by adding an s to it, and all of the characters will be then available into the smaller case format. So then it will just store inside the users. The model is created, and now we need to just move on to the routes, and then we need to create the route for the user operation. So first we will just create a route, and it can be the user routes.js, and inside that first we will create the route. So we have the router inside the express, in which we can take help from the router, and then we can just build some routes for the get APIs, for the post, for the get request, for the post request, for the delete, update, and for the put request as well. We can just use the express router. So again we need to import the express from the express, and after that we need to just define the router. So we can have the user router. It will contain the routes of the users only, so we have the user router will be equals to, so now we can just define the router as the express dot router. So we have the router class into the express, should be inside the strings. After that we have the express dot router, so we have the router function. After that the router function will give the reference to the router variable. Then we can just use any function from that user router now, like the get or the post. So with the user router dot get, we can have the post, we can have the put, we can have the delete, we can have the patch, or any request that we want to give. So first we will just have the get request, and it will just get all of the user from the database. So as of now we don't have any user, but it will just enable the operations with the MongoDB. So we can have this operation router.get, and after that we need to just move on with this slam of same route. So we need to don't add any route after that, and then after that we need to just define the controller function. So we can also define the controller function here as well, which will contain the request, response, and the next. But the thing is that this file will get bigger and bigger if we have many routes, like we have the get by ID, we can have the update, we can have the delete. So we have so many routes, so it will just increase the length of this file as well. So now with that, what we can do is now we can just move on to the controllers, and then we can just define the controller functions here. So we can have the user test controllers.js, and inside that we can just define that function which will work for here. So we will point to that function which will be created inside the users controller. So we can have the export const at the get all users, and it will be an asynchronous function because it is an asynchronous task, and it will contain the parameters that the request, response, and the next. After that we can just define this function. After that what we need to do is now first we need to work with the model, and then we need to get all of the records of that model, of that collection. So we can just define the let users, and after that we can just add the try catch block. So we have the try, and after the try we can have the catch. So the catch, if we get an error, so we will just return the error. So we will just return the error, or we can just move on to the next available middleware. So we have the next, and then we will just pass the error with that. Now inside this try, now what we need to do is now we need to just connect with the MongoDB to get all of the records of the users. We can have the users will be equals to, so then we have the function with the model, so we can import the user model first. So then we have the function with the find. So we can have here the find with the mongoose. So the mongoose provide you function as the find, and it will just find all of the document with that query, and it returns an array. So now inside the find you need to pass the query, and if you don't pass any query, it will just match all of the records, and it will just give you all of the records with that. So this is a find, and it gives you the promise as well. So you need to just await for this as well. So you can have the await as the users.find. So you have defined the users, and here you are just giving the values to the user. And after that you can have some validations check as well. If the user is a falsy value, so you can have the if users. If you don't have the users, like if the users is a falsy value, So you can just return the response. So you can have the response. So now you need to just return the response with that status and with a JSON message. So this is the API, and the response dot send was a simple thing, but here we need to just send some response. So we can run response dot status would be equals to the 500 as the internal server error, and then we can add a JSON message with that, and the message will be equals to, we can have the message as the unexpected error occurred. And after that, if we have passed this validation check, now what we can do, we can just have here the return the response dot status would be equals to the 200, which is okay. And then we can just send the JSON again, and the JSON will contain an object. It will contain the object as the users only. So we can just send here the users, and then you can just write the users / users as well. But with the ES6, we don't need to write if we have the same name like the users. So now this function will be then available to use inside the user routes. So now what we are doing inside this function, so we have just defined the users, and then we are try, and then we are using inside the try catch block because it is a database operation and it can fail as well. And then we are checking if we don't have the users. If the users is a false value, then we need to just return the response dot status as the 500 and the JSON message as the message, which will be as the unexpected error occurred. But if we pass the validation checks, then everything would work fine, and then we will be able to send the response as the 200 with the status of the 200 with the JSON of the users containing all of the users with that. So now we can just move on to the user routes, and here we can just define the controller function here. So after the get, we need to point get all users. So we have the get all users. Now this function is being pointed. Now we need to just move on, and then we need to use the router inside the middleware. So now inside the main app.js file, now we need to just write the middleware which will be available for the user routes. So for that, we need to just export this router as well. So we have the export default as the user router, because now the user router will be then default exported, and now we need to work on the user router module. So now we can just move on to the app.js, and here we can just define the middlewares inside that. We can have the spacing for the middlewares, and after that we need to paste the middlewares. So we can have the app.use. So we have the first middleware function, and after that we can just pass the URL. Now this URL will be then followed by this URL. So now we need to define the URL. So the URL will be /users. So now what are we doing here is, now we are just defining the users. So it should be the user. So now we have the route as the user, and after that we need to pass here the router function. So we have the user router. So now this middleware will then work for all of the user /routes. And so now this URL, as we have defined here, will be then followed by this URL. So first we need to write the localhost 5000 / the user, and then we can just define any URL after that. So if we have the all users or anything after that, all users, so it will just contain as the localhost the port of the 5000 / user, as we have defined the user there in the app.js, and / the all user as well. So now this will work as this. So now we don't need to add the all user there. So then this route will be followed by this main route. After that we can just save, and now we need to just call this API. So now we don't have the front end, and now we need to call the API, and after that we need to just work with the post requests as well, with the delete requests as well. So how can we do that? So we can install the Postman, which is the API platform which is used to test the API. So we can just use the Postman with that. So we can just move on to the Chrome again, and then we can just search for the Postman. So we can have the Postman, and after that this is our API platform which is used for testing API. So you can see over 20 million developers use the Postman to test their APIs. So now we can just download the Postman. So you can just download according to your OS. So we have the Windows, so we can install for the Windows. So you just need to click next, and it will be then installed within very few moments. After that I have already installed the Postman, so I don't need to install that. So now we can just save everything, and then we can just open the Postman. So after installing the Postman, you can just open the Postman to create a new request to this API. So this is the screen of the Postman. This is a default screen, and after that you can just create another tab. So it works like a Chrome. So you can have here the tab, and then you can see you have the get method, and then you can just select any method from the drop down. And after that we need to add the request URL as well. So we can have the HTTP /localhost, the port of the 5000 /user. So this is the API. So now we need to work with this /user. So now if we now just click on the send and make sure this is a get request. So if we now just click on the send, so now we should see the status as the 200. So now you can see now we have the status as the 200, which is okay. and then you can see now we don't have any error, and then we don't have any users as well inside the database. So that's why it is giving us an empty error, because in the users controller it didn't find any user with that query or without any query, and it gives you an empty array if you don't have anything inside that. But now you can see now we have the response.status. So now our code is being done till this line as well. So if we have the code done till this line, so everything should work perfectly fine. So now we are able to get all of the users from the database. So now what we need to do as the next step, so the next step is we need to post the user to the database as well. So we need to create the users inside the database. So for that, so we need to post a new user to the database. So we can post a new user. So we can just move on to the user routes, and then we can just declare another route as the user router.post. So we can have the user router.post. This is a post request, and the post request will also work inside the controller function. So we need to just move on to the controllers, and then we need to define another function which is the post controller. So we can have the export const, and it can be add user, and it will be an async function again. So we have the async request, response, and the next as the parameters again. So now we need to get some data from the front end. So now inside this postman, now for the post request we need to send some data to this request, which will be just attached to the body of the data. So we need to attach the data to the body inside the raw and inside the JSON. So we need to just provide the JSON data to the body. So for that, now we need to get this body inside the backend as well. So for that, what we need to do is now we need to destructure some things from the request.body. So we send the request, the backend, and we send some body with that. So we need to add the request.body. So we can have the const. So we need to destructure something from the request.body. So the request.body. And now from the request.body, what we need to destructure? So we need to destructure the name, we need to destructure the email, and then we need to destructure the password as well. So we have the name, email, and the password. So now we are destructuring the name field, email field, and the password field from the request.body. And after that, we can just run some validation checks as well. Like if we don't have the name, or we have the name dot trim. If we trim the name, if we remove the white spaces, if that's an empty string, and if that's an empty string, so now we need to add another validation check for the email. If we don't have the email, or the email dot trim is again an empty string, and after that same for the password. Like if we don't have the password, or the password dot trim is equals to an empty string, then we need to just return the response dot status, and then we can just return the response dot status as the 422 as the unprocessable entity. If we don't have the valid data, then we send the response dot status as the 422, and then again we add the JSON as the message, the invalid data, invalid inputs. So now these are the validations. So if we don't have the name, if we don't have this validation checks, then we are just sending the response dot status as the 422, then we send the message as the invalid inputs. And after that, if we pass this validation check, then we can just create a new user. So now this is the type of the sign up request, so that should be the sign up only. So we need to add this sign up, because now this is the sign up request where user will be added to the database. So now what we need to do, so after we have passed this validation check, then we can just create a new user. So for creating the new user, first we need to again create a user, and then we can again have a try catch block. So we have the try catch, and if we get an error, we will just return to the next error. So we have the return to the next. After that we have so now we enter the try, and now we need to create another instance of the user model, as we have the user model and the schema. So we need to create another instance of that schema. So we can have the user will be equals to, we can have the new user. So we have the new user schema, and inside that now we need to add the document as the first parameter. So we can have a document, and then you can see now we have the name string, email string, and the password string with that. So we can just provide the name, email, and the password, all of the fields that we have got from the request.body. So we have the new user as the schema. After that we need to just save this user to the database. So now this will create an instance of the user, and then this user will contain a document of that new user, and after that we need to just save this document to the database. So we can have the user will be equals to again the user dot save. Now it will just save a new record to the user's collection. So we have the save function to save a collection to the user, to save a document inside the collection. After that, what we need to do is again we need to check the validation check, like if we don't have the user again, like if the user didn't save or if it is a falsy value, then we can just return response.status would be equals to the 500 or anything, and then we can send the JSON again as the unexpected error. We can have this return statement over there as well. And after that, what we can do, so if we have passed this validation check, then we need to send the return response.status and the 2 of 1 which is created. So the 2 of 1 means a created. After that, we can send a JSON, and in the JSON we can set the newly created user, as we have just created the new user. So we can just send the newly created user with the database. So now what we are doing here is now we are just getting things from the request.body, and after that we are checking some validation checks, and then if we don't have the validation checks, then we are returning the response.status as the 422 as the unprocessable entity. After that, we have the user, and then we are adding the users into the try catch block. We have the user, and then we have the user.save, and then we are returning it next as the error. And then if we don't have the user or the user is a falsy value, then we are sending the response.status as the 500. Then we have the message as the unexpected error occurred. And then if everything works fine, then we are sending a return the response.status as the 201 which is created. And now we need to just write this sign up function into the user routes again. So we have the post, and it can be a sign up. So user can sign up with this request. So again we can have the sign up request here. So we have the sign up. If we now just save, and if we now just move on to the application, now we can just create another request, and it should be the post. So it should be the post, and the URL is same, or it should be the sign up. After that, sign up, and inside that sign up, and after that now we need to send the data, as we have just destructured the data. We need to send the JSON. So inside that we can have the JSON and the objects. So we can have the name can be a Nikhil, my name. After that we can have the email. I can add my email as the nikhil@test.com, and then we can have the password as well. We can have the password. So we have the password as the 123456. Now this is the password. So we have the name as the Nikhil, we have the email as the nikhil@test.com, and then we have the password. So now we need to send the new request. If we now just click on the send, now you can see now we have the sending request, but now we didn't see anything after that request. So now we need to handle the errors as well. So now you can see now we got an error. So now what is the error? Like the unhandled promise rejection warning cannot destructure the property name of the request.body. So now what it is saying here to us, like it doesn't know that which type of data it contains. So it doesn't know if it contains the string or any JSON or any number format. So we need to tell our application that we will expect the data from the JSON inside our application. So to tell that, we can just move on to the app.js, and after that when we have defined the app, so we can just use the app.use. So we need to define a middleware function with that, and it would be equals to the express.json. So with that we are telling that this application will then only communicate with the JSON data. So this middleware is used for this. We have the app.use as the express.json. So we can just use the middleware before any middleware after that. Now we have the express.json, and now as we have just defined here the next as well inside that, then instead of this next as of now, so we can just return the console.log. If we get an error in the try catch, so we can just return the next. We can just return the console.log the error that we got. So we got the error, so we can just console.log the error. We can just do same for that as well. We can just return the console.log as the error. So we will use the next after the application, and after that what we can do is now we can just save, and then we can just move on to the app.js again, and inside that we can just send a new request. Now fingers crossed. So if we now just click on the send, now we got this empty object, but it should be the data. Now I think we have missed the await inside that. So now you can see, now when we are saving the user, so we have missed the await. So it's a database operation, so we should always add there the await, but this is a promise, so it will just resolve after a few moments. So after that, if we now just click on the get request, so if we just click on the get, if we just remove the sign up from there, so if we now just click on the send, and then you can see now we have the users inside the database. So now we have one user inside the database as the Nikhil, and the Nikhil@test.com. So we can just create another user with that. So as we have just used the await as well, so we can have again the sign up, and then after that we can just create another user as the James. So we can have the James, and again we have the James@test.com. We can have the James@test.com after that. If we now just click on the send, so now we should see the gems. So now you can see, now we got the data inside the response as well, because now we are awaiting for the user for the saving. So now everything is working perfectly fine, and now we are able to send the user to the database. So if you are again not sure that if it is being stored to the database, so we can just move on to database deployments. Then we can just move on to the browse collections. After you will click on the browse collection, there will be a collections of the user. Then you will see there will be a records inside the users as well. Now you can see we have 2 records with their data. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now before moving ahead, now we can see now we are storing the passwords at same string as we are getting from the user. So this is not a good approach for storing the passwords into our application. So with that, now what we can do is now we can just create an encrypted password to store inside the database, and then once we will just log in with the user, so then we will just decrypt that password, and then we will just compare that password. So now what I mean is now we need to just store an encrypted or hashed password into the database instead of storing directly the string that we are getting from the front end. So what we can do for that, so now we need to install a package, and it is called bcrypt.js. So the bcrypt.js is used to encrypt and decrypt a password or any string. So we can have an npm install as a bcrypt.js. So the bcrypt.js will be then used. So it will be installed in very few moments. And now the bcrypt.js is now installed. And now what we can do, so we can just first import the bcrypt.js from here. So we can have import bcrypt from the bcrypt.js. So this is the default export, so we can use any name before that. And after that, what we can do is now once we are just signing up the user, so once we are just signing up, so then as we can see we have the password. So after we have passed this validation check, now we can just have the const new password, and it will be equals to the bcrypt. So we have the bcrypt dot, we can have the hash sync. So we will just declare the hash sync for the password. So we will use here the bcrypt.hashSync. So we have the hashSync method which works synchronously. So it generates the hash for the given string. So we need to pass here the string. So we can just pass the string as the password. So now this is a string. So we have the hashSync for the password. So it will just create a hashed password for a database. So now what we can do is now we can just move on to the password, and instead of storing password directly to the database, so we can have the password as the new password, or it can be a hashed password. So it should be the hashed password. So we need to just give the password as the hashed password. So now this is the way which we want to store. So we have the name, email, and for the password we will just store the hashed password. So it will just create a hash string. So if we now just start the server again with the npm start, so if we now just create another user for the database, so if we now just clear the user as the John, and then we have the John @test.com, and we have the same password. So if we now just click on the send, and now you can see instead of getting the same string, the 1 2 3 4 5 6, and now you can see now we got the hash string. So this is the way which we want to store the password inside the database, and this is a very secure way instead of storing directly strings, because that password will be visible to any user or any employee which is working inside the backend. So now you should store the password always into the hash password as a developer. And now the password hashing is also completed, and now what we can do is now we have just completed the routes of the get and the post. So now we can just create a route for the update and for the delete users as well. So how can we do that? So again we can use here the user router. So we have the user router dot, we can have here the put request. So for the update we need to add the put. So for the put request we need to get the ID of the user as well. So we need to get the ID of the user into the parameters, and then after that ID we will just fetch the user from that ID, and then we will just update the user of that ID only. So how can we do that? So we can just extract here the string again, and then after this slash it should be the ID. So after the slash we need to write here a variable, or we can add a parameter inside the request URL. So with that we can add the variable as the colon slash the variable name. So we have the colon slash ID. So this is the ID which we want to get from the front end, like here after this sign up or after the default URL. So we will just add here the ID of the user, like any ID after that. So it will be stored in this ID. And after that we will just move over to the controllers, and we can just define another controller function for that. So we can have the export, we can have the const as the update user will be equals to again the async, the request, response, and the next as the parameters. So after defining that, now what we need to do, first we need to get the ID. So how can we get the ID? So if we have defined anything after that, like anything with that, so it will be stored inside the id. It will be stored inside this id. So we need to just get this id from the params url. So for that we have the request parameters with that. So how can we do that? So we can have the const id, but it will be available from the request.params. So we have the router parameters, so we have the params url, and inside that we have the variable as the id. So we need to get the id from that id. So so the request.params is an object which contains the information about the params url. After that we have the id variable, so we can get the id object as well inside the params. So this is how we can get the id from the url. And after that, now again we need to get the things, like we need to get all of the things from the request.body. So we need to get these things, so we can just copy that because we need the name, email and the password with that as well. So we can just copy that, and after that we can just paste this. So now we have the name, email and the password. So we have the request.body, and after that we have the response.status as the 422 if we have unprocessable data. And after that we have the id. So we have the function inside the Mongoose in which we can just provide the id, and then we can just provide the data to update the record of that id. So how can we do that? So first again we will define the let user, and now what we will to do is now we can just have the try catch block again. So we have the try catch, and inside this catch we will have the error, and then we will just return the console log the error. And after that what we need to do is now we need to just define the user. So the user will be equals to the await. So we have the method inside the Mongoose models. So we have the user dot find by id and update. So we have the method of the find by id and update, in which in the first parameter we need to provide the id, as we got the id from the url. So we need to get this id, and after that we need to pass the data. So we can have the data as the name, we can have the data as the email, and again we need to add the data as the password. So now these are the things which we want to send to the database again. So again we need to just store the hashed password again. So again we can just store the hashed password again. We can just copy that hashed password, and we can just save that hashed password there. So with the hashed password, and for the password we will just have the hashed password. So now what will it do? So it will just await for the user to find by id. So it will just find by id. So it will just find the user by its id, and then it will just update the user by these details. And then we can again check the validation checks, like if we don't have the user or user is a falsy value. And here we don't even need to use the save, because it will automatically call the save function after the find by id and update. So inside the update it will automatically call the save, and inside that if we don't have the user, then we will just return the response dot status would be equals to the 500 dot json, and in the message that is something went wrong. And after that if everything is successful, now what we can do is now we can just have the response dot status would be equals to, we can send the 200, which is okay. After that we can send the json, it can be updated successfully. So we can have the message, we have the updated successfully. So if we now just save, and now we need to just export this function as well. So we have this function. So what are we doing here is now first we are getting the id from the request.params object, and then we are just destructuring all of the things again, and then we are just having some validations, and then we are hashing the password of the user. After that we are declaring the user equals to the await user.find by id and update. So it will just find by id, and it will just update the user. After that if we get an error, so we will just console.log the error, and if we don't have the user, then we are sending the status of the 500. But if the user is updated, then we are sending the status of the 200. So now into the user routes, now we need to call this function. So it should be the update user. So we have the update user. If we now just save, and now what we want to do is now we need to pass here the id, as we have just defined the id of this John. So we can just copy that id, and then we can just paste here, and inside that John we can just change the name as the John the Michael. So we have just changed the name. So now this should be a put request, because this is a put request, and then we have the id. And then if we now just save again, we now just click on the send, and now you can see now we got the message as the updated successfully. So if we now just click on the get, if we get all of the users from the database, so if we just click on the send again, and then you can see now we have the John as the Michael. So now we have the John Michael inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine, and the update operation is also working perfectly fine. And now the last operation is, now we need to work on the delete operations. So we have the user router, again. So we have the user router dot delete. So we can have the delete request, and again we need to delete the user from the ID. So again we need to get the ID again as we did in the put, and inside that delete we need to again write the controller function. So it can be the export const, it can be the delete user, will be equals to the async, and it should be the request response and the next again. And now again we need to get the ID from the user. So as we have got the ID from there, so we need to copy that again. We need to copy this ID, and after that when we get the ID, now we need to just call here the function of the Mongoose. So we have the function as the find by ID and remove. So we can just call that function to find by ID, to find the user by its ID, and then it will remove that record from the database. So how can we do that? So again we have the let user. So again we have the try catch block. With the try catch, if we get an error, then we will just return the console dot log the error, and after that inside the try we can have here the user will be equals to, again we have the await. So we have the user dot find by ID and remove. So we have a function of the find by ID and remove, and we can just call this function, and here we only need to provide that ID. So we only need to provide that ID because for deleting the user from the database we don't need any data, we only need the ID. So after that we can again have the validation check, like if the user is a false value, then we can just have the same response message. So we have the something went wrong, and then if we pass this validation check, then we can have a return the response dot status would be equals to, we can have the response dot status of 200, and then we can add here the JSON which contain a message as the updated successfully, or we have deleted successfully. If we now just save, if we now just move on to the user routes again, if we now just call this function as the delete user, so we have the delete user. So if we now just save, if we now just click on the delete request, so if we now just click on the delete, and then we can just delete the user as the James, or we can just delete the user as the Nikhil. We just copy this ID, and then we need to paste this ID after the user. So if we now just click on the send, and now you can see now we got the message as they deleted successfully. And if we now just get all of the users again, if we now remove that ID, we now just click on the send, and now you can see now we got the James and the John Michael inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the CRUD operation of the user is complete, and now you can see now we are able to delete the users from the database. And now you can see now we don't have the hashed password for the James, so we can also delete that user as well because we don't need that user. So we can just copy again, then we can just paste the ID here. So if we now just click on the send, so now you can see now we have the deleted successfully again, and if we remove the ID again from there, and then you can see now we have only one user inside the database. So in the array we only have the one record inside the database as the John Michael, which contains the hashed password. So everything is working perfectly fine in our application. And now the next step is now we want to log in the user. So now we need to just work on the login route. So after we have the sign up route inside that, so now we have the update and the delete, and now we can just work on the login route as well. So how can we work on the login route? So we can just work with the login by declaring another route as the user router dot, it should be the post. It is a post type of request, and after that we need to just add the slash login, and now inside this login we will just compare the credentials of the user like email and the password, and if the password and the email is correct, then we want to just send the message as they successfully logged in. So for that this will be a front end route. So we can have the login again. So we need to just declare a login function again. So again we have the export const, it can be a login, it will again be a async function as the request response and the next as the parameters. And for the login again, now we need to get the data again from the user. So we need to get the data, like we need to get the name, email and the password from the request.body. So again we need to get all of this data, so we can have, we can copy that, and then we can just paste that into the login. And now for the login, now we don't need the name because the name will not be used, and then we can just remove the name from there. So now the validation will be only the email and the password, and now we have the email and the password, and now we need to check if the user is already available inside the database or not. So how can we do that? So again we can run here the try catch block, and there we can define the let existing user. So we have the let existing user, and inside the try catch, so there would be a catch, return the console dot log the error, And now inside the try, what we want to do is now we need to just find the user. So how can we do that? So we have the existing user will be equals to await. So we have the user dot find one. So we have the user dot find one, which will just find just one document with that, and the find one needs a query. So we need to just add here the query as well. So we need to just define the query as the object field. So we can have the query as the email. So we need to find the user from the email. So we have the email equals to the email. So we can just skip that part as well. So we have the email. So it will just find the user. It will just find one record from that email. And after getting that user, now we need to compare their passwords. So here again with the BeCrypt.js, we have a compare method in which we can just compare that password and it returns a boolean. So we can have a const. We can just have here the compare or anything like is password correct. So it returns a boolean. So we can have the BeCrypt dot compare sync. So again we will use a synchronous way. So we have the compare sync, and with that the first parameter is now we need to add here the string. So the string which we want to send is this string that we got from the front end. So we got this string at the password. So we have the password, and after that we need to compare it with the hash string. So the hash string is available with the existing user password. So we have the password field with the hash string. So we can have that password. So now this will just give you the boolean value. So now you can see this returns a boolean. So then we can just check if the password is correct or not. Like if the is password correct is false, then we can just return the response.status would be equals to the 400 as the unauthorized, and after that we can send the JSON message as the message, and it can be equals to the password incorrect. It should be the incorrect password. So now we have this validation check, and now if the password is also correct, now what we can do is now before that now we can just have some validation checks for the existing user as well. If we don't have the existing user, then we need to just return the response.status at the 404, and we need to send the JSON. It will contain the message again. The message would be equals to like enable find user from ID, from this ID. Now if we don't have the existing user, and if we have the existing user, then we need to just compare the password, and if the password is also not correct, then we need to send the response.status at the 400 at the unauthorized. And after that, if we have passed all of the validation checks, we can have the response.status as the 200, and then we can have the JSON, and then we can have the message, and in the message we can have the login successful. So we have the login successful with that. If we now just save, if we now just move on to the application again, we can just click on the post, and then it should be the login. So now we have the email and the password in this as well, so we can just remove the name from there. After that we can just click on the send. If the credentials are correct, I think we got an error. So we need to just call this function inside that user routes as well. So now we need to call that function here. So it should be the login function with that. So if we now just try again with that, if we now just click on the send, and I think we have one error with that. Like we have the response.status is not okay, the status spelling is incorrect. We need to work on the response.status. So we have the response.status should be the status. So if we now just save, if we now just again send a new request, we now just click on the send, and now you can see we got the message as the login successful. So now everything for the user is now completed, and now we are also able to log in, sign up, create a user, add a user, delete a user, and update a user. So now the user operations are completed, and now the next step is now we want to create a admin model and their controllers as well. So the admin will be able to create the movies inside a database. So let's start with the admin first. So what we can do is now we can just move on to the models, and then we create another model, like it can be the admin.js. So this file will be treated as a module, as a model of the Mongoose, and here as well we can just define the schema. So we can have a const admin schema will be equals to, it will be new mongoose.schema. So we can have a mongoose, should be the mongoose dot schema, and here we need to remove this mongo import as well because we don't need that. It will be import Mongoose from Mongoose. And now we need to define some properties of the schema. So the properties will contain the email of the admin. So the email can be of the type. Again, it should be the string. And then we need to add a unique property as well to the true, because we need unique email for every admin inside our database. So most probably there will be only 1 or 2 admins. So we need the unique email addresses for them. So the unique will be equals to the true. And then we can just define the passwords for the admin as well. So it should be the admin password. And the password again will be of the type. It should be the string again. And then we need to define the minimum length. So the minimum length should be 6 again. And so now after the password, we need to add another field inside the schema, and it should be the edit movies. It should be the edit movies, and the edit movies will be used. So whenever we will add a movie with this admin, with a specific admin, so we need to store the reference as well. So the edit movies will be equals to, it can be an array of the objects, because there will be probably 1 or 2 admins. So they will just add their movies. So we need to add the reference of which admin added which movie. So we can just have the type of the string for now, but it will be changed later when we will just define the relations between the collections, and the type is equals to the string. So we need just the type. And after that, this is the schema of this admin for now. And after that, we need to just export the schema as well. So it should be the export. It should be the default export, and it should be the Mongoose dot model. So we need to just export the model of the admin. So it should be the admin, and in the MongoDB collection, it will be stored as the admins. So as we have defined inside the users as well, so it should be stored inside the users, and here the admin will be stored as the admins. And after that, we need to define the schema. So we can just define the admin.schema. So after that, we don't again need the Mongoose, so we don't need them. So now this is the model of the admin. And after that, what we can do is now we can just define some routes for the admin as well. So we can just have here the admin dash routes.js, and inside that there will be some routes for the admins. And how can we do that? So there most probably there will be only 2 routes. So it should be only the post for the sign up, and then the post for the login. So we need only 2 routes there. So what we can do is now we can just import the express from the express again. So now we need to import the express, and again we need to just define the router for the admin as well. So it should be the admin router, and it will be equals to again the express dot router. So now we need to give reference to the admin router. After that, we can just have here the admin router dot, it should be the post. So it should be the sign up. So we have the sign up inside the admin. So it should be slash sign up. And after that, what we can do is now we can just define a controller function again. So again, we need to move on to the controllers folder, create a new file as the admin dash controller.js. So there will be some functions to control the routing operations inside the admin. So now what we need to do is now again we need to move on, and then we need to just create a function. So it can be export const as the add admin, and it should be equals to again a function which contains the request, response, and the next as the parameters. And then this will also be an asynchronous function, so we need to add the async before them. And after that, we need to just declare this function. And now what we need from the user, from the front end, so we need the email and the password to store inside the admin. So we need to just destructure the properties of the email and the password. So we can just have the const, we need to destructure from the request.body again. So as we did inside the user, so here as well we need to destructure. So we need to destructure the email and the password. So these are the 2 fields which are required. So I think we have missed the required property here. So it should be the required will be equals to the true inside the model. So there as well the password will also be the required field. So it should be the required, and after that this will not be the required. And after that, we can just move on to the admin controller again, and then we need to define the email and the password if we are just signing up. So now to store the admin first, now we need to check if the admin is already available inside the database. But how can we check that? So we can just declare a variable as the existing admin, and it will be equals to the undefined as of now. And then we can just have the try catch block, and in the try catch block we will just find that if we find the admin from that email, then we don't need to create a new admin from the same email. So we need to add this validation. So if we get an error, so we will just return the console.log the error. So we will just console.log, but inside the try, now we need to find if the admin is already available. But how can we do that? So we can just have here the existing admin will be equals to, it should be the await. And now we need to just reference again to the model. So we need to add the admin model and again the model will have a function of the find. So here we can use the find, but the find returns an array on the query. But how can we fetch only one record? So we have a function of the find one, which we can use to fetch a record. And there as well you can see we have the filter. We need to add the query, so we can just add here the query as the email. So the email will be added as the email colon email. So we can just add here the email, and after that if it will find a record, so we can just check some validation again. So if we don't have the existing admin, or if we have the existing admin, then what we can do is we can just return the response dot status will be equals to the 500, or it can be the 400 as the unauthorized, because the admin already exists. So we can just add here the JSON again. It should be the message. So the message will be equals to admin already exists. So this is the message for that. And after that, if we didn't find the admin, then what we can do is we can just check that. I think we need to define the new admin. So here, if we don't have the admin inside the database, then we need to define a new admin. So for that, what we can do is again we need to define here the admin. Let admin will be by default an empty value. And now before that, what we need to do again, so as we need to store the password inside the hashed format, so we need to just hash the password again, so as we did inside the users. So here as well we need to hash the password. So again we can have the const as the new password, or it can be the hashed password. So the hashed password will be equals to, again, we need to import the bcrypt again. So we need to import the bcrypt. So we need to go to the top, import the bcrypt from the bcrypt.js. So it should be the bcrypt.js, and after that hashed password will be equals to, again, the bcrypt dot hash sync. So we have a function as the hash sync which will synchronously hash the password, and then the first parameter is the string. So we need to define here the string for that. So the string will be equals to the password. So it will just store the hashed password with that. And again we need to add the try catch block to store the admin inside the database. So we can just have the try catch, and if we get an error, we will just return console.log the error. And after that we can just move on again to the try. So the try will be having a new admin, so it should be the admin will be equals to the new instance of the admin. So we have the new admin, and the new admin will contain some fields, like it will contain the email and the password, because these two are the required ones. And after that we need to store the admin as well. We need to save the admin as well. So it should be the admin will be equals to, we need to add the await, because it's a database operation and it's an asynchronous task. So it should be the await, and it should be the admin dot save. So we need to call the save function from the admin model, and after that it will just save the record to the database. And we have missed the hashed password. So for the password we need to add the hashed password. So it should be the hashed password. And after that we need to check the validations as well, like if we don't have the admin, then it should be the admin. Then what we can do is we can just return the response dot status would be equals to the 500 and dot json as the message, like the enable to store admin. After that, if we have passed this validation check, then what we can do is we can just return the response dot status would be equals to the 201, which is created, and then we can just send here the JSON again. So it should contain the message, or it should contain directly the admin that we want to send. It will be the admin only. So now this is what we have done. So first we have checked if the admin is already available, then we don't need to create the admin. And then we have some validation, like, so suppose if we have the existing admin, then we don't need to create a new admin. So we have this validation check here as well. And then after that, if we have passed this validation check, then we are storing a new admin. And then we have all of the properties, like here we are just defining a new admin instance, and then we are saving that admin. And then we are checking if we are unable to save, or if there is an error while saving that admin. Then we are returning the response.status at the 500, and we have the unable to store the admin. So after that we have the return as the response.status at the 201. If we have passed all of the checks, then we are sending the admin to the user as well. And now we again need to move to admin routes, and here as well we need to define the admin. So it should be the add admin as the function. And now this is a new model, and we haven't created a reference inside the app.js, so we need to create a middleware for the admins as well. So what we can do again, so we can just move on, and then we can just define another middleware. So we can just have here the app.use, and it should be /admin. It will contain the admin routes, and here as well we need to just export this admin router as well. So we need to move on to the admin routes, and here we need to just export this admin routes. So we have the export default, it should be the admin router. So now we need to just save, and now we need to move on to the app.js again. We need to provide the reference of the admin router. So this is all what we need to do. So we need to define the middleware, and now the routes will work on the /admin/signup, and then the add admin function will then run. So now we can just move on to the postman. We can create another tab for the admins. So we can just have the same URL like this. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste the URL here. And now instead of the user, so we can just remove the user. It should be the admin, and then it should be the sign up. So now we need to define the sign up, and inside the body we need to send the data as the raw, as the JSON. So the body will contain the data, like it will contain the email. Email should be like nikhil@test.com, and then we need to define the password. The password should be again we can have the string as the 123 ###. So this is the password as the nikhil@test.com, and we have the password as the 123 ###, and this will be a post request, not get. And now we have the same URL as the admin sign up. So now if we now just click on the send, if we now just test our application, and now you will see now the new admin is also created inside our application, and now you can see we have the ID of the new admin as well. And now you can see we have the edit movies, which is a blank array as of now. So we didn't store any edit movies, because after the admin will be logged in, then only we need to store the movies. So now the admin sign up has been completed, and now again we can move on to the login. So we can just define another router for the admin. So it should be the admin router dot post. So it should be the login. So now we need to define another controller function for the login as well. So we can just move on to this file, and then here we can just define a function. It can be the export const as the admin login, and it will be again an asynchronous function. It will contain request, response, and the next as the parameters. And after that, what we can do for the admin login, so first again we need to grab these properties. So here I think we didn't check the validations, like if the email is empty or if the password is empty. So we can just check some validations here. So we can just move on to the users controller, and there we have already defined that validation like this. So we need to just copy this validation from there, and now we can just move on to the admin controller once again. So this would be the validation then. So like if we don't have the email, or if the email.trim is an empty string, same for the password, then we need to send the response.status at the 422 as the JSON as the message of the invalid input. So we need to grab these two things again for the login admin. So here we can just define that, and now what we can do is now again we need to check that if we already have the admin. So how can we do that? So we can have the let existing admin again. So it will be the undefined as of now, and now again we can just have the try catch block. So we can just have the existing admin will be equals to await. It should be the admin dot find one once again. So again we need to just find one record, and after that we will find one record with the email. So we have provided that email, and now it will just find the record from that one. And after that, what we can do inside the catch, so we will just have the catch. If we will get the error, we will just return the log as the error. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to just check some validations. Like if we don't have the existing admin, then what we can do, and there we have checked that if we have the existing admin, but here we need to check that if we don't have the admin, then we need to return the response.status as the 400 as the unauthorized, and then we can just send the JSON again as the message. So it should be like the admin not found. And after that, what we can do is now we can just check if the password of the admin is same or not. So how can we do that? So again we need to do it with defining another validation checks, like where, like here we can just define the compare sync method from the bcrypt. So it will just compare the password from the given string and with the actual string. So here we can again have the const as the is password correct. It should be equals to again the bcrypt dot compare sync. So we have already used the compare sync inside that users controller. So here as well we will use the compare sync, and then the first parameter which we need to provide is the string. So we can just define this string as the password that we got from the user, and then we need to verify it with the hash string. So we can have the hash string with the existing admin dot password. We can reference to the password of the existing admin. So now what we need to do again, So now we need to check, like, if the is password correct is falsy value, then what we can do is we can just return the response dot status would be equals to 400 again as the unauthorized, and it can be as the JSON. So we can have the message as invalid or the wrong password or the incorrect password. So now we have the incorrect password, and after that what we can do is, now if the password is correct, then what we can do, we can just return the response dot status something like 200, which is okay. Then we can send the JSON message as well, which will contain the message. So the message will be equals to like the authentication complete. So this is the message which we want to send. So this is the final code for the login for the admin. So first we will just check if we have the existing admin or not. So if we have the admin, then we need to just check the passwords of that admin, like we need to compare their passwords. And after that, if the password is correct, then we need to just return the response.status as the 200. But if the password is not correct, then we need to return the response.status as the 400, and then we need to send the JSON as the incorrect password. So now what we need to do is, now we need to move on to the admin routes, and instead of the add admin, we need to just have here the admin login. So it should be the admin login. So if we now just save, we now just move on to the login route instead of the sign up, so it should be the login, and then we can just define same body, and it should show us the login successful. So if we now just click on the send, and now you can see we have the authentication as the complete. So we have completed that authentication. But if we now just change the password, now we can just add another one after this. We can have the another one after that. So if we now just click on the send, so now we should see the password is incorrect. So now you can see now we have the incorrect password inside that. Everything is working perfectly fine. So if we now click on send, now we have the authentication as the complete. So now the admin authentication is complete. And now what we need to do, so after the admin authentication is complete, now we need to just create a token for the admin for the authorization. So for the normal user, the authorization will not be necessary, but for the admin, the authorization is necessary. So for the authorization, we will use a token. So we will give the token to the user, and then we will verify that token, and then only the admin will be able to create the movies. So with that, now we can just try that. So what we can do, so we can just move on to the admin login, and then we can just define here something like, after the password is correct, then we can just define the token, and then we need to verify that token as well. So what it will do, so we will just encrypt something into the token, and then we will just decrypt something from the token, and then we will just verify if the encryption and the decryption is same, if we have encrypted the ID of the user, and if the ID when we decrypt is the same, then the authorization will be complete. Then we will add the movies. So how can we do that? So first what we can do is, now we can just install a package as the JSON web token. So how can we do that? So we need to move on to the Chrome, and then we need to just move on to a browser. So we can just search for the JSON web token. So then you can see now we have the JSON web token. So it's a token which will just encrypt something inside that. It can be a string, it can be an object or a buffer or anything. We just sign a token. So with the encryption, we need to just sign some token, and then we need to provide the payload. The payload will be created with that. So the payload contains some data like string or any data or the object or anything, and after that we provided the secret key. So we need to provide the secret key which will just encrypt and decrypt. So this is the private key which will encrypt the data, and the same key will decrypt the data as well. After that we have some options and the callback variables as well, and this is a asynchronous as well. We can use the synchronous way and the asynchronous as well. So what we will do, so when the admin will be logged in, then we need to create a token as the JSON web token, and then is we will just authorize the user for some time, like even for 1 day or 2 days or just 1 hour. So we will just give the time to add the movies. So after 1 day or a 1 hour or after any time span, so the token will be expired. So after the token is expired, then we will not be able to create the movies. So then the admin will not be able to create the movies. So we need to just define the JSON web token for that. So what we can do is, now we can just copy that, and then we need to just install the JSON web token in our application. So we can have the npm install as the JSON web token to create the tokens for the admin. And it's a completely secure way for securing our application. And I have already created a course of the MERN stack with the authorization and authentication. So you can buy that course on the Udemy as well. So now what we need to do is, now first we need to again restart the server. So we can have the npm start. And now what we can do is, now we can just import the JSON web token. We need to import the JSON web token. or we can import the JWT from, so we need to import from the JSON web token. So now we have the JWT, and now what we need to do, so like when the user will be logged in, so if the password is correct, after that what we can do is now we can just declare the token. So we can have the const token will be equals to, it should be the JWT. So we have the JWT dot, so we will use here the sign. So we have the sign function in the JWT, which will just synchronously sign the payload into a token. And the payload, we can just define the payload to the string, an object, or a buffer as we have defined earlier. It will just encrypt the data inside it, and after that then we will just authorize the user as well. So once we will create the movies, so we will just authorize that user as well with the JWT. And after that what we can do is now we can just provide here some payloads. So we can just provide the payload, so it should be the email, or we can just have here the ID. So we can just provide the ID of that admin. So we can have the ID from the existing admin dot underscore ID. So the MongoDB provides us the ID inside the underscore, so we need to provide the answer underscore ID, encrypt this ID inside that. And after that we can also encrypt that email as well, but the ID would be more preferable. And after that what we need to do is now we need to provide the secret key, and the secret key, and make sure the secret key is not being shared with anyone, but you need to secure your secret key, because if anyone will have your secret key, then he or she will decrypt your data and it will just store your credentials. So you need to just store the secret key privately. So how can we do that? So again we can just move on to the env variables, and then we can just define the secret key as well. So we can have the secret key, so we can have the secret key, and the secret key will be equals to, we can have the secret key as any secret like my secret. So you can have the secret key as any key, but here we can only have the my secret. And now what we can do is now we can move on to the admin controller, and after we have just given the payload as the ID, so we can just provide the secret key. So again we can have the process dot environment dot, we have the secret key. I think we have this name, so we can have the secret key after that. So we have the process dot environment dot secret key, and after that we have some options object. So we need to check the options object. So there are some things like they are the algorithm, we can have the HS256, HS384 and RS512, which is very good algorithm. And after that we have some encoding, we have some expires in, and the expires in property is very important. So we need to define the expires in. So the expires in property contains so many things, like after how much time span the token should be expired. So this property defines that, like after how many time span this token would be expired. So we can have this 60 as the number of seconds, we can have 2 days, we can have 10 hours, we can have 7 days. So here we can use any number of hours. So if you will just provide the number, then it will be counted in the milliseconds. So there you can just have 1 day or anything, like I will just define here for the 1 day. So we can have the 1D. So now the token is now provided. So now we can just move it for the 7 days as well. So now we have the expires in property for the 7 days. So till the 7 days the token for that admin will be valid, but after the 7 days the admin token will not be valid, and he or she will not be able to create the movies. So the admin will not be able to create the movies inside the database. So now let's start with that. So now once we are sending a JSON message as the authentication complete, then we can also send here the token. So we can just send here the token, and the token should be like the admin token. There will be the admin token. After that what we can do is now we can also provide the ID as well for that. So we can have the ID, and the ID of the user which is currently logged in, like the ID of the admin which is currently logged in. So we can have the ID of the existing admin dot underscore ID again. So we can have the existing admin dot underscore ID. So these are the things in which we need to decode everything. And now what we can do is now we can just check if we got the token. So we can just move on, and then we can just log in again. So if we now just click on the send, and now you can see after we got the message as the authentication complete, we got the token as well. So this is a token which contains it is an encrypted data inside that, and it is very impossible to decode that data as well. So this is very impossible. And after that we are giving the ID as well of the admin which is currently logged in. So we need all three things with that. So now what we need to do, so now the admin part has been also done. So now we have created the admin part as well. So now we have created the post requests for the admin part. So we have the post for the sign up and the post for the login. So now the admin is almost complete again. And now what we need to do is now we need to create the movies. So now we need to create the models for the movies as well. So we can have the movies, or we can have the movie.js. So it should be the new model of the movie. So here also we need to define the schema of the movie. So we can have the const, it can be the movie schema. and it will be equals to again the new mongoose.schema. So we need to refer to the mongoose.schema class. So the movie will contain some fields, like it will contain the title of the movie. So we can have the title, we can have the type. So the type should be equals to the string, and then we can have the required property again. So the required will be equals to the true. Then we can just copy that for some of the for more fields as well. So like it should contain the description as well of the movie, so we can have the description. After the description, now what we need to do is now we need to just define the release date of the movie as well. So we can have here the release date. So the release date would be equals to again the type should be equals to the date, and then the required should be equals to the true. So it will be having the type of the date. So now we have the date types as well inside the JavaScript. So we can have the release date as the type equals to the date. After that, we again need a URL of the poster. So we can have here the poster URL. So the type would be equals to the string of the poster URL, and then we can also add here another text, like it can be the admin or it can be the feature. So feature can be equals to, we can have the type of the boolean. If we have the feature, then only we need to add here the type. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to add here the bookings as well. For that, we will create the bookings model and the controllers and the routes later, but here we will only have the bookings. So the bookings of that movie will be stored inside an array. So we can just define here an array which will contain the type of the string as of now. So as of now, we are just declaring the type as the string, and then it will also be a required, or we can just skip that required part. After that, what we can do is now we can just define another field, and it should be, I think, the admin. So which admin has created this movie? So we can have that property as well for the admin. For the admin, we can have would be equals to the string, and this would be a required field because an admin only can create a movie. So we can have the required would be equals to the true. So these are the fields for the schema. So now we have the title, we have the description, we have the release date, we have the poster URL, and all of these four are required. But we have the featured, which is not required as of now. Then we have the bookings, which will be an array, like it will be having the bookings of that movie. So we will have the bookings of this movie, of that specific movie object. And after that, we have the admin, which will have the type of the string as of now, and it is the required prop as well. So now what we need to do is now we need to just export this as well. So we need to export mongoose.model. So it should be exported as a model again. So it should be the movie. And after that, what we can do is now we can just define here the movie schema. So it should be the movie schema. So this will be that. So it should be the export default. So I think we have missed the default. So it should be the export default as the mongoose.model. It will be the movie and the movie schema. Everything is working perfectly fine as of now. And now what we can do is now we can just declare the routes for that movies as well. So we can have the movie dash routes.js. And inside that, what we need to do is now again we need to import the express from the express. And here what we need to do, so we can just define the router. So it should be the movie router, and it will be equals to the express.router. So we can have the express.router with that. And after that, what we need to do is first we can just have here the post request for that movie. So we can just have here the movie router dot post. Inside that post, now what we need to do, so we need to define the URL. So the URL will be the same. After that, what we need to do is now we need to call the controller function. So again, we can move on to the controllers. We can define new controller file. So it should be the movie dash controllers.js. After that, here we need to define the controllers. So we can have the first controller function as the add movie. So we can have the export const as the add movie. It should be equals to an object. So it will be equals to an async function. And after that, what we need to do is first we need to just validate the token as well. In the movies, we need to validate the token. So now our application is getting complex. So now what we need to do inside the movie controller, so in the add movie, we need to just first verify the token. And how can we verify that token? So we need to verify that token from the headers. So we will send that token from the headers. So first we will get that token after the login. So when the admin will be logged in, so it will just send the token to the movies. So we will verify that if the token is now still valid, then only we'll be able to create the movie. So how can we do that? So in the token, we will just send that token inside the headers. So we have the headers object here as well. And in the headers, we have the authorization as well. and with the authorization we will send the bearer token. So we send the authorization token, so this will be our authorization token, and we will send the authorization with the bearer token. So we have the bearer token inside the APIs, so we can send that token. So how can we do that? But how can we extract the token? So here we can just define const token, or it can be extracted token, and it will be equals to again the request. So we need to just accept the parameters as the request, response, and the next. So now we need to just extract the token from the request dot headers dot authorization. So we will just send here the authorization token. So we will just have here the authorization. It should be the authorization, and make sure the spelling of that authorization and here as well should be same. So we will just send the authorization token, but when we will just send the token, then it will be stored as the bearer token. It will send the token as the bearer dash token. So it can be any token after the bearer. So we can just check some validation, like if we don't have the extracted token, or if the token is an empty string. So we have the token, so we have the extracted token dot trim, so it will be equals to an empty string. So what we need to do is we need to just return the response dot status at the 4 of 4 and JSON as the token. The message will contain the token not found. So the token will not found. So if we don't have the token, then we need to send the response dot status as the 4 of 4, and we need to send the JSON as the message which will contain the token not found. And now what we need to do is, now for now we will just log that token. So we will just log as the token if we get the token. So we need to log the extracted token as of now. If we now just save, if we now just move on to the movie routes, and here we will use the add movie. So we have the add movie with that. So now what we need to do is, now we need to move on to the app.js again. We need to define another middleware for the movies. So we can have another middleware. So it should be the app.use, it should be the movie, and it should be the movie router. So I think we need to export that movie router. So it should be the export default, it should be the movie router. After that we need to use it inside the app.js, so it should be the movie router. If we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, we can create another tab. After that what we need to do is, now we need to grab the URL. So we can just get this URL, and we have this, don't have the admin, so it should be the movie. And after that what we need to do, so once we are logged in, so here we are already logged in and the token is valid for the 7 days. So what we can do is, now we can just copy that token. So we need to copy this token from there, and now we need to copy that, and now we need to paste that token inside the headers. So we have the headers, we have the authorization, so we need to paste this token inside the authorization slash bearer token. So we can just have the token here. So you can see we have the token field, so we need to add the token. So here we need to add the token and make sure the token is correct, because if the token will be incorrect, then it will give you an error. After that what we can do is, now we can just select the method as the post, and then we can just send that if we got the message as the token. So we can just click on the send, and now you can see in the console window, now you can see now we got the token. So now you can see now we have the token which will just have connected to database, and after that we have the token. And now you can see as we are sending the bearer token, so we have here the bearer and dash token. So what we can do, so we can just extract the token from that given string, and then we will just verify that token. So now let's start with the verification of the token. So we can just cancel this request as of now, and then we can just move on to the movie controller, and then we can just verify that token. And now what we need to do is, now we got the token as the bearer dash token. So what we need to do is, now we can just split that empty space between them, and then it will just convert it into an array. The first element of that array will be the bearer, and the second element will be the token. So we can just have the authorization dot split. So it will be split it into a empty space, and after that we need to just get the first value of that. So we need to get the second position from that array, so it will just give you that token. And after that the approach would be that how we can extract the data and how we'll verify that token. So first we will just define here the admin ID. So we will just extract the token from the admin ID. So what can we do is, now we will just declare the variable as the admin ID, and then we will just extract that token. And if the token extraction will be successful, then we will just decrypt that token, and then we will just get the ID from that token. We will just define here an admin ID. So we can just define a variable as the admin ID. So it should be empty as of now. Is we will verify that token So as we got here the token, we will verify that token, and after that, if we will verify that token completely as successfully, then we will just destructure that token, or we will decrypt that token, and then we will find that admin ID from that token. So we will get that admin ID as the string inside that token, and then we will just store that admin ID inside the admin field inside the movie schema. So we can just do with that, like here we can just verify that token first. So here we can have verify token, and after that we need to just create a new movie. So in the verify tokens, we need to verify the token. So how can we verify that token? So we can verify the token with a JWT. So again, we need to import the JWT. So we need to import JWT from the JSON web token, and after that we have the function inside the JWT, and the function is the verify. So we need to verify. So we have the JWT.verify. So the verify contains, so the verify method contains 3 arguments. So it should be the token, the string, and then we need to provide the token. So we can just provide here the extracted token that we have extracted. Then what we need to do is, now we need to just define the secret key again. So as we have defined the secret key inside the encryption, so we need to provide same secret key for the decryption for that. So it will just decrypt that token with the same secret key. So again, we need to provide a secret key as the process.env dot the secret key. So we had the secret key with that. So I think we had the secret key. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste that here. So it should be the secret key. And after that, after we provide the secret key, then we will just have the callback function. So we have the complete as the true. So we will just get the callback function, and in the callback there are 2 parameters as the error, and it will have the callback parameter as the decrypted, or it should be the complete. So it should be decrypted. So if we got an error, so we will just log that error, or we will just return something with that error. But if we got that decrypted, so we will just get the ID of that user that we have encrypted in the decrypted format. So we need to just call there the callback as well. So we will just call the callback here only. So after that, what we will do, so we will just check if we got the error. Then what we will do is we will just return the response dot status would be equals to something around 400, and then we will send the JSON message as well. So it will contain the message. So the message will be equals to, we can have the same message as we got inside the error. So we can have inside the template littles. So it should be the error dot message. So we have the message property inside that, inside the error. If we get an error, then we need to do this. But else, when we didn't get the error, then it means that we have successfully decrypted that token. If we have decrypted that token, then we will get the ID inside the decrypted object as well. So we will just store that admin ID inside the admin ID variable. So the admin ID will be equals to decrypted dot the ID of the decrypted. So we have encrypted the ID inside the admin controller. So after we are logged in, so we have encrypted the ID field. So now we will just decrypt that ID from that as the decrypted.id. So we will just pass here the ID field with that decrypted. After that, if the verification is successful, then we need to return only. So now we don't need to return anything. Then we need to return only from this callback function. After that, what we need to do, if the verification is successful, so this will just have here the verification as is successful. After we have verified the token, then we can just create a new movie. So now for creating the new movie, now again we need to destructure some fields from the front end. So we will send all of the fields from that movie file. So in the movie.js, we need all of these fields. So what can we do is, now again we need to destructure all of the things from the request.body. We can have the request.body. So here we need to destructure the title field, we need to destructure the description field, then we need to destructure the release date, then we need to destructure poster URL, so it should be the poster URL, and after that we need to destructure the, it should be the featured and the bookings and the admin. So it should be the featured. So these are the things which we need from the front end, as the title, description, release date, poster URL, and the featured. So we have all these with that. So we have the title, description, release date, poster URL, featured, and we have the bookings area that will not be required as of now. And now we will destructure all of these things from the request.body. And now we again need to just verify all of the things. So we need to just have some validation checks again, like if we don't have the title or if we don't have the description, so we can just provide these validation checks. Then again we need to pass here the description. For the description, like if you don't have the description, after that the same for the release date, and the release date would be inside the date format and not inside the string, so it should be inside date. So I will now remove that validation from the release date. Now we will just provide the validation for the poster URLs. We don't have the poster URL, and the poster URL dot prim should be equals to an empty string. Then we will just provide the error, and we don't need to provide for the featured. So then we will just return the response dot status would be equals to the 422 dot JSON message, which will contain as the message as the invalid inputs. After that, what we need to do after this validation, now we need to create a new movie. So we can again have the let movie, and now we need to create a new movie, so we can have the try. So we will have the try catch block again. We can have the try, we can have the catch as well. So if we get an error, we will just return console dot log the error. So now we have the try catch block, and inside the try, now what we need to do, now we need to define a new instance of that movie as well. So how can we do that? So we can have the movie will be equals to the new movie. So we have the new movie, and then we need to define the fields for the new movie as well. Like we have the title, we have the description, and then we need to add the release date, and then we need to add here the featured as well. So it should be the featured, and then we need to provide here the admin, and the admin would be equals to the newly created admin. So for the admin, we need to provide here the admin ID. So we need to just only store the ID of that admin. And now for the date as well, we need to define here the new date. So how can we do that? So the release date will be equals to, so we can have the new date. So the new date will be equals to the string which will contain the release date. So it will just convert the date into the date format. So we'll have here the release date with that. And the title, I think, is the title. And after that, I think we have missed another field inside the movie. So we didn't have the actors inside the movie. So we should also have the actors. So after the title and the description, so we'll just have here the actors. So we can have here the actors, and it will be an array of the strings. So we can have the array of the strings as the array of the type would be equals to the string, and the required will also be the true. So the required will be true. So we have the array which will have the type of the string, and the required is equals to the true. So we have these properties for the actors, and then we can move on to the movies controller, and here we can also extract the property of the actors. So we can have the actors, and then we need to just add the actors as well. So it will be the actors. So now these are the things which we need to provide. So we have the actors, we have the title, description, release date, featured, actors, and the admin. And in the admin, we are storing the admin ID. And now what we need to do is, now we need to just save that as well. So we can have here the movie will be equals to the movie dot save. So we need to call the save function with that movie. It will just save the newly created record inside the movie. Now what we need to do is, now we need to just check like if the movie is unsuccessful. If the movie is a false value, then we need to return the response dot status would be equals to, we can have the status at the 500, and we can add there the JSON which will contain the message. It will have the message as the request failed. And after that, if we have passed that validation check, then we can just send the return response dot status would be equals to, we can have the response dot status of the 2 or 1, and then we can send here the JSON message as well again. So it should be the message. So the message will be like have the successfully created the movie, like movie edit, or we can just send the newly created movie as well. So we will send here the movie. So now it should be the await as well, because it is a save function. It will be an asynchronous task, so we need to wait for it as well. So now this is a new movie as of now, and after that, after we will define all of the things. So then after we will just define the relations. So we need to modify the code for the movie controllers as well. So for now it will be just the same code. And now what we can do is, now we can just save, and then we can just move on to the movie routes, and then we need to define that route as the add movie with that. If we now save, if we now just move on to the postman again, if we now just create a new movie, so we can just have here the body, and inside that we need to add the raw JSON file. So we have the JSON again. So it should contain all of the fields, like it will contain the title. The title will be equals to like a new movie. Then we need to add a description. Description will be like, it will be just like new released movie. and then we need to add reactors. So we add reactors. Reactors will be the array, so we will have the array of the strings. So we will have here the srk, we will just have here the ak, and after that what we need to do is now we need to add release date. So the release date will be in that date format, so we need to add it inside the date. So we can just have here the date would be equals to, we need to add the date as the first, it would contain the year, so it should be the 2022, and after that it will contain like July, so we can have here the 07 as the month, and then we need to add the date, so it will contain in the YY, MM and the DD format, so it should be like 29. So we can have this release date, and after that we need to add the poster URL as well. So we'll have the poster URL, so it will also be an empty string as of now, or it can be the sample. And after that what we need to do is now we need to provide the featured as well. Featured would be equals to the true, it's a boolean value. So if we now just click on the send, I think we got an error. So the error would be, we can just check the error here. So now we have the movie validation fields. I think we have missed some things with that, so we can just move on to the movie controller again, and here we can just check if we are giving every other field to that new movie, as we are just defining the title. So it should be description, release date, so we didn't add the poster URL, after that what we need to define, so we have the title. I think we have missed the property of the title, so it should be the title. So inside the movie as well it will be the title. After that we can move on to the movie controller, and now we have the title with that. So if we now just again create a new request, if we now just click on the send, so now you can see the new movie has been created, and now you can see the newly created movie object. So now we have the title as the new movie, we have the description as the newly released movie, and then we have the actors array as well, and then we have the release dates as well of that movie. Now you can see we have the 29 July 2022, and then we have the poster URL as well, we have the featured as well, we have the bookings as well. So for now we don't have any bookings, and now you can see now we got the admin as well. So now we can just check that which admin has created this user. So we can just move on to that admin, and then you can see this admin which ends with the 228 has created this movie. So now you can see we have the same admin with that, and now we have successfully destructured the tokens as well. And now you can see if it didn't provide the authorization token, or if the authorization token is wrong. So in the end we have the Y. If we just change it to the Z, if we now just click again on the send, and now you can see we have the invalid signature. So now we can see we have the invalid signature of the token. So if we have the token as the wrong, so it will not work. So now we need to only provide the correct token. So if we now just click on the send again, and now if the body would be like new movie again, and if we now just click on the send, and now you can see now we have the new movie again, and now everything is working perfectly fine, and now the token validation is also working perfectly fine. So this is how we can just verify the tokens, and we can just do another task after verification. So now we have completed the movies, and now we need to just define a new request for that movie as well. So we can just move on to the movie routes, and then we can also declare a get request as well for the movies to get all of the movies from the database. So we can have here the movie router, we can have here the .get request, and then what we can do, so we can just have here the get movies, and then we will just declare the get movies inside the movies controller. So the get requests, we don't need to just verify the JWT, because we only need to verify JWT when we are adding a new movie. Now we can just start with the get movies. So we can have here the export onset the get all movies, and it will be equals to an object which will contain the request, response, and the next as the parameters, and it will also be an asynchronous task, so it should be the async. And after that what we can do is now we can just have the let movies. So movies will now be an undefined value. Then we can just have the try catch block once again. We can have a try catch. So if we get an error, we will just return console.log the error. Now we can just have some code inside the try. So in the try we will just define the movies, like the movies will be equals to await, so it should be the movies dot find. So it will just find all of the movies from that collection, so it should be the find inside the movie. So the find runs on a query, so if we don't provide any query, so it will just find all of the records from that movies. And after that we can just have some validation, like if we don't have the movies, like if the movies is a falsy value, then we can just return response.status as the 500, and then we can send the JSON message as well, contain the message request failed. And after that what we need to do is now we need to just send all of the movies if we have passed the validation check. So we can just send the return the response.status would be equals to the 200, which is okay. Then we can send here the JSON message which will contain the message, and the message we cannot send the message, we can just send here the movies only. So we have the movies. So now we need to just move on again to the movie routes, and then we need to import the get movies as well as the get all movies. And now what we can do is now we can just create a get request as well. So we can just move on with the get, and then the path would be same as well again. So if we now just click on the send, and now you can see now we got all of the movies with that. So we got the arrays of the object of the movies. So we have this movie first as the new movie, and then we have the new movie again in the second object. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have completed the movie part as well. So now we need to create another movie route. So it should be the get the movie by its ID. So we have missed that route. So what we can do is now we can just provide another movie router. We can just provide another get request. So it should be /id. So it should be /id of that movie, and then it should be the new controller function. So we can define the controller function as port. It should be the const. It should be the get movie by ID. So it will be again an asynchronous function, and it will contain the request, response, and the next as the parameters. And now what we need to do is now again we need to extract that ID first. So we can have the const ID will be equals to again the request dot params object as we did inside the users. So request dot params dot ID. It will just give you the ID because it works on the request dot params URL, and here we have already declared the ID. Like here we have declared the ID variable with that, so it will just get the ID from the params object. And after that what we need to do is now we need to just define the let movie, and again we need to work in the try catch block. So it should be equals to the movie will be equals to the await. It should be the movie. So we need to work on the movie dot find by ID. So we'll just find the record by the ID. So we need to work with this function. So we have the find by ID, and here we only need to pass here the ID. So we pass here the ID, so it will automatically detect the movie by its ID. And after that we can have the catch block once again, and if we get an error we will just return the console.log the error. And after that what we can do is now we can just check some validation, like if we don't have the movie, then what we can do, we can just return the response.status as the 404 and JSON which will contain the message as an invalid movie ID. After that if we have passed that validation check, then we can return the response.status would be equals to, we can have the status of the 200, and then we can just send the movie inside the JSON. So we can just send here the movie. So now this is how can we do it. Now we can just move on to the movie routes. Here instead of get all movies, it should be the get movie by ID. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, like now you can see now we have two movies. So if we want the second movie, like new movie again, if we want this movie from there, now after the movie then we need to add URL. So if we now just click on the send, now you can see now we got this movie only. So now you can see this is also working perfectly fine, and now we have able to create a get movie by ID function as well. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now the movies part has also been completed. And now the next part is now we need to create the bookings. So how can we do that? So we can just create another model as the bookings, and the bookings will contain some fields, like it will contain the movie. So in the bookings object, so in the bookings model we need to create a booking schema. So the schema will contain a movie, like which movie the booking has been done, and then the date of the booking, and then the seat number, and then the user. So we need 4 fields inside the bookings. So what we can do is now we can just move on to the model. We can just have the bookings.js. After that what we need to do is now we need to import the Mongoose from the Mongoose, and after that we need to create the schema of the bookings. We can have the const booking schema. We can have here the booking schema, and it will be equals to a new mongoose.schema. So we can have the mongoose.schema class, And after that we need to create new instance of the schema, and there we will just have here the movie. So we can just provide here the movie. So here we need to provide here the ID of that movie, but for now we can just define the type at the string, because we didn't add the relations as of now. But after we will be completing with the bookings, so we will just relate all of these collections together. Then we can just provide the type equals to the string, and it will be required would be equals to the true. So we have these fields, and after that what we need to do is we can just have here the date. So we can just have here the type would be equals to the date, and then we need to add here the required again. So we can have the required would be equals to the true, and after that we need to add the seat number as well. So we have the seat number, so we will just provide any seat number with that. So we can have the type would be equals to the number, and then we can just have the required would be equals to the true. After that what we need to do is now we need to just provide for the user. So we have the user, and then we need to provide any user. For now it will be the type of the string only. We can have the type would be equals to the string, and then we need to provide the required would also be the true, because we need all of the things for a new booking. So if we create a booking of a movie, so we need to add the movie name, which would be the movie, and then we have the date of the booking, and then we have the seat number, and then we have the user. These are the things which you need for the booking, and then we can just export that model as well. So we have the export default, it should be the mongoose dot model. Now in the mongoose dot model we need to export the booking. We can have the booking, and then for the schema we have the booking schema. So in the collections it will be stored as the bookings, as we have discussed earlier. So mongoose converts the name into the plural form. After that what we can do, we can just provide some controller functions and the routings for the bookings as well. So for that we can just move on to the routes. We can just create another route, booking routes.js, and here we can just provide here import the express from the express. After that we need to provide the const as the booking router. So it should be equals to the express.router, and here after that what we need to do, so we can have a new request of the booking. So we have the bookings router dot, we can have the post. So it should be the post request, and it will contain the URL of slash, and then it will be a new booking. And after that what we can do is now we can just define a controller function of the booking. So we can just move on to the controllers. We can have here the booking controller, and there we can just define a function. So we can have the export const as the new booking, and it will be again an asynchronous function, and it will contain the request response at the next as the parameters. And after that what we need to do is now we need to just define a new booking. So how can we define a new booking? So we need all of the fields from the front end. So we need the movie, so we need the date from the front end, and then we need to have the seat number as well. Then we need to add the user as well. So we need all of these fields from the request.body. So we can just get from the request.body. So we only have these fields inside the booking. So we have the movie, date, seat number, and the user. After that now we need to just define a new booking. So we can have the let new booking will be equals to, we can have here the undefined value as of now. So it should be the undefined, and after that we can work with the try catch again. So we can have the try catch, and inside that catch if we get an error, so we will just return the console dot log the error. After that what we can do inside the try, so we can just create a new booking. So we can just have here the new booking will be equals to, so we have the new booking will be equals to a new booking. So we have the new bookings. So after that what we can do inside that, so in the new bookings now we need to provide here the movie. So we have the movie, we have the date, and the date would be equals to a new date. So we need to convert the date inside the date format. So we can have here the date, and after that what we can do is now we can just define another field as the seat number, and then we need to provide the user. So we need to provide all of these fields with that. And after that what we can do is now we can just save that record inside the database. So we can have the new booking would be equals to the await, it should be the new booking dot save. So we need to call the save function to save that inside the database. And now what we can do is now we can just check validation checks, like if the new booking is a falsy value, then we can just return the response dot status would be equals to the 500, and then we can send here the JSON message again. So it should be the message as the enable to create a booking. And after that, if we have passed all of these validation checks, then what we can do is now we can just return the response.status as the 201, which is created, and then we can send here the JSON message as well. So it should be the new booking that we want to send. So the booking, it should be the new booking. We need to send here the new booking with that. So now this will be the function for the new booking. So here we are just defining the new bookings at the movie, date, seat number, and the user. Then we are defining a new booking, and then we have the new instance of the bookings, and then we have the date as the date, and then we have the seat number, user, and the movie. And after that, we are checking that if the new booking is a falsy value, then we are sending a status at the 500. But if everything is successful, then we are sending a response.status as the 201, and we are sending a JSON as the booking as the new booking. So now we need to work with the new booking here as well. So we need to provide the new booking. I think the new booking is same here as well. So it should be the booking only, because the new booking and the function name was also same. So we should have here the booking only. Here as well we have the booking. So now if we now just save, if we now just move on to the booking routes again, and here the new booking will be there. After that, we can just move on to the app.js to declare that inside the middlewares we can have the app.use. It should be /bookings. It would be the booking router. So I think we need to export the booking router as well. So we can just have here the export default as the booking router. So we have the bookings router. So now we can just move on again to the app.js, and then we can just save that here. We can have here the bookings router. If we now just save, if we now just move on to the Postman again, we can create a new tab, and here what we can do is now we can just create a new booking. So here we can just define a URL. So it should be the localhost 5000 dash it should be the booking, and it would be a post request as well. So we can add here the body. So we can have the raw, and then we need to add here the JSON. After that, what we need to do is now we can just send here the new booking. So we have the movie. So the movie would be any movie like new movie. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to work with the user. So the user would be like any user, and it can be any. So after that, it would be the seat number. So we can have the seat number as the numeric value, like it can be 28. And after that, we can just add here the date as well. So we should be the date. The date would be again equals to, we can have the date as the, it can be 2022-08-01. So the 1 August 2022. So if we now just click on the send, so now we should see the newly created booking. And now you can see, now we got the newly created booking in which the movie is a new movie. We have the date of this date as the 1 August, and then we have the seat number as the 28, and then we got the user as the any. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we are able to create a new booking as well. So now we have completed the whole application for the API, but without the relations. So now we have completed the admin collections. We are storing the admin, and then we are storing the bookings, we are storing the movies, and then we are storing the users as well. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we are able to create the new admin. We are able to create the sign up and the login, and then we are able to create the new bookings. We are able to create a new movie as the post, get, and the get by ID, and then we are able to create the new users with the get, post, put, delete, and everything. So everything is completed, and now we need to work on the relations part. So now we need to relate all of these collections together. But now let us see that how can we relate them. So let us see a diagram that how they all will be connected. So now let's start with that. So now let's see the relation between all of the collections. So first we have the admin, which adds the movies to the database. So we have the admin, a single collection, and then we have the movies as the particular collection. So admin adds the movies inside the database, inside the collections of the movies. So in the admin, we have the added movies key, in which we store an array, like which admin has stored how many movies inside the database. And in the movies, for every specific movie, we have a single admin. So an admin can have many movies because we have almost 2 or 3 admins inside our database. But inside the movies, so every movie can have only a single admin, but every admin can have multiple movies with that. So we have a relation between them. So we need to store the reference between them. So in the added movies, we add the references of all of the specific movies, and in the movies, we add the reference of that admin, that which admin has stored this movie. and then we come to the user. So the user creates the bookings. So it books the movies with the bookings collection. So the user creates the booking inside the bookings collection, and then in the user we have the bookings key in which we store the bookings of the user. So bookings would be an array in which the user creates a booking to the movie, and in the bookings we have a key of the user. So they all are related. So every single booking will have a single user. So here we have the reference. So the user have the bookings. So we have a reference of the bookings, and inside the bookings we have the reference of that user. And last but not the least, that we have the bookings of the specific movies. So we create the bookings of the movies because it's a movies application, and we create the bookings, and then the movies also adds that bookings to the bookings table. So in the movies we have the bookings key in which we have an array of all of the bookings of that particular movie, and in the bookings we have a movie collection as well. So every single movie will have multiple bookings, can have the multiple bookings, but for every single booking there would be only a single movie of that booking. So these are the relations between all of those collections. So the admin adds the movies, and then we add the reference of the admin and the added movies between them. And then once we will delete a movie, we should delete from the added movies as well, and from the movies collection as well. And same for the user and the booking. So if we delete a user, so the bookings of that user should also delete. And then if we delete a booking, so the booking should also be deleted from the user's booking array. And after that, the same for the movie. If the movie is deleted, then we need to delete all, then we need to delete from the admin as well, from the bookings as well. So these are the relations between all of them. So let's implement these relations inside our application. So now let's start with the admin first. So in the admin, we can move on to the admin.js on the admin model, and then you can see in the added movies we have an array of type of the string. But now this type would not be the string because this is the hard-coded type, and we can add any value to the type. But here we need different type. So we need to create a reference to the movies. So we need to just refer it to the movies. So how can we do that? So for creating a reference or for creating a relation, so we have a Mongoose. So we need to import the Mongoose.
Sorry, there was an audio issue. So that would be the mongoose.types.object.id, because we need to refer to the particular object ID. So that would be the mongoose.types.object.id with that.
ID. So we need to give the reference to the collection. So here we are referring to the movie. So we need to add here the movie. So here in the edit movies, we need to add the type as the mongoose.types.object.id to refer to any object ID of any collection, and then we give the reference to the movie. So it means that we will just reference it to the movie model. And now we need to move on to the movie model as well. So in the movie.js, what can we do? So here the admin will not be type again of the string. So we need to remove here the type of the string again. And here as well, we will add here the types. So we can add here the mongoose. So we need to import the mongoose as well. So it should be the mongoose dot types, the types namespace, and then dot object ID. So we need to refer it to the object ID as well. And now this is also required. And now what we can do is, before the required, we need to add the reference. So we can add the ref, and then we need to ref it with the admin. What we did here, so we just created an admin. So now we have the admin, and the admin will have the added movies array, in which each object of that array will contain this specific movie ID. And then with the movie, we will add here the admin. So now let's start work on that. And now we need to just modify the controller functions to control both the operations. Like if we delete a movie, so we need to delete it from the admin as well. So here we need to do the changes. So what we need to do, so we are already storing the admin ID inside that. And now the admin ID is being stored. So the first step is already implemented with the JWT, because we verify the token, and then we are storing that decrypted.id inside the admin ID. So that part is done. And now the second part is, we need to store this movie inside the admin's edit movies as well. So how can we do that? So now inside the try, when we are saving a new movie, what can we do is, now we can just remove that save code for now. And then before that, what we need to do is, we need to create a session. So what will be the session? So we need to create the session in which, in only single session, like session is just a time period, like in only single time period, we need to store that movie inside the movie collection as well, and inside the admin collection as well. So we need to create the sessions. So we can just create the session with the const. It can be a session, and it will be equals to, we need to add the await. It will be the mongoose So we need to import the mongoose.session. So we have this session inside the mongoose. So we have the start session with the mongoose. So it will just start a session inside that. And after that, with that, now what we need to do is first we need to get the admin. So how can we get the admin? So we can get the admin from the const as the admin user, and it will be equals to the await. So it should be the I think the admin. So we need to import the admin dot find by id. So we need to find the admin by its id, and then we need to just find by id of the admin id. So we are storing the admin id, so we need to find that admin from the admin id. So now we have just got the admin user as the await admin dot find by id, because we need to store this movie inside the admin bookings as well. So that's why we got this admin user. And after that, we can just create a transaction. So now we need to just start a transaction in which only single transaction these records would be saved. So let's start with that. So how can we do that? So we have the session variable. So the session creates a transaction, like it creates a transaction. So we have the function starts transaction. So it will just start a new transaction, and now it will just start a transaction. And after that, what can we do is, now when we will just save anything inside the database, we need to refer to this session. So only from this session we need to save all those records, and if the session is aborted in between any transaction, so all of the operations will be then aborted. So now let's start with that. So first we need to save the movie. So how can we do that? So here we have the movie. So what we will do, so we will just have here the await. It would be the movie. It would be the movie dot save. So we need to save this movie, but here we need to pass here this session. So we can pass here the session inside the session object. So we have the session, or we can give the key value pair of the session, but it's not necessary in the ES6. So now we need to just save the movie from that session. So now we are saving that movie, and now what we need to do is, after we have saved this movie, now we need to just move on with the admin as well. So in the admin, we have the admin user, and now we need to refer to the edit movies as well. So we have the edit movies key inside the admin. So now we need to push to the edit movies as well. So we have the edit movies dot, we need to add here the push function. So we have the push to a new record inside the edit movies. So we can have the push, and then what we need to do is we need to have here the movie. So we have just created a new movie. So we need to store that movie inside the edit movies. So we have that object ID with that. So we stored that movie with the admin.push. And after that, after we have pushed to the admin array, so we need to save that admin again as well. So what we can do again, so we can have the await. It would be the admin user. So we have the admin user dot save again. So we need to save the admin user as well. So in the save again, we need to use the session. So we need to store with the, so we need to save with the same session. So we need to pass here the session reference as well. And after all of these operations are performed, like after we have started the transaction, after we have saved the movie, and after we have just saved admin user as well. So after we have added the movie to the admin users edit movies as well, now all of the operations are completed for now for our side, and now we can just commit the transaction. Commit means now we can just stop the transaction. So again, we have the function inside the mongoose as the mongoose, or it can be, we have the session, so we can have the session dot commit transaction. So now we will just commit the transaction with that. So these are the steps that we need. So first, inside the try, we create a new movie instance, and we are already defining the admin as the admin ID. And then we have this session. So we will use the await as the mongoose.start session. So we will just start a session, and then we will just find the admin user. So with that ID, we will find that admin, and then we will just save that movie first. So the first step is we need to save that movie, but with the same session as we are just giving you the session. And with the same session, we need to store to the edit movies array as well inside the admin, and then we need to save the admin user as well. And after that, we can just commit that transaction. So after all of these steps are completed, then we can just commit that transaction. Now what we need to do is, now we need to just test the add movie as well. So now we can just move on to the postman, and then we can just test that add movie as well. So now we have the add movie. So now we need to remove this, and now we need to add here the post. So in the post, now what we need to do first, so if you are not logged in again, so I recommend you to log in again. Like you can just click on the send again, and then it will just create a token. So you can just copy that token again, and then what you can do is you can just move on to the post request, and then first you need to provide the token, because the token is very important. So we are decrypting the ID of the user from that token only, and then we can move on to the body. And then what can we do? So we have the new movie again, so we can just change this, and then we have the description as the new release movie, and then we have the AK, and then we have the release date as we have the 29th August 2022. Then we have the poster URL as the sample. Then we have the featured. So if we now just click on the send, and now you can see now we got all of the things, and now we got the admin ID as well, we got the admin as well, and then we got the ID of the movie as well. But if we now just move on to the admin, if we now just move on, and then if we now just get all of the admins from the user, I think in the admin controller we don't have any function to get all of those admins, so we can just create that function as well. So we can just create another function. It can be export const, it can be get admins, it will be equals to the async, and then we need to add a request response at the next as the parameters as well. And now what can we do is now we can just define the let admins, and then we can have the try catch block. So in the try, the admins will be equals to the await, it will be the admin dot find. So we need to find all of those records, and after that we can run here the try catch block as well. If we get an error, so we will just return console.log the error, and after that we can just check that if we don't have the admins or admins is a false value, if there is an error with the database, so we can just return the response.status to the 500, and then we can add the JSON again as the message. It would be the internal server error, and after that if everything is successful, then we can just return the response.status would be equals to the 200, and .json it would be the admins. If we now just save, and now we need to move on to the admin routes as well. We need to create another route to get all of those admins, so we can just have the get route after that. So we have the admin router.get, it would be the empty path, and then we can have here the get admins. So we have the get admins with that. If we now save, if we now just move on to the postman again, if we now just click on the get, if we now just click on the send, and now we will just get all of those admins. And now you can see now we got one admin, and now inside that admin array, now you can see in the added movies we have something. So we have the ID of that movie that we have just stored. So we have just stored that ID of that movie. So if we now just move on to the post requests, and there you can see as well, and now we have the 3 idiots, and now we have the same ID of that movie that we have just created. In the end we have the 0b4, and here as well in the end we have the 0b4. And now it means that the relations between both admin and the movies are working perfectly fine. So if we create a new movie with that admin, and now you can see we have the added movies of that admin as well, and now we are able to store that movie inside the added movies of the admin. So it means that everything is working perfectly fine. And now we can just test with another movie as well. So we can just test with the pk, and then if we now just click on the send again, and now you can see now we have new movie, and then we have the same admin with that. If we now just create another send request, and now you can see now we got both the movies with that. So we got this movie as well, and this newly created movie as well. So it means that everything is working perfectly fine, and now we have just cracked the first problem inside that. And now we have just stored the admin, and now we have stored the movies inside the added movies as well, and here as well we have the reference of that admin as well. So congratulations on first step, and now we need to move on to the next bigger step. And now that relation part has been completed, and now the next step is now we need to create a booking, and we need to relate it with the user as well. So how can we do that? So we need to move on to the user.js, and here we need to define another key, and it can be a booking. So it can be a bookings, and it will be an array again of the object. So it will be array of the object of the type. So it would be of the type of the mongoose dot types dot object id. So we need to refer to the object id, and then the booking will be then referred. We can add here the ref, and the ref would be equals to a booking. So we need to refer to the booking collection. So we need to refer it to the booking model collection, and then now you can see now we have the bookings, and then we have the type equals to the mongoose dot types of object id. So we need to store that booking as well inside the users as well, and then we have the reference to the booking. And now we need to move on to the bookings, and then here you can see now we have the movie as well. So we need to refer to the movie as well. So it should not be the string, it should be the mongoose dot types so it should be the mongoose. We have dot types dot object id. So we need to refer it to the movie as well. So we have the type of the mongoose dot types of the object id, and for the movie we need to refer to the movie as well. So it would be the movie. So we need to refer it to the movie collection. So now every booking will contain a single movie and the single user as well. So what can we do? So in the user, we need to again have here the mongoose dot types dot object id, and then for the user we need to create a ref to the user. So we can have the ref to the user as well. So we have the ref to that user. So now I think it should work, because as we saw in the PPT, so the booking is connected with the movie and the user as well. So now inside the booking, so we need to move on to the bookings controller. So when we create a new booking, in the new booking, so here we need to validate some things. Like here we have the movie as well, and then we have the user as well. So first we need to validate both of them. So before creating a new booking, now what can we do is, now we can just define let as the existing movie. Is now first we need to check if the movie is already there or not. So we can have the let existing movie, and or it can be undefined for now, and then we can just define another let variable, and it can be let as the existing user. We are the existing user, so both will be undefined as of now. And then we will just use again the try catch block, because these are the database operations and it can fail as well. So we can have the console.log if we get an error while connecting or while communicating with the database. And after that we can have the existing movie. So we have the existing movie will be equals to await. So we can have here the movie, so we need to refer it to the movie collection. So we have the movie dot find by id. So we need to find that movie by id of that movie, as we are just defining it the movie. So we need to find movie by its id. And after that, what can we do again? So we can move on with the user as well. So we have the existing user will be equals to the await, and it would be the user. So we need to refer to the user collection dot find by id. Then I have the find by id of the user, and then we need to just pass here the id of that user. So these are the things that we need. And now we can just run some validations as well. Like if we don't have the existing movie, so then we can just return the response dot status would be equals to the 404, and then we can send the JSON message, and a message as the movie not found with given id. After that we can just check same for the user. Like if we don't have the user, then we can just return the response dot status would be equals to, we can have the 404 dot json, like message, it should be the movie or it should be a user not found with given id. After that we can just save. After we got all of those successful, and after we have passed all of these validation checks, now what can we do is, now we can create a booking. So here we are already creating a booking, and then we are saving that booking as well. So now before saving that bookings again, so now we need to store that booking inside the existing movie and with the existing user as well, as we have just defined inside that admin and the movie. So we need to create the same session for them as well. So we can just have here the session again. So we can just create another session. So we can have the const, it can be a session, would be equals to the mongoose dot start session. So we have the start session again, and then we need to just create a new transaction as well for the session. So we have the session dot start transaction. So now we can have the start transaction, and now we need to just start a new transaction with that. So it should be the await, because it's a promise. This will not be the await, I think. So we need to remove that await from there. So before we have created the movie, so we need to push to the bookings of the user as well. So now what can we do is, now we can just first get the user. So we have the existing user dot, we can refer to the bookings, and dot we can just push to the bookings of that user. So we can just have here the push. So we need to create a push method to the bookings, and then we need to push a new booking for the user. So we have the new bookings, so we will just send the newly created booking, and then we need to do the same for that movie as well. So we can have the existing movie dot, we have the bookings dot push. So we will just push another booking for that movie as well. So that booking will be equals to the booking that we are just creating. So here we are just pushing to the array of the user and then the movie. After that we need to just save all of them. So the booking is already being created, and now we have already stored their values, and now we need to save all of them. So first we will just save the movie or the user. So we will just have the await, it should be the existing user dot save. So in the save we need to store the same session for the same. So we have this session, we need to store in the same session, and then again we need to use the await. So we will have the existing movie dot save. So we need to save to the movie as well, and with the same session only. So we have the same session, and after we have saved everything, after we have saved the user and the movie, now what can we do is now we can just save that booking as well. So we can have here the await, it should be the booking dot save. So we need to save that booking as well, and then we can just provide the same session for the booking as well. So in this single session only, we need to just store inside the users array, inside the movies array, and with the bookings array as well. After that, we can just commit that transaction if everything works fine. So we can have session dot commit transaction. So the transaction would be committed after that. So this will be the steps for that. So I think we don't need the booking equals to the await. Okay. So now we are just creating a session, and then we have just started the transaction of that session, and in the same transaction we are just storing all of those values inside the different collections. And then we have some validations already there, like if we don't have the booking, then we will just send the response.status at the 500 as the unable to create a booking. And now with all of that, if we can just save, and I think we need to move on to the bookings as well. So now we have referred to the bookings.object id, and here as well we have referred to the object id. I think inside the movie we haven't referred to that object id inside the bookings. Yes, we were making a mistake, but now I caught that mistake. So here with the type, we need to create the type of the mongoose again. So it should be the mongoose dot types dot object id, and then we need to do here the ref as well. So we have the ref, and then we need to refer it to the booking. We had missed that part, but now we have figured it out, and now I think all of those relations are complete with that. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, if we now just create a new booking, so we can just define here the movie. So first, so now we don't need to provide here the new movie as the string. So now we need to provide here the ID of that movie. So now we have just newly created the movie as the PK. So we can just get that ID of that movie. So we can just copy their ID, and then we can just paste their ID here. So now we don't need to store the sample string. So now we need to store their actual IDs. So we have this ID, and then we need to create for the user as well. So we can just get all of these users. So now we have this John Michael as the user. So we can just copy that ID of that user, and then we can just move on to the booking, and then inside the user we can just paste. So we have this record, and after that we can just define the seat number as any number. So we don't have any validation as of now for the seat number. So we can have the seat number as D2, and then we have the date. So we can have the date of the September 1. So with all of that, if we can just send a new request, and now you can see now we are able to create a new booking as well with the movie. So we have created a booking with that movie, and then we have created a new date, then we have the user as well, then we have the ID as well. Now we need to verify it with all of those fields. So we can just get a movies. So we can just get all of those movies. So we can just get, and then you can see here in the last movie that we have just created the PK. Here you can see in the bookings. So now we have a booking for this movie as well. So now you can see now we have the bookings for that movie as well, and then the ID is 5 at the end, and then we can see that ID as the C5 here as well. So now the movie is also perfect. It is also perfectly working fine, and now we can just get the users as well, and now we should see the value inside the bookings of the user as well of that specific movie. If we just click on the send, now you can see now we got the bookings as well. So now it means that everything is working perfectly fine, and now we are able to get all of those things which we required for that application. So now we have got everything with that. So user have a new booking with that ID, and then we can just get that booking from that ID as well if we want. So what can we do is then we can just move on to the bookings controller, and then what can we do is now we can just have a new function to get a booking. So we can have export const as the get booking by ID. So it should be equals to the async again. It should be the request, response, and the next as well. And after that, what can we do? First, we can get the ID. So we can have the const. We can have the const and the ID will be equal to the request.params.id. And then what can we do is now we can just have the let as the booking will be equals to an undefined value, and then we can use the try catch block as well. So we can have the try catch, and the catch, if we get an error, we will just return console.log the error. After that, inside the try, what can we do is now we can just create a booking would be equals to the await. It should be the booking dot find by id. So we have again the find by id function, so we will just find that booking from that id, and then we will just pass here the id, and then we will just have some validation, like if we don't have the booking, then we can just again return the response dot status should be equals to 500, and then we have the JSON as well as the message. It can be server error or anything like unexpected error. It can be an expected error, and then if we already have the booking, then we can just return the response dot status would be equals to, we can have the 5 should be equals to the 200, and then we can just send here the JSON as the booking only. So we'll send here the booking only with that. So now we can just move on to the booking routes, and then we need to define a booking route as well. So with the booking router, it should be the booking dot get. It should be the get, and then we will just get the booking from that ID. So we'll just get the booking of that ID, and then we have the new booking as well. So we can just have the get booking from ID. If we now save, if we now just move on to the application, like now you can see, now we can create another booking, or we can just get this booking only. So we can just get that ID, and then we can just paste that ID inside the get request. So we have the booking, that's the ID of that booking. So if we now just click on this send, I think we got an error. I think we haven't defined that parameter URL, so we need to define the parameter URL as well. So this declares a param variable. So now if we now just click on this send again, so now we should see the movie, and now you can see now we have the movie as well, and the status is also 200, which is okay. Everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have created that booking, and now the next step is we have another next step. Like if we want to just delete a booking, then we want to delete it from that movie as well, from the movie bookings as well, and for the user bookings as well. So we need to do it with this same approach with the session. So we can have here the bookings router dot, we can have a delete operation, and then we need to get the ID again from the delete. So we can have the ID on an ID, and after that we will create a new controller function with that. So after all of those functions, we can create another function. It can be export the delete booking, and here it will also be async function. So we will have here the async, and after that what we need to do, then first we need to get the ID. So we can have the const ID will be equals to the request dot params dot ID. After that what we need to do is now we need to just define here a new booking. So it can be a red booking, and now we need to run the try catch block again. So we can have the try catch again with that. With the try catch, we will just create everything with the try catch. So here inside the try, what can we do is now we can just create a new booking. So it can be the booking will be equals to, it will be the await. So it should be the await, and then we have used the function inside the user as well. So it should be the bookings dot find by ID and remove. So we have this function, but here we need some more things as well, because we need to delete the booking from the movies and from the users as well. So to refer the collection of the movies and bookings, we have a function here, the populate. So we have here the populate function, which will just populate, or which will just show the records, and which will just collect the records of their reference collections as well. So in the populate, we need to call here a string. So we need to pass here the string, and string we need to pass here the keys of that string. So here we need to call here the user. So now we need to grab that object of the user, and for the movie as well. So the populate is used to just grab that records of that specific keys collection as well. So it will just get that user. So the populate will just populate the records of that keys collection. So it will just get the record of the user's collection. It will just get full object of the user. And if we provide the space and then we provide the movie as well, so it will just grab the record of the movie as well. So we have the await as the find by add and remove. And here as well we can use a session. So we can have the const session. So it would be the await can be the mongoose dot start session. So again we can just start a transaction. So we can have the session dot start transaction. So after we start the transaction, now what can we do is, now if you will just log the value of the booking, then it will give you the whole user object and the whole movie object as well. So what can we do with that? So we can do one thing. So we can just first move on to the booking dot user field. So now we have the user, and then we can move on to the user dot bookings inside the bookings array. So if we want to delete that record from the bookings array, so if you want to delete this booking from that bookings array, we have a function to call the pull. So we have the pull function inside the Mongoose to pull that record from that bookings array. So it will just delete this booking from that user's booking array. So we can just use the pull, and it should be equals to the booking. So we need to just remove this booking, and after that we need to do same with the movies. So we can have the booking dot movie dot bookings dot pull. So again we need to use the pull record. We need to pull a record again from there, and it should be again the booking. And after that what we need to do is again we need to just save that record as well. So we need to save those records. We should also use the await as well, because so here as well we need to use the await, and here as well we need the await. After that we need to just save their records as well. So we can again have the await. It should be the booking dot movie dot save. So we need to save their records as well, but to save we need to pass here the sessions as well. So we need to pass this session, and then same for the user as well. So we can have the booking dot user dot save, then we need to pass the same session again. So in the same session we need to just do all of those things, and after that if everything works fine, then we can just commit the transaction with the session dot commit transaction. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, like now you can see, if we now just get all of those bookings. So if we now just click on the get, so I have created another booking as well. I think we don't have the get all bookings, so we can just move on to the database, and then we can just refresh the collection of the bookings. So here you can see now we should have, so we need to move on to the bookings, then we should have 2 bookings here. So now we have 2 bookings with that, with the movie this and the user this. So now what we can do is now we can just grab this booking ID which ends with 9016. So we can just add this movie ID. So we can just get this booking ID. So we can just move on to the postman, and then we can just click on the delete, and then we can just paste this ID. If we now just click on the send, and I have added a console.log of the booking as well, so we can just verify that log as well. So here this is the final code. So it should be the booking equals to the await. We have the bookings.find by add and remove, and then we need to pass here the ID, and then we need to populate the records of the user and movie, and then this will be the final code. So now we can just move on to the MongoDB, and then we can just refresh the collection of that bookings. So we can just refresh those collection, and after that what can we do is now we can just grab the first ID of that. So we can remove this booking ID with the 016 at the end. So if we now just pass this ID here, we now just pass this ID, if we now just click on send, so now that should be deleted, and now you can see now we got the message as this successfully deleted. And now we can see that we had this movie booking ID as the 016, and now we can just check with the user if the user still has that booking. So if we now just save, and now you can see now the user don't have that booking ID. Now we can just move on with the movies as well. So we can just move on with the movies, and then the movies also will not have that booking ID. Now you can see in that bookings, that new booking, now we don't have that booking ID. So it means that everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have completed the API of our project, and now we can just add the missing things of our API as well. Like in the users, we can just get all of those movies, all of those book movies. So for that we can just create another function. So it can be export const, and it can be the get bookings of user. So we can just define this function. So it should be equals to again the async, and then it will contain the request, response, and the next as the parameters. We can have these 3 parameters, and after that what can we do now? First we need to get the ID of the user as well. So we can have the const ID will be equals to the request dot params dot ID. So we need to refer to the ID. Now what we need to do is first we need to define here the let bookings. So here we can just define try catch block again. So we can have here the try catch. So in the catch we can just provide here the error, and then we can just return console.log the error. So it should be the return console.log the error. And now in the try what we can do again, so we can just provide the bookings would be equals to, we can have the await, and then we can just refer to the bookings collection. So it should be the bookings.find by ID. So we can just provide here the bookings.find only. So in the find we can just provide here the query. So we can just provide that user from that booking. So we can have that user inside that booking. So in the user we need to provide the ID of the user. Like now we need to find all of those records with the user's ID. So now in the bookings we are just defining the query, like we need to just find all of those records if the user ID matches this ID, and now it will just provide us all of those collections. So it will just provide all of those records, and then we can just check some validation, like if the bookings is a false value, then we can just return. the response.status will be equals to, we can provide the 500.json, and it will be equals to the message like unable to get bookings. After that, we can just return the response.status to the 200.json. It will contain the bookings only. If we now just save, so now we need to move on to the user routes as well, and here as well we can just define another request. So it should be the user route dot get the bookings dash id. So here what is the route? So we have the user slash booking slash id of that user, so we need to provide the id with that. If we now just save, and now we need to just define that function as well. So it should be the get users bookings, get bookings of that user. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the Postman again, we can move on to the user, and then it should be the user slash bookings as that id of that user. So we have only one user as of now, so we can just copy that record, then we can just provide the id of that user. So if we now just click on the send, so now you can see now we got this booking with that user. So we have this user with that booking, so now we only have one booking with that user as well. Everything is working perfectly fine. And here as well you can see in the MongoDB we only have one booking as of now with this id AF, and here as well we have the id of the AF. Everything is working perfectly fine. If we have missed a route or a controller function, then we will create that later. So now our API is complete, and now let's move on to the front end. So congratulations on creating that complex API and very advanced API. So now let's move on to the front end of our application.
So now the backend operations are being completed, and now we need to move ahead to the front end part as well. So now we need to build the UI of this application. So the backend has been completed, and now the UI part is remaining. So now let's see the functionalities and the front end workflows of the UI. So first there will be the user, and then there will be the admin. So we'll be having different functionalities for the user, and we will be having the different functionalities for the admin. So for the user can view all of their movies, and he needs to authenticate before proceeding to the booking. So for creating the booking, user needs to authenticate, and user can add or delete the bookings as well from the profile, and he can view the profile page as well. So that is a functionality of this user. And if we move ahead to the admin part, so the admin can also view all of the movies, and he also needs to log in for creating the movies for the bookings. So the admin creates the movies as per our functionality, so he needs to authenticate before proceeding for the movies, and then he or she can add the movies as well for the booking. So the admin had the functionality of adds the movies for the booking, and then he can also see the profile page as well with all the movies he has added. And now let's see the requirements of the front end. So for the front end, we need the requirements of the front end. Like first, we need the header, and we'll be using the React Router version 6.0 with the header, and then we'll be using the Redux as a state management for the authentication states. So we'll be having the complex state management like the authentication state, so we'll be using the Redux for handling the state management logics. And then we'll be having the Axios API calls as well. So we'll be having the API calls with the Axios, which is a third-party promise-based HTTP library which we can use to make the API calls. And then we'll be having the different interfaces for the admin and the user. So admin will have the different interface, and the user will have different. So for the admin, we'll be having the links of adding the movies, and for the user, we'll be having the screens for editing the booking, for creating the booking, and for deleting the booking, and for booking all of the movies as well. So that will be the functionalities of the admin and the user. And now let's see the screens as well of this application which we need. So we need the home page with the featured movies. So we'll be having the home page of the application, and then we'll be having the featured movies, and there will also be the search bar as well on the top of the navigation bar where we can search for any movie. And then we have the screens of the movies, correct? We have the all movies page, and then we have the edit page, we have the add page, and then we'll be having the delete page as well. And then we'll be having the authentication forms as well. So for the admin login and the user login, we'll be using the same authentication forms, and then we'll be having the profile pages as well for both of the user, for the admin and the users. So these are the functionalities and the workflows and the screens of the front end. And now let's dive into the front end, and we will be creating a React application, and then we'll be designing our application. So now we are into the VS Code, and now for a moment we can stop the backend server, and then we can move ahead to the front end part. So we can just stop the backend server, and then we can move ahead into the root directory, parent directory. And now what we can do, so here we can just create a brand new ReactJS application. So for creating the brand new ReactJS application, what do we need to do? So we need to run the command of the npx. It would be the create -react-app, and then the name of the application, like in this case it can be the movies. So that will be the React application, and then we need to hit enter, and then it will ask you for proceeding. So we need to click on the Y. So we need to enter Y, and then we need to hit enter. So it will just install the brand new ReactJS application inside this directory. So we need to wait till it completes the installation for that. So the React app has been created, and now we can move ahead into the source directory inside the React application, and then we can move on into the app.js, and then you can see now we have some unnecessary code. So we can remove that to make it simpler. So we can remove from the header till the header, and then we can also remove the class name equals to the app, because here we don't need the CSS as well. So here we will also remove the logo as well, and then we'll remove the CSS import as well. And then inside this div we will just render the hello as of now. And after that, what do we need to do? So we need to move on into the index.js, which is a root directory. Here we render the root, and then we render the app component inside that root. And now we need to remove here the report web vitals, because we don't need that, because these are for the performance issues. And then we can remove that as of now. And then we can also remove from here as well, because we don't need the complexity anyhow. And then now we can just move on into the index.css import as well. And then the HTML will by default give you the margin of the 8 pixels. So we need to give the margin of the 0. So as we have the margin equals to 0, so we can also provide the padding as well for the 0. So we can give the padding of the 0. And now we enter the movies, and now we need to start this application as well. So for starting the application, we all know that we need to run the command of the npm start to start the React application, and it will just open the local development server on the port of the 3000 on our machine. So we need to wait till it compiles the new ReactJS application. So now the React app has been compiled, and now we can move ahead to the browser as well, and it has opened the browser window as well. So we can move on to the browser. So here you can see now we have rendered the hello inside that. So now everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just added the default setup of the ReactJS application. So now we can just start the development of this application. So first we need to remove the hello from here, and now we can remove that, and now we need to enter the things that we want to render here. So first inside the app.js there will be the header. So we can write the header, and after the header, now what we need to do, so we need to render the home page as well, and then we need to subscribe for the different routes and add some different components for the routes. So we need to do a lot of things there. So first let me start with the header. So we can just start with the header component first. So now what we need to do, so in the source we can just create a new folder. It can be the components, and inside this components, so we can just create directly a new file that can be the header.js. That can be the header file. And here what can we do, so we can run here the RAFCE to add a default setup of the ReactJS component. So with the RAFCE, it will just add here the import statement from the React, and it will add here the header component. So now we have the header component, and then we are just exporting the header component as a default export. So here we have this component, and after that what can we do, so now instead of this header we can just directly render here the header component inside the app.js. So we can render the header component inside the app.js, and if we save, if we just move on to the application, so here you can see now the header component is being rendered. And now what we need to do as the next step, so now we need to design this header. So for designing the header, what we can do, so we can just have here the header on the screen, and then first there will be the logo of this application, and then we'll be having the search bar inside the header, and then we'll be having some links on the right. So now let's design this as well. So we can move on to the paint. So like that would be the header. So we need this header on the top of the screen. And then what do we need to do? So first we need to render a logo. So suppose this will be the logo, and after that I think we can just render the search bar in the center of the navigation bar. So after that there will be the search bar like this, and that will be the search bar, and then we'll be adding some icons inside the search bar as well. And after that we will just have some text links inside that, and then on the right side we'll be having the text links. So that will be the functionality of this header. So we'll be having the links of like moving to the all movies page, or like moving to a different page and then moving to a different page. So now what we will do, so now let's move on and let's create this header of this application. So now I will just close this page. So now for doing that, now what we can do, so we can just move on to the materialui.com. So we can move on to the MUI.com. So we have the MUI, and then we can just search for the MUI, and then you can see this is the home page of the MUI. So as we have discussed earlier, so we'll be using the Material UI for designing our application. So what we can do, so here we can just click on the get started, and then you will see here the installation link as well. So here inside the left, you can see now we have the tab of the installation. So I will select with the npm. So we can just click on the copy, and then we can just move into the terminal, and then we can just move on into the movies, and then we can just paste this command to install the Material UI inside this application. So we can just hit enter, and the Material UI will be then installed within very few moments. And then till the Material UI installs, now we can just move on into the Material UI, and then we can just see that how we can build the header. So we have the component inside the Material UI, which is the app bar. So we can just search for the app bar. So the app bar will allow us to create the navigation bar. So the app bar will give you the functionality, like it give you the basic functionality of the navigation bar. It will give you the blue background nav tag with the HTML. So in the HTML we have the nav tag. So it give you the blue background and the pre-designed nav tag in which we can add some content. And then we can see the demos as well. So here we have the demos, and then you can just learn about this app bar inside this page. And then if you don't know about the app bar and if you want to learn all of the things of the Material UI, then I have a separate course of the Material UI on the Udemy, so you can buy that as well. So now let's see the demos of the app bar. So here we have the demos. So like now you can see this is the navigation bar. So this is the app bar which we can use. So this is the basic app bar, and then we have the app bar with the menus as well. So we have the menu of the user as well, like profile or my account. And then we have so many things, like we have the MUI, and then we have the search bar as well inside the app bar. So these are some navigation bar that we can use inside the Material UI. So we'll build the navigation bar from the scratch. And now what we need to do, so now there's another component in the Material UI which is the toolbar. So the toolbar will provide you some basic structure of the navigation bar. So the toolbar provides you a structure in which we can add the elements. So it adds some structure inside the navigation bar. So what can we do? So now I think the Material UI has installed, and now we can just move ahead to the header component, and here instead of this div, now what we can do, so we can just remove this, and then we can just have the app bar from the Material UI. So we can have the app bar from the Material UI, and here we can import the app bar as well. So we can import something, it should be from MUI material. So we can import at the rate MUI material, and that should be equals to the app bar. So the app bar is now imported, and now inside this app bar, so if we render the content like the hello, if we save, if we just move on to the application, but now you can see now we don't have any structure of the navigation bar. So the width is okay, but the height is very less. So what we can do, so we can just provide the toolbar to add some structure. So inside the navigation bar, we have the property of the toolbar as well. So we have the toolbar which adds some basic structure of the navigation bar. So with the toolbar we have some structure. So in the toolbar, if we just save, and now you will see now the header is looking good. So we have the toolbar, we have everything in structure, even the navigation bar. And now we can just render anything like the hello inside that as well. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the hello inside that. So the first thing inside the toolbar, what we can do, so we can just render here the logo of this application. So for rendering the logo, so we can again move on to the Material UI, and then we can search for the icons. So Material UI also provides you the icons as well. So we need to install a different package for the icons. So you can install this package, that MUI icons dash material. So we can just copy that, and then we can just move on to the terminal again. So then we can run the npm install and this package, and then we can hit enter. So it will install the icons package inside this application. Until then we can search for any icon as well. So here we can just search for any icon, like we can search for the movie, and if we just hit enter, so like now you will see now we have some icons of the movie. So we can just get this icon, this is looking good, so we can just get this icon, and then we can move on, and then we can just paste this icon here. So now we have the movie icon inside that, and now we need to render the movie icon. So first we need to render a container for the icon. So for the container we can use the box from Material UI. So the box is just a div container, as we have the div inside the ReactJS inside the HTML. So we have the box inside the Material UI to add the container. So with the box we can just provide some styling as well. So the Material UI components we can just provide the inline stylings as well. Like now you can see we have the box, we can just provide the styling of the width. So the width would be something around, we can give it 20% of the navigation bar would be allocated to the icon, and then we can just have the movie icon as well. So we can have the movie icon with that. So if we save, if we just move on to the application once again, so now you will see now we have the movie icon inside that. So now the icons has been rendered, and now what we need to do as the next step, so after the movie, then as we have discussed that we'll be having the search bar onto the middle of the navigation bar. So how can we add the search bar as well? So for adding the search bar, we can just move on again into the Material UI. So we have a component for the search bar. So if we just search for the autocomplete, and then we have the autocomplete component for the search bar. So this widget is useful for setting the value of a single line text box. So we have the text box, like now you can see this is a combo box, as we use the old version of combo boxes. So this is the list that we want to use. So we want to touch for this, and then we can search for any list as well. Like if we just remove this, if we just search for the Godfather. So like now you can see now we have the Godfather inside that. So we need this type of thing inside the center of the navigation bar. So we can just search according to our preference. So like now you will see this is also very good navigation bar. So this is also the navigation bar, and we have this as well. So we can just search for any items as well inside that. So we can have this, it's like this. So we can just get this navigation bar, and this is looking good. So what we can do, so we can just click on the code, and then what we can do, so we can just copy that autocomplete from there. So we can just copy that, and then we can move on to the front end again, and then here we can just paste the autocomplete as well. But before pasting that, now I think we need to define the container as well for the autocomplete. So again, we can have the box component, which is a div, and then we can just provide some styling as well, like we can allocate the width of something around 50% to the search bar. So with the box we can provide the width of the 50%, and I think we can also provide some more stylings, like we can provide the margin from the right, like margin from, so we can give the margin equals to the auto. So if we save, and then we need to render here the autocomplete, so we can just paste that autocomplete here. So now we can just import the autocomplete as well. So you need to press Ctrl and space, and then you can just auto import the autocomplete, and then we have the ID as well, so we can remove the ID as well from there. We don't need the ID, and now we have this autocomplete inside that. So if we just save, I think the top 100 films is not defined. So the top 100 films, I think this is the array which we need to render the values. So we can just define the dummy array as of now. So we can have the const, we can have the dummy array that should be equals to the items. So we can just add some items, like we need to add the items like movies, like we can have the movie as the memory, we can have the movie like Brahmastra, we can have the movies like Forrest Gump. So now we have these movies, and now what we can do, so we can just use the dummy array with that. So we can just remove the top 100 films, and then we can use the dummy array with that. So we can just have the dummy array, and then we need to import the text field as well. So the text field is used for the input text. So here it is aligned with the text field, so that we can just search for anything. So like now you will see, now we have the text field, and then we have the label as well. So for the label we can just search for the movies. We can have a search, we can have the label of the search across movies, and now we can just save, and then we can move on to the application once again. So now you will see, if we refresh, now we have this autocomplete into the center of that screen. So currently it is not into the center, but if we add the links, then it will be added into the center. So what do we need to do inside that? So here, if we just click on the search, I think we have an error, so we can just check the error as well inside the console. So I think the above error occurred in the forward ref in the autocomplete, so cannot read the property label of the undefined. So if we again move on to the autocomplete, so here you can see now inside the options we are using the dummy array.map, and then we have the option value, but here we don't have the object of the title. So we don't have the key of the title, so we can remove the title key, and again we can move on to the application. So here you can see now we have the search across multiple movies, and if we click that, so now you will see now we have all of the things. So we have the memory as well, we have the Brahmastra as well, and if we click any of the item, so we get the item onto the top of the autocomplete as well, and then we can just search as well. So we can search for the Forrest Gump. So here you can see now we have the value as well. So now the autocomplete is also working perfectly fine. And now you will see, once we will just click on the autocomplete, so now you will see now the text is gone, and now we cannot see anything with that. So now you can see now the content is overlapping the header and the screen. So what we can do, so we can just change the variant of the text field as well. So in the text field we have different variants as well. So by default this is the variant of the outline, so we can remove that, and instead of that we can use the variant of the standard. So we can have the variant equals to the standard. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, so if we just refresh, so now you will see now we have the standard variant. So with the standard we have just underline, and then we have the placeholder with that, and then we can just search for any movie like this as well. So now you will see everything is working perfectly fine. And now after this, now we can just render here the links as well onto the right side, and then we will just design the final layout of the navigation bar. And now we need to define some links. So after this, now we can just define another container for the links, and for adding the links again we can move on to the material UI. So we have the component of the tabs. So we can just use the tab components of the material UI. So the tabs are very useful. So like now you will see this is a tab. So the tabs uses the highlighter as well. So if we are just on the one page, so that page would be highlighted, and if we are on the two page, then the two page would be highlighted, and if we are into three, then the three tab would be then highlighted. So these are the functionalities of the tabs that we will use, and then we have these tabs. So now we will use the tabs as well. So now again we can just provide here the another container for the div. So after the autocomplete we can just define a box again for adding the tabs. So for this we need the display as well, because we need the items next to each other, so we need the display. So for the box we can provide the display, it should be equals to the flex, so we need the flex layout, and then inside that we can just enter all of the items. So here we have the tabs component. So here we have the tabs component, which is the parent element of the tabs. So the tabs uses the parent and the child element. So the parent element holds the value of the child element. So we have the parent, so the tabs holds the value of the child tabs as well. So for the child tab we have the tab component for the child, so we can just import that tab as well, and that tab is now used for the child. and this is the self-closing tag. For rendering the text inside the tab, we need to write the label. So we have the label prop to add some text, and if we provide the label equals to anything, like we can provide the admin. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so like now you will see now we have the admin with that. So here you can see now we have the admin tab. So these are the functionalities of the tabs, and then we can just provide another tab that should be equals to the admin, and then we can provide the auth as well. So we have the auth. So like now you will see now we have the admin and the auth, and here we can just provide another tab that should be equals to the all movies. So we can have the movies. So like now you will see now we have the functionalities of the tabs as well with the links as well. So like now you will see as we see inside the material UI. So if we select any tab, so that tab will be then highlighted. So now we don't have this functionality as of now. So what do we need to do to get this functionality? So now the tabs holds the values of the child tabs, and this works like an array. So the tabs, if we provide the tabs, we can provide the value prop for highlighting. So we have the prop of the value. So if we provide the value equals to the 0, then the first tab would be highlighted. And if we provide the value equals to the 1, then this tab would be highlighted. And if we provide the 2, then this tab would be highlighted. So if we just save, so now you will see now that tab would be then highlighted. So I think the color of the highlighter is blue, so that's why we have the blue background and the blue color, so that's why it is invisible. So we can just change the value, like we can just change the value equals to the 1. So then I think this tab would be hidden. So like now you will see this tab would be hidden. So we can also change the values of the indicator color as well. So we have the values of the indicator color. So that should be equals to, we can provide any color like secondary color. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so like now you will see now we have the indicator color as well, but I think the text color is not there, so we can just put the text color as well. So we can have the text color that should be equals to the white, or we can just have the inherit from the parent. So if we just save, so like now you will see now the admin is highlighted, and now we can move on with the movies as well. So if we provide the value as the 0, then the first tab would be highlighted. So like now you will see the movies tab would be highlighted. So these are the functionalities of the tabs inside the material UI. And now with that, we can just create a functionality in which we can just click any of the link, then that link should be not highlighted. So what we can do to do that? So first we need to provide the value as the dynamic value. So as of now we have the static value of the 0. So we need to use the state handling in which we will just provide the dynamic value, and then we'll update the state whenever the new tab is highlighted. So first we will use the use state from the React. So we can use the use state, we can just get the value, and then we have the set value, and by default value would be we can give the 0. And then we can just save, and then we need to import the use state as well. So the use state is imported, and now what we can do, so once we will get the value, so first we will just provide the value as the dynamic value from the use state, and then we have the prop of the on change. So we have the on change prop inside the tabs, inside the container of the tabs. So when the tab would be then changed, so when any different tab is clicked, so the on change is called. So the on change gives you the event and the value as well. So with the on change, it will give you the callback parameters as the event, and inside the second parameter it gives you the value as the value. So we can just get the value from there, and then the event will give you the current event, the event which is fired, and then the second parameter is give you the value. You can get the set value that should be equals to the actual value that we got. So just if we now just save, so what are we doing there? So we have the tabs, and then we have the value equals to a dynamic value which we are using inside the state, and then with the on change function as well. So if we just change any tab, then the set value would be then updated, and that tab would be then highlighted. So if we just save, so if we just refresh the page once again, so now you will see once we will just click on the movies, so now you will see the movies highlighted. Once we will just click on the admin, so now you will see the admin is highlighted, and once we will just click on the auth, so the auth page is highlighted. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed the tabs functionality as well. And now the next step would be, now we can just improve the navigation by a little bit. So we can just change the background color, and I think the width of this autocomplete is too much, so we can just decrease the width a little bit. So we can just move on, and then we can just provide the width of something around 30%. So that should be enough. So if we just save, so now you will see now we'll have the width of the 30%, and it will be aligned into the center of the screen. So everything should work perfectly fine. And now the next step is, now we can just provide here the different color for the navigation bar. So for providing the different color, what we can do, so we can just move on into the app bar, and then we can just provide the SX prop with that. So the SX prop is used to provide some custom CSS styling for any component of the material UI. So it accepts the value of the JavaScript object, which is the styling objects. So like now you can see we get the color of the BG color. So we need to give the property of the BG color as the background color. So we can give this property, and then we can just give the value as well. So we can just give any dynamic value, or like we can give any hex value with that. So for this value, what we will do, so we will give the hex value of hash. So that should be hash 2b2d42. So that would be value. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have this value as well, and now you will see now we have the search bar as well, and now this is looking good. And now we can just change the color of the search bar as well. So what we will do, so we'll just move on into the text field, and then we'll provide the sxprop once again. That should be equals to the color. We need to provide the color property, that should be equals to the white. So we'll just provide the color for directly the input element. So we'll just wrap this input inside an object, and we will just refer to the input. We will just refer to the input component, and then we will just provide the custom styling for the input tag. So we have the input tag, and then we'll provide the color equals to the white. So if we just save, so now you will see, once we will just click on this, so now you will see, now we have the white color of the text. And now we can just remove the label, and then we can use the placeholder instead of that. So we can have the placeholder instead of the label. So if we just save, so now you will see, if we remove everything from there, so now you will see, now we have the search across multiple movies, and then we can search for any movie as well. So now as the next step, now what we can do as the next step, so here now you can see, now we are rendering the dummy data inside that. So now we need to render the actual data inside the autocomplete component. So what we can do, so we can just make a request to the backend. So for making a request to the backend, we need the Axios package, which is a third-party library, which is a third-party promise-based HTTP library, which we can use to make Axios request. So first we can install the Axios inside the front end. So we can have the npm install as the Axios. So with that, the Axios would be then installed. So once we will just move on into the header component, so we will run the use effect code here. So we'll run here the effect code as the side effect. So the use effect will run after the component is being rendered. So we can just run here the use effect. So inside the use effect, we will call the API. So what we can do, so for making a request to the backend, so we'll just create a new folder inside the source, that can be the API helpers. And now inside the API helpers folder, now we can just declare a file as the API helpers, and we will just call the API from that file only. So we'll just export all of the functions that will be related to the API. So we'll get the user, we'll add the user, we will just have the login, and we will have all of the API requests that will be available inside the API helpers. And then we need to call only those functions. So inside the API helpers, we can just declare a new file. It can be api-helpers.js. So that would be this file, and here we can just define the reusable functions. So first function would be getting all of the movies from the backend. So we can just define a new function. It can be export const, it can be the get all movies. So it can be get all movies, and that should be equals to a function, and this will be async function as well. So we need to write the async as well. And then what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to make a request to the backend. So first we can just import the Axios from the Axios to make a request. So we can import the Axios, and now after that, what do we need to do? So we need to run the get function from the Axios. So in the Axios, we have the namespace of the Axios, and then the Axios have a get function. So we can have the Axios.get, and the get function is used to make a get HTTP request. So I think that would be the incorrect sign. So now you will see, now we have the Axios.get function, and in the get function we need to pass here the URI. So for the URI, we can just pass here the HTTP. That should be equals to the localhost, the port of the 5000/movie. So that is the URL of getting all of the movies inside that. And then the Axios.get will return a response. So we need to wait for this response as well, and then we need to get the data as well from that response. So for doing that, we can just store the response inside a variable. We can have a const response that will be equals to the Axios.get, and then this is a database operation. So we need to wait for this, and then we need to run the catch as well, because if we get an error, we will just log that error as of now. So we'll have the console.log that error. And now after that, what do we need to do? So we need to run the validation check as well. So if the response, so with the response, we can run the validation, like if the response.status, so we have the status property, so it will give you the actual status number. So we can just check the validation with the status, like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, which is okay, then what we can do, then we can just return the console.log that should be equals to no data with that. And now after that, if the response is successful, then what we can do, so we can just retrieve the data from that response. So now for retrieving the data, now what we can do, so first we need to define the variable as the data, and that should be equals to the response.data. So we have the data inside that to get the actual data from that response. And now response.data is also a promise, so we need to wait for this as well. So again, we can run the await, and after all of that, when we will get the data, then we will just return the data from there. So we'll just return the data. So that would be a request for getting all of the movies from the backend. And now for running this request, now what do we need to do? So we need to move on into the backend. So we can just move on into the backend terminal. We can move on into the backend directory, and then we can just start the application from the backend as well. So we can just run the command of the npm start. And now what we need to do as the next step, so now we need to move on into the header, and here we can run the use effect code. So we can run the use effect, and inside the use effect, what do we need to do? So we need to add the callback to run the function, and then as the second parameter of the use effect, we need to render here the dependency list. Inside the second parameter, if we provide the empty array of the dependencies, then the use effect will only run one time after the component is being rendered, And if we provide any value like the state value inside the array of dependencies, so the use effect will rerun after the state value has been changed. So now inside the use effect, what we can do, so we can just run here the get all movies. So we can have the get all movies from the API helpers file, and the get all movies will return a response as well. So we need to get the response, so we can run the then statement, and then with the then we will just retrieve the actual data. So as of now we will just log the data as of now. So we'll have the console.log that data, and now we can run the catch as well, because that's a database operation and it can fail as well. So we can run the catch error, and we will run console.log as the error. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so if we just move on into the inspect in the console, now you will see now inside that we have an object. So inside the use effect, now we have an object inside that. So if we just get that object, now you will see now we get the actual data. So we are getting the movies data with that, and I've added the actual data of the movies instead of the dummy data. So earlier inside the backend we were using the dummy data, so now I removed the dummy and I've added the actual data inside the movies array. So we have the 0 element, we have the memory, then we have the rocketry, then we have the Shamshera, then we have all of the movies with that. And now what we can do, so we can just render all of the movies inside this autocomplete component. So what we can do to do that, so here we can just use another state variable. We can use the use state, and then once we make a request to the backend, so we'll grab that data and then we will just store that data inside the state, and then we will just render the data inside the autocomplete. So for that we can use another state variable, so that can be the use state again, and then we'll get the variable of the movies, and then the set movies, and by default value will be undefined or it can be the empty array. And after that, what do we need to do? So once we will just get the data of that movies, so now instead of doing this, now we can have the set movies, that should be equals to, we can have the data dot movies. So we'll get the movies object inside the data. So as we were getting the movies object, so we can just store the data dot movies with that. And after that, what do we need to do as the next step? So here, instead of this dummy array, now we can just render the movies. So what we can do, so inside the autocomplete, we can just run here the validation, like when we will have the movies, then we can just have here the movies dot map and the options with that. And now in the options we have the title as well inside that. So for every movie now we have the title, so we can just directly run the option dot title to add the title object as well from the movies. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, if we refresh the page once again, so if we just click on the search, so now you will see now we are getting all of the movies inside the autocomplete as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now you will see now we don't need the dummy array, because now we are rendering the actual data inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine again. And now as the next step of the header, now what do we need to do? So we need to change the URLs once we will just move on to a different page. So we need to create this functionality as of now. So what we can do, so we can use the router from the React router. So we can have the React router, we can just search for the React router, and then we have the React router of the 6.4 which is available. So we have the 6.4 router in which we can use the new functionalities of the React router 6. So what we can do, so we can just install the React router to navigate to the different pages of the application. So we can just install the React router as of now. So what we can do, so we can just install the React router from there. So now what do we need to do? So again we need to move on into the terminal, and then we can just run the command of the npm install, that should be equals to the react dash router dash dom. So with that we can install this React router DOM with that. And now the React router DOM is now installed, and now we can just use the router with that. And now for adding the routing functionality inside this application, we need to follow some steps. Like first we need to move on into the index.js, and then we need to wrap the app component with the routing. So how can we do that? So first we need to import something from the React router, and that should be equals to the browser router. So we need to import from the React router DOM, so we need to add that, and that should be the browser router. So the browser router is like a routing feature which will be added to the app component. So we can just wrap the app with the browser router, and then we can just wrap that app. So now we have wrapped, and now what we need to do as the next step, so we can just move on into the app.js, and now let's set up the routing onto the different tabs. So first we will just add the routing inside the tabs components. So now you will see, so now what do we need to do? So here inside the tab we have the prop of the link component. So we have the prop of the link component, in which what we will do, so we can just provide the separate link component, so it accepts the value of a different component. So with the link component accepts a component inside the props. So for the link component we can give the value of another component, and then the functionality would be of the component that we have provided to the link component, but the styling would remain of the tab. So that is a functionality of the link component. So inside the link component, what do we need to do? So we can just use the link from the React router DOM. So inside the React router DOM we have the link parameter, in which we have so many functionalities, in which we can just move on to the different URLs. So with the link, now we can just provide the props of that link as well inside the tab. So once we will just provide the link component, so the functionality would be added of that component that we provided, and all of the props of that component would also be available, but the styling would remain of the tab. So here inside that we can just render the prop of the to. So in the link component we have the prop of the to navigate to the different page. So we can have the to that should be equal to the slash movies. So we can have this prop. And now if we now just save, if we now move on to the application, if we refresh the page, so now you will see once we will just click on the movies. So now you will see now we are into the different route. So now you will see now we are into the movies page, and now we don't have any content of any different page once we are into the movies. And now we can just do same for the admin and the auth as well. So we can just copy that link component and the to prop. So we can just copy and paste those here. So we can have the link component slash it should be the admin slash it should be the auth. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see once we will just click on the admin, so now you will see now we are into the admin page, and once we are on the auth, so now we are having onto the auth route. So now what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to subscribe for this route as well. So once we are on the movies, so we need to move on to the movies page. Once we are on the admin, so we need to move on to the admin, and once we are onto the auth, so we need to move on to the auth page. So now we need to subscribe for this routing pages. So we can move on into the app.js. So the routing, we need to provide the wrapper for the routing as well. So we can just provide the section, and then inside the section we can just provide all of the routes. So the header, so we won't provide the header inside the routing because the header would be available all over the application. So the header would be available throughout the application, because even if we move on to the different page or any invalid page, then we still see the header so that the user can verify and user can move on to the different page from the header. So for that we can just provide the router. So first for adding the router, so we have the route property inside the React Router DOM. So we have the routes, and that is a container of the routes. So the routes is a container, and now we need to render the child routes with that. So we need to write every single route with that. So first we can render the route prop, which is the child route, and now with the child route, now what we need to do, so we need to pass here the prop that should be equals to the path, and the path would be equals to slash movies. So then if the path would be equals to the movies, then we need to render here the different element. So we can just render the element as well. So we have the prop of the element. So now we need some different components as well before creating these routes. So what we can do, so we can move on to the components, and here we can just provide another folder that should be equals to the admin, and then for the admin we will just provide all of the routes of that admin. So as of now we will just have the admin.js, so that will be the admin.js, and again we can have the functionality of the RFCE, and again we can move on into the components folder. We can just move on into the components, and then we will have the folder of the movies, and then in the movies then we will have the component of the movies here .js, and then what we need to do, so we need to add the RFCE once again. So now we can move on to the app.js, and after the movies then we can move on, and then we can just define the home page as well. So in the components we can just define the home page.js. So with the home page again we can render the default setup of the React application with the RFCE. So we can render this, and then what do we need to do as the next step? So now we can just render the different routes for the different element. So first let's start with the default route at the slash route slash localhost 3000, and then the element would be the home page. So we need to render the element of the home page. So we need to directly render the home page element with that. And now as the next step, now what do we need to do as the next step? So we need to copy this route. We can just paste this route again, and that should be equal to the slash movies. So for the movies, now we need to render the movies page. So that should be equals to the movies. And now the next step is, now we can just copy that route once again, and then we can move on, and then we can just provide the different route here. So here we can just provide the route of the admin. So that should be equals to the admin with that. And now we need to provide the route for the auth as well. So we can just provide for the auth. So I think the admin is not imported, so we can import the admin, and then we can just provide for the auth as well. So we can just declare another folder inside the components that should be equals to the auth, and inside that auth we can just provide another file that should be the auth.js. And now inside that, what do we need to do? So again we can enter the RFCE to the default setup, and then we can move on into the app once again, and then we will just render here the auth.js with that. So we'll render the auth component with that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? And now we need to move on into the app.js, and then we need to subscribe for the auth route as well. So we can have the path equals to slash auth, and this should be slash admin and not the movies. This should be admin, and then the component would be, I think this time there should be the auth. So that will be the auth. So if we now just save, if we now move on to the application, if we now just move on to the movies, so now you will see now we enter the movies page. but I think we didn't see anything like the content of the movies. I think the movies is now hidden behind the navigation bar. So we need to change the position of the navigation bar first. So we can just move on into the header.js. So by default, the position is the fixed of the navigation bar, and that's why we didn't see any content behind that. So what do we need to do? So we need to provide the position of the sticky so that it should be sticky to the top, and then we can just see any content after that. So with the app bar, so what we can do? So we can just provide the position as well. So with the app bar, we can just have the position prop, and that should be equals to the sticky. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so here you can see now we are into the movies. So if we are into the movies page, now we are into the movies, and if we are into the admin, now we are into the admin page, and if we just click on the auth, now we are into the auth component. And if we just move everything out there, if we just move on to the default page, now you will see now we are into the home page with that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the routing functionality has also been implemented inside this application. So we have implemented the functionality of the React router, but we could have also used the HTML anchor tag as well instead of these links. But because with the anchor tag, the page will be refreshed and the page reloading is very slow. That's why we have used the React router, which is very fast. So then you can see, for example, if we click on any of the link, then you can see the page refreshing is very fast and the page even doesn't reload. And that's why we have used the React router. And one more thing, that the React router uses a single page application approach, but with the anchor tag, the page will be refreshed and the whole URL would be changed. So that's why we use the React router, because it works within this application. So if we add any route like the /admins, then the route will be added after the localhost server. So that's why we have used the React router approach to manage the single page application within this application. So now let's move on with the home page as well. So now the header page is designed, and now we can move on with the home page, and then we will just design the home page of the application, and after that we will just define the movies page. So now let's start with the home page design of our application. So here for the homepage designing, what we will do, so we can just move into the pane to design the homepage as well. So suppose this is a header, and after that inside the homepage, what we will do, so we will just add here the image as a carousel. So there will be the image as a carousel image like this in the center of the screen. And after that carousel image, then we will add a button here, or like we can add some text like view all the movies, and then we will just render each card for each movie. Then we will render here around 4 to 5 cards like this, like we will have here the 4 to 5 cards inside that, like this and this. So like there are 4 cards. So we will just have here the header. So we already have the header, and then we will just add the carousel image. So there will be the carousel image. We can just get a link from any latest release movie, and then we will just add the text of all of the movies with that, or we can add the latest releases, and then we will just follow the cards. So we will just add the cards approach. We will just get the cards with the material UI, and then we will just render each card for each movie. So here we will have 4 movies. So we will just render 4 cards inside that. And after that, I think we can just add another button onto the bottom of the page, and that could be the button of view all movies. And then once you will just click on that button, then we should be redirected to the view all movies page that we have created as the all movies. So that will be the approach of the homepage design. So now let's design the homepage as well. So for designing that homepage, we can move on into the homepage.js, which is the main file of the homepage. And here inside that, what we can do, so here in the homepage, first what we will do, so we need to just remove here the div, because we are in the material UI, so we can use the box from the material UI. So the box is now imported, and now the next is, now we can just define some styling for the box, and this is a container. So we can just define the width of something around 100% of the available screen, and then we can also define the height as well. So the height would also be the 100%. So the height should be 100%, and then we can also define here the margin from the top as well. So we can have the margin from the top. So we need some margin from the top from the header. So we can have the margin top of something around 2, and then we can just define the margin as the auto as well. So we can have the margin equals to the auto. So this margin will be applied from the top, and this margin will be applied to the auto. I think we can move this to here as well, because first we need the auto margin because it will be aligned to the center, and then we need the margin from the top as the 2. And after that, what do we need to do? So after that, we need to just add the carousel image. So for the carousel image, we can again add the container here. So for that container, we can again use the box. So with that box, what we need to do, so we need to add the margin. So the margin would be, we can give the auto again to align it into the center. And then we can also give here the width as well, should be equals to the 80% of the screen. So we need 80% of that width for the container, and then we need the height as well. So we can give the height of the 40% of the available screen for that, and then we can also give some padding as well for them. So we can give the padding that should be equals to the 2. So that would be enough, I think. And now we can just move on, and then we can just add the image. So we can use here the image tag from the HTML, and then we can just define any source and then the alt as well. So now we can just find out the latest release movie, and then we can just add that image here. So I've got this image of a latest release movie, so we can just get that image and then we can just paste the image source here inside this link. And then we can just paste the link inside the image source and then we can just define the alt as well. It can be Brahmast. So that would be the title. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now we have the image and now we can also define the styling for the image as well. So for doing that, we can move on into the image tag of the HTML and then we can give the width of something around the 100% of the container and the height as well for the container. So we'll give the height should be equals to the 100% of the container. So if we just save, so now you will see now this image is looking good and then I think the height is so much for this image. I think the image is so big, so we can just decrease the height of the container. So here we have the height of the 40%. So instead of giving the height of the 40%, we could also give here the 40 as the viewport height. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now the image is looking good. So now the height is in the viewport height. So now the height would be the actual height of the viewport height that is available on this browser. So that would be okay. So now we have this image and now after this image, now what do we need to do? So now we need to add a text here inside that, and after the text, now we add some cards of the movies as well. Like each movie will have each card, like each movie will have a card. So we'll add around 4 cards here and then we'll have a button for redirecting to the all of the movies. So for that, what we can do, so we can just define another container for that. So we can have the another box container for the text. So we can have the box and we can align here the padding should be equals to the 5 around. So 5 padding means 8 into 5, that should be equals to the 45, and then we can also provide the margin as well. So the margin should be equals to the auto. So we need to align it into the center and then we can just add the text as well. So for the text, we can use the typography from the material UI. So the typography is used to add some text inside the browsers. So we can add the typography and then we can add the text and then we can also add the variant of the typography as well. So we have the variant property in the typography which defines that which variant or like the which element you need to render. So we have the different variants here like the body, we have the h1 tag, we have the paragraph tags or any tag that we want to add. So we can just add the h4 tag for the heading tag and then we can also define here the text align. So we have the text align prop as well in this and then we can align the text into the center. So we can do that. So if we just save and then we can just add the text as well, like we can add the text of the latest releases. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the text of the latest releases as well. And for the latest releases, now after that, now below that, now we will add the cards for that. So for using the cards, we can move on into the MUI.com once again to see the cards approach. So here we have the reusable cards that we can use. So the cards approach is very fine for the material UI cards because if we define with the CSS, then it would take a lot of time to design that. So now we can just move on and see the cards. So now you will see these are the cards that we can use. And you can see this card is also looking good. So we can use this card as well. And we have this card as well. So we can use this card as well. And we have so many cards that we can use. And you can see we have this card as well. So what we will do, so we will use this card. So this card will look good. So we can use this card from there. And then we can just copy that card JSX from there. So we can just click on the code and then we can just copy the JSX of the card till the card. So we can just copy that. And what we will do to create the card layout. So first, the card will be there inside the movies. So we can add here the folder of the movies, I think. So we already have the movies and then we will just declare another file that should be equals to the movie item.js. So the movies would be a container and the movie item should be a child card. So here we can again add the RAFCE for a default import of the ReactJS. And here what do we need to do? So instead of this div, we need to paste the card. So we'll paste the card instead of this div inside that. And I think we have missed the return statement. So we have this. So now you can see now we are returning here the card and now we need to import all of the things there from the material UI as well. So we need to import the card, we need to import the card media, we need to import the card content as well, the typography as well, and then we need to import the card actions as well. So we can import that and I think everything should be working fine. So now you will see now the movie item has been created and now this component is a separate card component or a reusable card component which we will use on any of the movie card. So now we can again move on to the home page. So we will use the movie item card here as well. So what we will do, so first we need to define a container. So for defining the container, there would be some properties like here we need the flex box because we need the flex box inside that because we need to render the cards one by one next to each other. So we need the flex layout for that. So again we can move on into the container once again and then inside this container now we can just define a container. So now inside this container now we can just define here the display that should be equals to the flex. So we need the flex layout and we can give here the width as well of something around 80%. So the width would be 80% of the screen and then we can have here the justify content. So with the justify content, we will align the items into the center, and then we can use here the flex wrap as well, because we need to wrap the items as well. So we can have the flex wrap that should be equals to the wrap. So then these are the properties of the flex, and then we can also use here the gap as well, but we will see the gap later. And now inside this container, now we need to render the 4 cards inside that on the screen. So how can we do that? So here we can use the expressions once again, and with the expressions as of now we can use the dummy. So we can have the 1, 2, 3, 4. We can have the 4 elements array. We can have the array of the 4 elements, and then we can run here the map. So we can use the map function from the array, and then from the map we can use the callback, and with the callback we can have the item. And then for the each item, for the each callback item, we will render the card. So we will render the card from the material UI. So we have already created the component of the card. We can use the movie item card with that. So we can have the movie item, and then we will just save as of now. And we can also define here the key as well, because the React needs a key for the list items. So we can have the key that should be equals to the item itself. So we can give the key. So if we just save, I think we have an error inside the movie item.js. So we can move on into the movie item.js file, and here we can just import the buttons as well. So if we just save, so now you will see now the webpack is compiled successfully. So now you will see now we have 4 cards here. So we have this card, we have this, and we have this, and then we have this. So now we have 4 cards in there, and now we need to align these cards as well. What we will do, so we can move on into the movie item.js page, and then you can see now we have the card width. So we can just change the width of the card. So we need the fixed width of the card. So we can give the width of something around 240 would be enough for the card width. So we can give the card width of the 240 or around 250 pixels, and then we need to also give it the height as well. So we can give the height, and the height would be something around, we can give the 320 pixels for the height, and then we can also give the border radius for the card as well. So we can have the border radius, and that should be equals to something around 5 would be okay, I think. And then we can also give the hover state of the card as well. So we need to provide inside the strings for the hover, and then we can just search for the hover, and then we need to provide a separate object of the styling for the hover. And for the separate object, what we will do, so we will have here the box shadow of something around, we can give the box shadow of 10 pixels horizontally, 10 pixels vertically, and the blur of something around 20 pixels would be okay. And then we can give the shadow color as well of the #CCC. So that will give you a little gray color for the shadow. And here with the card media as well. So instead of the card media, we can also use the image as well for the card. So we can use directly the image component of the HTML, and then we can remove the card media import. And for the image, what we will do, so we can just define some stylings for the image as well. So as of now, we can keep the source and alt as an empty, and then we can just provide some styling for the image, like we can define the height of something around, we can give the 50% of the height, and then we can also give here the width as well of around 100% of the card. So the width would be the 100% of the available card. And after that we can move on, and here we have the typography. So here I think we have 2 typographies inside that, so we can keep all of the 2 typographies. So here we will have the title, and then we will have the description of the movie as well. So here we can use the date of the movie as well instead of the description, and then we can just move below, and there you can see now we have the buttons as well. So we can just remove 1 button because we only need 1 button here, and then we can use the button, and then we can just align that button into the center. So we can have the SX prop once again, we can have the margin that should be equals to the auto, so it will be aligned into the center. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, and now you can see the cards are now attached to each other. So now what we can do, so we can just give some gap between them. So for giving the gap, we can move on into the movie item, and then we can just define the margin for each card item. So we can have the margin, and the margin would be something around, we can give the 5 for each card item. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the cards, and now I can see the margin is too much for that. So we can give the margin of something around 2. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you can see now it is looking perfectly good. So now you can see now we have the text as well, and as of now we don't have an image, so that's why we are not seeing any image here. So then we have the heading as well, then we have the description as well, and then we have the button of the share as well. So now you can see now it is looking very good, and then you can see now we have the nice hover effect as well. We are increasing the shadow of the card as well, and now it is looking perfectly good. And as for the design, now we need to add the button as well after the cards. So for that, what we can do, so we can move on into the home page once again. So as for the design, we need to add the button. So for the button, we can also define another container. So that would be equals to the box, and inside this box, what we will do, so we'll just define the display that should be equals to the flex again, and then we can also define here something around, we can give the padding of something around equals to the 5, and then we can also define the margin that should be equals to the auto. So we need the margin of the auto with that, and then we can also define the button inside this container. So the button would contain, I think we can define the button. So the button, we have this button, and with the button we can also define the variant as well for the button. So we can have the different variant of the button. So the variant would be, we can give the outline, and then we can have the margin as well for the buttons. So we can give the SX prop for giving the margin. So we can have the margins inside that, and with the SX we can provide the margin that should be equals to the auto. And then we can also define the color as well for the buttons. So we can give the color, and that should be equals to, we can give the same color of the navigation bar of the header. So we can give the same color. So now this will be the color for that, hash 2D 2B42. So that will be the color. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, I think we have just defined the SX in wrong place. So we need to move that, and we need to define inside the button container. So that would be the button. And after that we need to add the view all movies as well. So we can have the view all movies. So that would be the button. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see below all of that, now we have the view all movies button as well. And now we have just designed the home page, and now we need to just work on the functionality as well. So now let's start with the view all movies. So once we will just click on the view all movies, we should be redirected to the movies page. So for that, what we can do once again, so as we did inside the header, we have just defined the link component for every tab. So we can just do the same for the button as well. So we can provide the link component. So we have the link component of the, again, the React router DOM. So we can import the link from the React router DOM. We can provide that link, and then we can also provide the props of the link as well now. So we can give the props of the to slash that should be equals to the movies. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, and if we reload the page to be on the safer side, if we just click on the view all movies page, if we just click on the view all movies button, and then you will see once we will click it, so now you will see now we are into the movies page. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the design of the front page of the home page is completed, and now we need to work on the functionality page where we have the cards, and now we can just work on the cards as well. So we can again move on to the movie item, and there I think here we have the static data, like here we don't have the source for the image, and then here we have the static title, we have the static date formats, and then we have the static button. So what we can do, so here we need a functionality in which we will just get the things inside the props, because this card is a reusable component and we need to dynamically render this card all of the times. So we need to accept the props inside that. So we'll use the props approach. So we'll accept the props, and then we will just render all of the things from the props. So again, we can get the props. So in the props, we will accept some items, like we will accept the title, we will just accept here the release date of the movie, and then we will accept here the poster URL as well. So we can have the poster URL of that poster, and then we need to get the ID as well from there. So these are the 4 things that we need. So here inside that, what we will do, so we have the lizard. So here instead of this, now we need to add here the title of the movie. So that would be equals to the title of the movie, and here inside the image source, we can also define the source of the source. So we can give the source of the poster URL. So that should be the source, and here inside the alt, we need to define here the alt, like that would be the title. So in the alt, we would provide the title tag again. So that would be the title of that movie. And after that, now what do we need to do? So here we need to render the date. So that would be the date. So what we will do for the date, I think we can remove this, all of this first. So for the date, what do we need to do here? So we can just provide the format of the date. So we can have the new date, and that should be equals to the new date. And then we need to provide the date of the actual date. So that would be the release date. And then we need to convert the date into the real date string. So with the date, it will just give you the actual date with the time as well, and with the time zone as well. So what do we need to do? So we need to convert the date into the local string. So we can have the to date string to convert it into the local date string. So if we just save, so now we will have all of the items with that. So now you will see now we don't have anything with that because we haven't shared anything with the props as of now. So now what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to make a request to the backend once again. So now we need to call the API, and then we need to get all of the movies once again here inside that. So what can we do? So again, we can use that function of the get all movies, and then we can render all of the movies inside the movies page and even inside the home page as well. So what do we need to do for that? So here inside the home layout as well, we can again make a request from the use effect. So we can also run the use effect. So when the component should be rendered, after that we need to run the use effect, and then we need to render here the data for the client side data fetching. So again, we can move on for the home page, and here before the return statement, first we can just define the state to hold the state variable to hold all of the movies inside the state. That should be equals to the movies, set movies, and by default value will be an empty array. And after that, what do we need to do? So we need to render the use effect code. So we can have the use effect, and with the use effect, we can again add the callback function. And after the callback, now we need to add the dependency list as well. So again, we will use the empty dependency list because we don't need to rerun the use effect after the component is being rendered. So here we need to again call here the get all movies. So we need to get the get all movies again, and then this will give you the data. Then we can run the then to get the data from there. So we'll get the data, and then we will just align the data for the set movies. That should be equals to the data dot movies. So we'll get all of the movies with the data. And after that, we can have the catch statement as well, because that's a database operation and it can probably fail as well. So we can have the console.log. That should be equals to that error. So if we just save, and I think we will just get all of the data inside that. So if we just move on into the inspect, if we just move on into the console window, so if we just refresh the page once again, I think we haven't logged all of the values. So now what we can do, so again we can move on after the use effect, and then we can just log the movies as well. So we can just log all of the movies. So if we save with all of that, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see, now we have all of the movies with that. So we have all of the movies that we have just defined inside the backend, and here we have the actual movies as well. So now what we can do for that, so now we can remove the log, and then we can just move on into the container. So we have this container of the movies. So now what do we need to do? So we need to only render this list. So we need to only render these cards when we have the movies. So again, we can again have the movies. So when we will have the movies, and then only we need to render this map. And here we don't need the dummy data as of now. So now we need the actual data. So we need the actual data of the movies. And here we need to provide the props as well for the movie item as of now. So if you will hover over it, now you will see now we have some props for the movie item. So here we need to give the props, like here we can give here the ID of that movie, and then we have the item inside that. So instead of that should be equals to the movie. So that should be equals to the movie, and then we can also provide here the index as well for rendering the key, and then the key would be equals to the index. So we'll get the index for each callback item for the each callback item index. So here we can provide the ID. So that should be equals to the movie dot ID, and then we need to provide here the title as well for the movie. So we can have the title, that should be equals to the movie dot title, and then we can have here the movie. Again we can have the poster URL, that should be equals to, and that would be the movie dot poster URL. And then we can also have here the date as well for the release date. So we can have the release date, that should be equals to the movie dot release date. So if we just save, if we again move on to the applications, so now you will see, now you can see now we have the movies. So now you will see now we have a bunch of movies here. We have the memory, we have the rocketry, we have this movie, we have this movie, and then we have these movies as well. So now you will see, now we can see different movies here. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have some movies on the home page as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now there is one thing which is missing, like here we only need to render around 4 movies inside that. So we only need only the top 4 movies. So what we can do for that, so with the movies we have a function of the slice. So with the array we have the function of the slice, which works on slicing the array, and it works on the index basis. So we provide the start index and the end index, like we can provide for any index, like we can get the movies from the 10th to 14th index as well. So we need to provide the index. So here we can provide the index of 0 to 4. So we need only 0 to 4 movies. So if we just save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we have the movies as well. So here we have the 0 to 4 movies in that, and everything is working perfectly fine. And then you will see now our front page is looking very good. So now this is the modern UI homepage which I've defined with the movies page. And then you can see now we have the share button as well. So for the share button, what we can do, so we can move on into the movie item, and here we can just have here the book. So we can have the book with that. So we have the booking movie with that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the home page has been completed, and now we can also define the movies page as well. So for the movies page, we need same approach as we did inside the home page. So we need to only render the list container, and then we need to render the list items with that. So what we can do for that, so again we can move on into the movies page. So this is the container of the movies, and then we have the movie item as well. So for the movies, we need to define some styling for the movies container, and then for designing the styling, first we need to design that inside the paint as well. So what style do we need? So we can move on into the home, and then we need a design of something around, first we need a text of all of the movies. So then we will need a text of all of the movies after the header, and then we will just render every single movie with that. So we'll render every single movie card with that, like this, like this. So we'll have all of the cards on the screen. So for that, what we can do, so again we can move on into the application, and here we can just remove here the div from that HTML, and then we can use the box from the material UI to apply some stylings. And with the box, and we can just define the margin, that should be equals to the auto, and then we can just define the margin from the top as well, something around we can give the margin from the top, something around we can give the 4. That should be okay. And after that, what do we need to do inside that? and then we can just render the typography once again. So we will render the text of all of the movies. So we can add the typography. So that should be equals to the typography, and then we can also define the variant as well for the typography. So that should be the variant, and that should be equals to the h4 would be okay. And then we can also define the padding as well with that. So we can give the padding of something around 2 would be okay. And then we can also give the text align as well. So we need the text line of something around center. So we need the text into the center. And after that, we can just render the text inside that. So we can render the text of the all movies. So that should be the text. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the text with that, and now it is in the center of the screen. So here we have the movies text, and now we can also define the background color for this text as well. So for defining the background color, what we will do, so we will just define here the BG color. So that should be the BG color, and then we can just define any BG color with that. So I will grab the hex code. So this hex code will be okay for the BG color. So we have this hex code, and then we can also define the color of the text. That should be equals to the white. So we can have the color that should be equals to the white. And now if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the all movies text with that, and that we can also decrease the width of the border as well, and that we can just decrease the width of something around 40% would be okay. So now you will see now the text would be there, and now we can also define here the margin as well. So the margin would be something around auto. So if we just save, so now you can see the margin is auto, and I think we need the text align once again. So we need the text align that should be equals to the center. So now it will be aligned into the center of the container. So now you can see now it is looking good. And now inside that, now we can render all of the different movies. So for that, so again we can fetch all of the movies from there. So again we can run the use effect code here. So we have the use effect, and with that what we can do, so we can run the callback function, and with that what we need to do, and then we need to add the empty array of the dependencies once again, because we only need to run once. And after that we need the state variable to hold the movies. So again we can have the use state that should be equals to the movies, set movies, and by default value will be empty value. And now after that what do we need to do? So here I think we need to import the use state as well. So here inside that again we need to get the get all movies. So that should be equals to a function, and then we can also run the then once again. So now we need to run the then, because that's a promise, and then it will get the data. Then we will have the set movies that should be equals to the data dot movies, and then we can also add the catch statement as well, because that's a database operation and can fail as well. So the catch, it would be the console.log that error. So it will be the console.log that error. So if we just save, so now we will get all of the movies. And now, so again we need to define the container of all of the movies. So we can just define the same container once again. So we can have the box once again, and with the box what do we need to do as the next steps? So we can have the width of something around, we can give the width of the 100% this time, and then we can also give the margin as well. So we can have the margin that should be equals to the auto, and then we can also provide the display as well once again as the flex. So again we are using the display equals to the flex, and then we can have the justify content into the center. So we can have the justify content that should be equals to inside the center of the screen, and here we can give the flex wrap as well. So we have the wrap that should be equals to the wrap once again. So we need to add the wrap, and here what do we need to do as the next step? So we need to render all of those movies. So again we can use the movies as well. So we can have the movies. So when we will have the movies, then we need to run the movies.map. So we have the movies.map, and then we need to get the item of the movie. So we can have the movie, and then we need to get the index as well of that specific movie, and here inside that now we need to return that cart layout. So we need to return the movie item here. So we can have the movie item, and here inside that now we need to render all of the things. So here I think we need to render first the key, because the React needs a key. So for the key we can give the index, and here after that what do we need to do? So we can give the ID first. So we can have the ID that should be equals to the movie once again dot ID, and here as well we can give the other props as well, like the poster URL that should be equals to the movie dot poster URL. So that should be the poster URL, and then we need to define here the release date as well. So that should be a release date that would be equals to the movie dot release date, and then we need to define here I think the title as well. So that should be equals to the movie dot title. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, so now you will see now we have the all movies with that. So here we have the all movies, and inside the all movies we can get all of the different movies as well. And now you can see now the layout is I think not looking good. So first we can just define the margin. So for this box we can give the margin from the top. So after the auto we can give the margin from the top, that should be equals to the 5 would be okay. So if we just save, so now we'll see, now we have some margin, and then we can just align the movies from the flex start. So for the justify content, I think we can use the flex start as well. So we can have the flex as the start. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you can see now it is looking good. So now we have all of the movies there, and then once we will add more movies, so we will see more movies after this list here. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now you will see now this is a responsive site as well. So we can see everything has the responsive behavior inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just designed the movies page as well, and now the next step is now we need to work on the authentication parts as well. So we need to work on the authentication parts. We need to design the screen of the admin authentication and for the user authentication as well. And after the authentication, if there is a user who authenticates, then he or she should be able to create a bookings for a specific movie as well. So here we have the movies, and then he or she should be able to create the booking. So once we will just click on the book, then we will just design a booking page as well, and from that booking page he or she should be able to create the booking. So for that, let's design the authentication as well. So we need to design a form, and that form would be shared with the admin and the users both, because we need the reusable form, because we don't need to rework again on the form. So we will just define a form, and that form will be used for the admin and the users both. So for designing the form, we can use a form inside the dialog box as well. So we can use the modal as well from the material UI. So we can move on, and then we can just search for the dialog. So then we can move on to the dialog API. So now you can see these are the dialogs, and then you can see this is the dialog. We get the dialog on the screen, and every other content will get blurred. So that's what we need inside that. So here you can see now we have the form dialog as well. So we need this type of dialog. So we'll have the form inside the dialog, and then all other things inside the screen will be faded up. So now what can we do for that? So again, we can move on into the VS Code, and here we can just define the auth. So inside the auth, we can just define the form. That should be equals to the auth form .js, and this file will be shared with both admin and the user authentication. So here we can have the REFCE. So we can have this, and then instead of this div, first we can have the dialog, because we'll be using the dialog inside that. So we'll have the dialog with that, and after the dialog, what do we need to do? So inside the dialog, so we need to just define the form. So we can have the form as well. So we can have first the typography of that form. So we can have the typography, so that we can add the form as well, like we can have the login or the sign up. So we can have the typography from the material UI. So inside the typography, we can add any text as well, like we can have the login text as of now. So we have the static text as of now, and then we can define the variant as well. So that should be equals to the variant. That should be equals to, we can give the variant of the H4, that would be okay. And then we can also add the text align as well. So that should be equals to the text align into the center. So now we have this form. So if we just save, and now we need to run this form in the authentication as well. So suppose this is the authentication, and here we can just define admin auth as well. So we can have the admin auth.js. So that would be the admin auth as well. So here we have the component of the admin auth. So we can have the REFC first. So we have the admin auth, and now what we can do, so once we will just move on into the auth, we can have the auth form inside that instead of the div. So now instead of the auth, now we will render the auth form. So now if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see once we will just move on to the auth, and now I think we didn't see anything, because if we just move on into the auth form, if we just move on to the auth, so now you can see now we don't provided the dialog as the open prop. So the dialog requires a prop to the open, and if the open would be false, then the dialog would not be visible, and if the open would be true, so now you will see now the dialog is visible. So the dialog would be true for always, and then we will just define a close button as well after we will design the form. So now we have this dialog. So now we have this typography as well, and after this typography, what do we need to do as the next step? So after that, we need to just define the form. So we can have the form directly from the HTML. So we need to remove the action because we don't need the action. And inside this form, so in the form, we need to just design the text fields of the form as well, because the text fields are just input tags as per the material UI. So here we can use the box again for a container of the form, and then we need to just define the display as well for the box. So we need a display equals to the flex. So again, we need the flex box, and then we can add the justify content. That should be equals to the center. And I think we need the flex direction as well. So we need the flex direction as the column, because we need the items on the bottom of each other. So we need the flex direction. That should be equals to, we can give the column, and then we can give the width as well for the form. So we can give the width of something around, so the width would be around 400 would be okay for the width. And then we can also provide the margin as well. So the margin would be equals to the auto. So the margin should be equals to the auto. And then we can have the align items as well, because we need to horizontally align the items as well. We need to align items into the center. So if we just save, so now we have this container, And now after this container, now we need to define all of the form labels and the text fields as well. So first, let's just design the form label. So we have the form label component inside the material UI to design the label for a specific UI element for the specific input element. So for the form label, we can give the label of the email. So now we are designing for only the login. So we have the form label of the email, and then we will just have the form label of the password. So now we have two form labels, and now on each form label, now we'll have the text field as well. So after that, we need the text field. So here we need the text field from the material UI. So the text field is used for adding the text field like the input tags on the material UI, and this is a self-closing tag as well. So now inside this text field, what do we need to do? So here we can just define here the text field. We can just define the type that should be equals to the email. So the type would be the email. So after the email, then we'll also provide here any identifier for this text field as well. So we need to provide the name prop. So the name is an identifier we can just provide. So the name would also be the email. So now we have this email, and now we can just copy that, and then we can use the same for the password as well. So we can have the type equals to the password, and then we have the name equals to the password as well. So we'll use the name as the password. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now we have text fields as well inside that, and I think we can also give some padding as well for the form as well. So we can move on into the container, and here we can give the padding as well. So the padding would be something around 6 would be enough. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have some padding as well for the forms, and now it is looking good. And now we have the padding, and now we can also define some styling for the first the label as well. So with the label, we can provide the SX prop for the styling. So we can have the SX prop that should be equals to the SX. We can just provide here the margin from the top, so we can give the empty as well to define the margin from the top, and that should be equals to the 1. And then we can also define the margin from the bottom as well, that should be equals to the 1 once again. So that would be the SX for the label. So we can just copy that, or we can also define the style for the label here. So we can have the const, we can have the label SX, we can have the label style that should be equals to again an object. We can just define the margin from the top, that should be equals to the 1, and the margin from the bottom, that should be equals to the 1 again. So that should be the label style, and here we can use this style as well. So instead of defining the styles like this, we can also use a label. So we can have the label style, and here as well we can use the same label style here. So we can just copy that, we can paste this style here. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the label styles as well, and now it is looking good. And now the variants of the form is not looking good. So the variants of the typography is not looking good. So here we can just change the variant as well for the text field. So we can give the variant. So the variant would be something around, we can give the standard variant, that should be okay. So we can give the variant of the standard for this as well and for this as well. And now we can just have the margin as well for the both. So we can just select the text field, and then we can just provide the margin as well. So we can just select this text field from there, and then we can just press the Ctrl and F2 to select all of the text fields. So for the all text field, we can just provide the margin as well, and the margin would be equals to the normal. So we have the margin prop as the normal margin inside that. So we can give the margin of the normal. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the email as well, and then with the password as well, and now it is looking good. So now we have just defined the text fields, and after the text field, we can just define the button as well below. So for the button, first button would be the login button, and we will provide another button of the sign up. So if we just click on the sign up, then the form would be changed to the sign up. So we need the state handling feature for that as well. So we'll use that later. So first we can just define the button after the text field. So again, we can move on into the code, and after this text field, now we can just define the button as well. So we can give the button. So the button would be, we can give the type equals to the submit. So that should be a submit button, and we can also define here the full width of the button as well. So we can give the full width of the button to take the available width. So if we just save, so now you will see after that now we'll have the button as well, and then if we had any content, like if we had the content of the login, so if we just save, so now you will see now we have the login button with that as well, and now you will see it is also looking good. And then we can also provide some styling for the button as well. So again, we can give the SX prop, we can provide here the margin from the top as well. So we can give the margin from the top, that should be equals to, we can give the 2 would be enough. And after the margin top, then we can also define the border radius as well. So we can have the border radius, and that should be equals to, we can give the something around 10, and then we can also provide the color as well for the buttons. So we can give the BG color, so that should be equals to, we can give the same color of the navigation bar once again. So I will provide the same navigation bar color. So that would be the color. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the login button with that, and now you can see it is looking good. And now we can just change the variant of the button as well. So here we can change the variant as well. So that should be the variant, and that should be equals to the contained. So we need the variant of the contained with that. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now this button is looking good. So now you can see that now the designing of this button is looking good. So now we have just designed the login as well, and now we can also define the sign up in this form only. So we'll just design the sign up as well. So here before the name we can also design the sign up as well, form label and the text field, and that should be equals to, we can give the type equals to the text. So that should be the normal text, and that should be equals to the name. So for the sign up we will have here the name equals to the name. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the name, email and the password, and then we'll also provide here another button in which we can just switch to the sign up or login. So here we can have the same button once again, so we can just copy that button and then we can just paste the button as well. So now we have the button, and this button would not have the type equals to the submit, so we need the different type, and here we don't need the BG color as well, so we will remove the BG color for there. And this time the variant would be, I think we can just have here the standard variant of the button, or we can just remove the variant as of now. So that would contain the button, and then we have the text of the switch. So we have the text of the switch. So now we have this button as well, and now you can see now the form design is looking good. Now we need to just work on the top of the designing part. So what we can do to work on the top designing part, so here we have the dialog box, and then we can also provide some styling for the dialog as well. So what we can do, so in the dialog, first what do we need to do? So now to move out of the authentication screen, so if the user is on the authentication, so if the user does not want to authenticate, and if the user wants to move out of the authentication, so we'll just define a cross button here to close the authentication screen. So for that we can just define the button. So first we need to get the button as well for the icon, so we'll use the icon as well from there. So we can just get any icon from the material for the close. So we can have the close here, and then we can click on the round it, and then you can see now this close button would be okay. So we can just get this button, so we can just copy that and then we can just paste that here. So now we have the close button, and after that what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to just define the button as well. So first we can just define the container for that, so that should be the box, and inside that box we can provide the SX as well. Then we can give the margin from the left as the ML, that should be the auto, so it will be automatically aligned to the right with that. And then we can provide the padding as well, and that should be equals to the 1. And inside this box now we can just provide the icon as well. So now we have this icon as the button. So for defining the icon as the button, so we have another component inside the material UI which is icon button. So we can use the icon button to provide any icon and then have the button effect as well inside the icon. So we have the icon button, and inside that we can use that button as well. So we can have the close rounded icon. So that would be the icon button. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, so now you will see, so if we just move on to the dialog box, so here you can see now we have the button, and then we have the nice effect on the button as well. So now you will see now this icon button is also looking good. And now as the next step what we can do, so here we have the dialog, so we can just have here the rounded borders on the dialog box as well. So for doing that, so we need to change the paper props for the dialog as well. For doing that, so we can just provide the paper props, because the paper props directly refer to the root classes. So we can just define the style for directly applying to the root class. So the style would be equals to, we can get the border and the radius, and the border radius for something around, we can get the 20. So that should be enough. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the border radius as well. So now you can see now we have the rounded borders inside the form as well, and this form is also looking good. So now this is the screen of the form. Now we need to dynamically switch to the sign up and the login screens as well. So here we have the button of the switch. So we need to apply the state management logic. So we need to add here the state for the sign up or the login. So we have the state. So once we will just click on the switch, so then we should be changed to the sign up, and then once we will just click on the switch again, then we should be moved on with the login. So for that what we can do, first we can have the state. So again we can have the use state snippet. It can be the is sign up, and then the is sign up again, and then the by default value would be equals to the false. So by default the sign up will be false, so we will show the login screen. And for the is sign up, now what do we need to do? So that should be the sign up. So now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we have the name text field, so we need to only render this name text field when the is sign up is true. So we can just wrap this inside a condition. So when the is sign up would be equals to the true, then only we need to render this name. So we can add the container as well for this, because these are the rules of the JSX. So every element should have only one parent. So now you can see now we have the is sign up. So if we just save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we are not into the sign up. So that's why we are not seeing the name. And here as well inside the button, so we have this button. So we can have the switch to, and that should be equals to a condition. When the is sign up is true, then we can just switch to the login. Or if the is sign up is false, then we will move on to the sign up. So that would be the text. So if we just save, so now we will see now we have the switch to sign up text as well. And after that, we need to provide the on click as well for this button. So for the on click, we need to just switch the, so we need to change the screen as well. So for the on click, we need to change the state. So we can have the on click, and that should be equals to, we can just define the function here only. So inside this function, now what do we need to do? So we need to add the set is sign up, and that should be equals to the reverse value of the is sign up. So we have the reverse value of the is sign up with that. So if we just save, so now you will see, once we will just click on the switch to login or the switch to sign up, now you can see now the screens are being changed, and then you can see now we have the switch to sign up, and then once we will just click on the sign up, then you will see now we have the text of the login. We can do same for this and for this as well. So what we can do, so we have the login text. So again here we can have the conditions, like when the is sign up would be equals to the true, then we need to render here for the, I think we need to render the sign up, or else we need to render here for the login. So we have for the login, and I think we have misplaced the colon here. So now that would be a condition, and we need to do same for the heading as well. So here we have the typography, we need to do same for the typography. So if we just save, so now you will see now we enter the sign up. Once we will just click on the switch to login, now we enter the login screen, and now you can see it is working perfectly fine. So now we have just designed the form, and now the next step is now we want to get the data of that form. So now we want to get the form data as well. So now you can see once we will just enter anything inside that, like for the email and even for the password field, and once you just click on the login, so now we need to get the data of that form inside the log window as of now. So now for handling the form, what we will do, so here we will have the state object. So first we need to add the state. So I will now show you that how we can handle dynamically. So first we can have the use state snippet, that should be equals to the inputs and the set inputs, and then the by default value we need to just define the value of some object with some keys. So the keys would be, that should be equals to the name key, and the name key would be an empty key as of now, and then the email as well, that should also be an empty string, and same for the password, that would also be an empty string. So now we need to design these three values. So now what we will do, so now we will just align the name fields, email field and the password field same with the forms. So here we have the name. So here we will dynamically update the name from their identifiers. So here we will just define the function, and then we will just fire the event from these text fields. So we'll fire the event. So whenever any text field will be then handled. So if we are on the email, so email field text field will then fire an event to that function, and then we will dynamically update that function for the email property from that email field, because the name identifiers and the state names are same. So now we will use that approach. So first what do we need to do? So again we need to move on into the text field. So here we can just provide the value of the text field as well. So the value would be equals to, we can provide the inputs. So we have the value of the input state object dot the key of the name. So we need to provide the name, and then we need to also provide the on change function as well. So for the on change, so whenever any data of that form will be changed, whenever we will click it or whenever the data will be changed, then we will get the on change function. And here you can see now we get the value as well from the event.target.value by accessing that string value. So we can just provide the on change. So the on change will give you an event. So it will give you an event with that. So what we will do with the event, so we'll just dynamically grab that event inside a function. So we can have the function of the handle change. So we'll get that event inside that. So we can do same for the other text fields as well. Like we can do same for this text field as well, and for the password as well. So we'll do same. And now what do we need to do? So here for the email, the inputs object would be the type of the email. So we have the inputs.email as the value, and here we will have the password as the value. And now we need to define the handle change function as well. So here before the return statement, we can have the const, we can have the handle change. So that should be equals to a function which will grab the event as a parameter, and inside that first we need to update the state. So here once the event will be fired, once we will just fire an event from any text field, once we will enter any value, so the event will be automatically fired with the on change. So here we have defined the on change, so it will dynamically send the event with the handle change. So with that we will just update the value. So first we can use the set inputs. So we have the value of the set inputs of the state, but first we need to grab the previous state as well. So here with the set inputs we need to grab the previous state, because if we are on the email and if we write the email and if we just move on with the password, then the on change will give you the value of the password and not the email. So we need to store the previous state of the email as well. So if we store any value on the email, if we just move on with the password, so we need to just store the value of the email as well, because the on change will always give you the latest state and not the previous state. So here we need to store the previous state as well. So in the set inputs we can just define the previous state from the callback variable. So in the use state we need to get the previous state from the previous variable, like we can have the callback state variable which can have the previous state name inside that, and then we need to dynamically return an object with that. So here we will return an object, and the object will contain first the previous state. So first we need to add the previous state inside that object, and then we need to add the latest state snapshot. So for the latest state snapshot we can get the property name first. So we can just get the property names for these. So we can just also get the property names from their types as well. So in the text field, we have here the name equals to the name. So we can just grab that property name from the identifier. So as we have given the name equals to the name, we have given the same values as we have inside the state for the name, email and the password. So what we can do, so we can just directly grab their property names because they are same. So we can get the event dot target dot name, and with that, and to get their value, we can just provide the value of the event dot target dot value. So that will be the approach. So first we have the event dot target dot name, and then we will just dynamically move on with the name field, and then we will just get the value of that name. And then once we will move on to the password, so we are already storing the previous state as well, so the previous state will not be lost. So that would be the approach. And after that, once we will submit the form, then we need to get the values as well. So what do we need to do? So we have the form here. So inside the form, we can just provide the prop of the on submit. So whenever the form would be submitted, so we need to provide the on submit, and here as well we can just define a function of the handle submit. So that should be the handle submit of that function. So here we can just define the handle submit function as well. So before the return statement, we can have the const, we can have the handle submit. So that should be equal to a function which will again grab the event, and first thing that we want to do inside the handle submit, so this is the function. So we have the event and we need to call here the event.prevent default. So we need to call here the prevent default, because if we don't call the prevent default, then the browser would send the data to the URL. Like now you can see, now it is sending the data to the URL. Once we will just click on the login, and then it will refresh the page as well. So we need to stop this behavior from the browser. So with that, we have a function as the prevent default, which will just prevent the default behavior of the websites with the form. So we can have the event.prevent default. So with that, now the default behavior would be stopped, and then we can just log the values of the inputs as well. So we have the inputs object of the state, so we can just log their values. So if we just save, if we just move on into the inspect, if we just move on into the console, I will just increase the size, and if we just add any value, like we can add any value like sss@sss.com, and then we can just add any value for the password as well. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see, now we are getting the values as well. So for the email, we are getting the email value, and for the password, we are getting the password value as well. And same for the sign up, we can provide any name like Nikhil. We can just click on the sign up. Now you can see, now we are getting the values like name, email and the password. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to handle the forms as well inside this application. So now we have just completed the form handling as well. So now we have designed the form, and now the next part is, now we need to render the form inside the admin and the auth component as well. So as we are rendering the form inside the auth, so we need to render this inside the admin as well. So for that, what we can do, so we can move on into the admin.js. We have this file, and here we can just render this form component. So here inside this div, we can just render this auth form. We can render the auth form component here, and then we can just save, and then we can again move on to the application to see the changes. So if we refresh the page, like if we move on into the home page in the /route, and if we click on the admin, so now you will see, now we have the admin form as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now as we have discussed that this form will be used inside the admin and the auth as well. So what we will do, so we will just get this data of that form inside the parent components. So here the admin and the auth.js is a parent component, and the auth form is a child component. So we need to get the data inside the parent components like in the auth and in the admin auth.js. So what we can do for that, so first we can move on into the auth. So we have this auth form, and here we can just pass here a prop, and this is not a prop. So this will actually not be a prop. So this is a type of a prop, but this would be a function. Like it can be a function, like this can be a function as the on. That should be the on submit. So that would be a function of the on submit inside that, and then we will just pass here a new function inside that. So in the on submit, we will just declare a new function. It can be const, it can be get data. So this will be a new function for this, and the get data function will return an event. So it will get an event. So the get data function will get an event inside the parameter. So we will get that event inside that, and with the event, it will be the actual data with the event. So in the on submit, so we will call the on submit from the child component, like from the auth form, and then in the on submit, we will just point to the get data function. So it will be added as a pointer, and then the auth form will send the on submit prop, and with that, it will send data as well with that. So we'll add the get data as a pointer function to this. And now what do we need to do inside the auth form? So if we move on into the auth form, so we are sending the on submit prop as well. So we need to accept this prop as well here. So we can accept the on submit as well. So we have the on submit. And then this would actually be a function, so we can send any type of prop with there. So we can send a function, we can add a string, we can add any number, we can add any object. So here we are sending this function, and in the function what we will do, so once we are just submitting the form inside the handle submit, we will just call this function. We will just call the onSubmit function from the props, and make sure you are calling this from the props only. So we are just calling the onSubmit prop from the props, and inside this function we will just pass something, like we'll pass the input objects which have the data. So the input objects has the data inside that, so we'll call the onSubmit function, and the onSubmit function will get the inputs data inside that. And then once we will just call the onSubmit function, so with that we will just get the data inside the event, and then we are passing that event to the getData function. So we are passing the event with the data to the getData function as a pointer function, and with that we will get the data. And here inside this function, as we are just getting the data inside the parameters, so if we'll just log the value of the data, like I will add another statement here, like we are just calling it from the auth component. So we are calling it from the auth. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again to see if everything works fine, so we can move on into the /auth route. And then if we just enter anything again, like I can enter anything like nikhil@email.com, and then we can add any password like 123456. So if we just click on the login, so now we should be able to see the data from the auth component. So now you will see from the auth we have an object, and with the object we have all of the data like the email, the name, and the password. So this is how we can just get the data of the child component to the parent component, and this is very easy inside the ReactJS. So now as we did inside the auth, we can just do same for the admin as well. So we can move on into the admin. So in the admin what we will do, so we'll again send the onSubmit prop, and with the onSubmit we will just attach a function to it as well. So we'll get the const, we can add the getData, that will be equals to again a function which will get the data. So we have the data inside that, and inside this data now we will just log the data as well. So we'll just have a console.log of the data, and then we are sending it from the admin as well. So again we can just pass here the admin, and then in the second parameter we'll get here the data. So if we save, and in the onSubmit we need to render the getData as well. So we need to pass this getData function. So we'll have the getData. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, if we move on into the admin to see if everything works fine or not. So if we add anything again like n@test.com, and if we add any password like 123456, so if we just click on the login, so now you will see from the admin component we are just getting the details. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now you will see now we have the name field as well inside the admin. So what we can do, so we can just send along a new property as well inside the auth form component. So we'll just accept another prop that can be is admin, and if the form is in the admin state, like if we are rendering the form from the admin, then we don't need the name field because we don't have the functionality that the admin can sign up from the front end. So if we are just adding an admin, so we need to add from the back end only, so we cannot add any admin from the front end. So again we can move on into the auth form, bring that functionality to it. So in the onSubmit, so after the onSubmit we will just get the prop as the admin as well. So we can get the prop as the is admin, and then what we will do, so we'll just check the name as well inside the typography. Like here we have the name field, so here we have this name, and here what we can do, so we can just check the is admin as well, like the is admin. So we have the is admin false, like if the is admin is false, and then only we need to render the name as well. So if the is admin is false and is sign up is true, then only we need to render the name. And then we need to do same for this button as well. So we have this button, so we can just render this button again inside a conditions. So when the is admin is false, then only we need to render this button. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so if we refresh the page once again, so now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to pass these props. Like here we can send the prop of the is admin, so we can have the is admin, so we can give the value as the true inside that. So we can give the value of the true. And then if we again move on to the application once again, like if we move on into the auth, so here we can just send the is admin prop once again. So we have the is admin, and this prop will be the false here. So if we just save, if we again move on to the application, so now you will see now inside the admin, now we don't have the is sign up button. Now we don't have the sign up button, and here we only have the name and the password inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So if we again move on into the auth, and then you will see inside the auth, we will just get all of the details like switch to sign up and this switch to login. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to get the data inside the parent components like the admin and the auth as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So our application is working perfectly fine, and now the next step is now we want to make a request to the backend. So for that, what do we need to do? So here, once you will just get the data of that form, then we need to make a request to the backend from the API helpers. But before that, now we don't know that this is a login request or the sign up request. So we need to identify that this is a login on the sign up request. So what we can do, so we can just move into the auth form. So here inside the on submit, we are sending the inputs. So here we can just change the input objects to a new object, and that will include the sign up key as well. So for that, we need to just add the inputs. We need to send the inputs inside an object, and then we need to send a new key as well. Like this can be a sign up key. So that can be a sign up key, and inside the sign up key, what we can do, so for the sign up, so we don't need the sign up inside the admin. So we only need the sign up inside the user. So for that, we can just check like if the is admin, like if the is admin is true, then we need to always send the false, because for the admin, we only need to send the login, or else we can just send the date name, like we have the state of the is sign up. So that would be a request. So when the is admin is true, then we always have to send the false, or we need to send the is sign up state. And now we can just move on into the authentication once again. If we again move on to the application, if we again send a new data inside the form, we can move on into the console. We can check the sign up prop, like if we had any data, like any data with that, if we had any password. So now you will see, now inside the inputs, we are getting all of the fields of the inputs, and then we are getting the sign up property as well. So everything is working perfectly fine again. And then if we switch to login, if we again make a request, so now we have the sign up of the false. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now as the next step is, now we want to make a request to the backend for the authentication. So for that, what we can do again, so we can again move on to the API helpers. So here we have this file, and here we need to define another function of the authentication. So again, we will just handle the login and the sign up inside just a single function. So again, we can just define that function. We can have the export const, we can have the send, that can be the user auth request, and then this will be again a function. This will be an asynchronous function as well, because we need to await for all of the tasks, and then we need to accept some parameters as well. Like first we need to get the data of that form, and then we need to get the sign up key here as well. So for the sign up, we need to add the URL of the sign up, or we need to add the URL of the login. So again, we can send this request. And now again, for the Axios, we need to send the post request from the Axios, because the sign up and the login are of the post method of the HTTP. And then we need to pass the URL. So again, we need to pass the same URL. So here inside the Axios, we have a functionality that if the part of any URL is same for every request, so what we can do, so we can just make that part as a default URL. So we can just make that part as a base URL, and after that we will just make a request. Like if we are sending the movie request, then we only need to send it the /movie, because then the base URL will be then added, and then only what we add here will be then added. So for that, what we can do, so we can just copy that. So that would be a base URL for the every request. So we can move on into the index.js as well. So we can move on into the index.js, and here, because that's a root file, so here we need to render the base URL. So for that, we can use the Axios, and then we have the default object inside the Axios, so we can access the defaults, and then we have a property of the base URL. So it accepts a string inside the value, so we can just pass here this string as well. So for passing the string, we can just pass here HTTP, like that we have copied. So we have copied the HTTP localhost 5000. So that will be the base URL for every request. So that will be this URL. Now we can just move on into the API helpers, and then we need to just remove this as well, because it's a time saving approach as well. So we don't need to add the HTTP localhost 5000 for every other request. So now inside the axios.post, now we can just send the request. Like we can just send the request inside the template literals, like it can be /user / the login or the sign up. So we can have here the condition, like it can be /user / it can be, we can just check if the sign up is true, then this should be equals to the sign up, or else that should be equals to the login. So that would be the request. So we have the axios.post /user / sign up or login. And then in the second parameter of this object, so the axios.post accepts the second parameter as well. So inside the second parameter, we need to send you the data of that form. So for the form data, what do we need to do? So inside the data, we can send an object, and with the object, we need to send all of the properties. Like for the name, we need to send the name property, like we need to send the data dot name. So we are accepting the data, so we are giving the data dot name. Email as well, so we can send the email, that should be equals to the data dot email. And same for the password, so we need to add the password, that should be equals to the data dot password. And I think the name will only be required inside these sign up forms, so we can just pass here that condition as well. So when the sign up is true, so when the sign up property is true, then only we need to send here the data.name, else we will just send here an empty string and that won't be counted inside that object. So that's why we have just sent the name as the empty string for the login and the email and the password for all other fields. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here it returns a promise and then we need to wait for this response as well, and it's a database operation. So we need to just wait for this and then we need to just catch if there is any error. So if there would be any error, then we will just log that error. So we'll have the console.log of that error. And now the Axios.post will return a response. So we need to get that response as well. So we can have the const response and that should be equals to the await. So we need to wait for this response. And now as the next step, what do we need to do? So after we have just defined this request, now we need to check for the validation as well. So for checking the validations, we can just move on into the if statement again. So if the response dot status field, so with the status field as well. So if the response dot status is not equals to, like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, which is the okay, and if the response dot status is not equals to the 201 as well. So either the response dot status is not the 200 or the 201, then I think that would be a bad request. So what we can do, so we can just log a message, like then we can log a message that invalid request or like unexpected error occurred. So that would be the message if the response dot status is not the 200 or the 201, and if the status is 200 and the 201, and then what we can do, so then we can just grab the response as well. So we can just get the data of that response. So we can have the const response data will be equals to, we can have the await, that should be equals to the response dot data. So we need to get the response data and then we will just return that data. So we'll just return the response data with that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to call this function as well from the authentication. So we can move on into the auth. So after we are logging the data, then we can just call this function as well. So we can have this send user authentication request, and then we need to pass here the data. So we can just pass here the data dot inputs, and then we need to pass here the sign up key as well. So we can just directly provide the data dot sign up. And then what do we need to do as the next step? So here it will return a promise, and we need to get the data of this request as well. So we can run here the then statement. So in the then we will just get here the response. Then we will just log that response as of now. So we'll just log that response. And now as the next step, now what we can do, so we can run the catch as well, because that's a database operation and it can fail as well. So we can run the catch, and with the catch, if we get an error, we will just log that error. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, if we refresh the page, like first start with the sign up. So here we can define any name, like it can be the James. We can add an email like this, like the james@test.com, and then we can add any password as well, like 123456. So if we just click on the sign up, so now you will see now we have the input objects. We are getting the input objects. So here we are getting an error like cannot read the property status of undefined. So I think we have something wrong with the request. So if we just check the network tab as well, so here we have the request failed. I think we have one error. I think the error is not into the front end, so the error into the backend. And that's right, because now we are getting an error inside the backend, so the terminal is also stopped. So we can just move on into the backend users controller, and then we can just check the sign up properties. So here we have the sign up request. So we are just checking the validations of the name, password, and then we are checking the response.status at the invalid inputs. Then we are storing the password inside the hashed format, and then we have the user, and then we are just returning the response.status to one. I think there is an error because here we are sending the user of the existing user. So that should not be the user, that should be the user. So that should be the actual user that we are just creating. So that would be the new user. So if we just save again, if we just move on to the application once again. So if we again move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and if we just add all of the properties once again, like it can be the James, and then we can add an email, like it can be james1@test.com. And then we can add a password. So if we just click on the sign up, so now you can see now we are getting the ID of that James. So now you can see now the user has been created, and now we are getting the ID of that user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the ID of that user, and now what we can do, so we can just switch to the login, and then we can just make a login request. So we have the credentials, like same credentials. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we're getting the message as well, like the login successful, and then we are getting the ID of that user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to make a request to the backend as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the user authentication is completed, and now the next step is now we can work on the admin authentication as well. So for that we can just move on into the admin. So now we can just work on the admin authentication as well. So for that we can again move on to the API helpers to define that function. So here we can just define a new function of the admin authentication. So we can just define a new function as the export const. It can be the admin request, like it can be a send admin login request. That would be again an asynchronous function. So we need to add the async as well there. And then we need to get the data of that form as well. And now what do we need to do as the next steps? So just we need to define this function. And here we need to make a request to the backend. So again, we can use the Axios. We can make a post request to the Axios, and then the URL would be /admin/login. So that would be the URL for the admin. So we can add this URL, and after that we need to send the data of that form as well. So we can send the data inside an object. So the admin needs an email. So we can send the email as the admin. So we can have the data dot email property, and then we need to send the password as well for the admin. So we can send the password. So the password would be the data dot, we can send the password of the admin. And now what can we do? So the Axios.post is a database operations. So we need to wait for this, and then we need to catch if there is any error. So we can just have the error. So we can just run the error inside the console.log with the error. And now the Axios.post will return a response. So we need to get the response. So again, we can have the const response that should be equals to the await. That should be equals to the Axios.post. And now as the next step, what we can do? So again, we can just run the validation. Like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, then again we can just return the console.log, and that should be equals to the error, like we can send the unexpected error. And now as the next step, now what we can do? So now we can just extract the data of that form. Is everything works fine? So we can have the const, we can have the response data, that should be equals to the await, that should be equals to the response.data. And then what do we need to do? So now we need to just return the data of that response. So then we can just return the response data with it. And now as the next step, now what do we need to do? So now we can just move on, and we can just run this function inside the admin. So we can just move on into the admin, and here we can just run this function. So once we will just get the data of that form, so then we'll make admin request, like admin auth request. And here we can just pass the data. So we can just pass the input objects of the data. So we can have the data.inputs. So now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to run here the then statement as well, because we need to get the data. So with that we will get the response, and then we will just log that response as of now. So we'll have the console.log of that response. And now we need to just run in the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error. So again, we will just log that error with that. So now if we just save, if we now move on to the application inside the admin, so that should be equal to the response. So if we now save, so now you can see now everything works fine. So if we just refresh the page, so now we need to define the credentials of the admin. Actually, I don't remember the admin credentials now. So what we can do as the next step, so we can just run the postman, and then we can make a new request as the new sign up request of the admin. So we can do that. So here we can just send a new request. So that should be the localhost 5000. That should be the /admin/sign up. And then we need to send the credentials inside the body. So we can send the raw, we can send the JSON once again. So inside the admin, we can send the email of the admin, like we can send an email with that. So the email property would be, we can give an email, like we can have the james@test@admin.com. And then we can add any password like this, like we can add any password like password key, and that should be equals to, we can add the password of like 1 2 3 4 5 6. So then we can just click on the beautify to beautify this. So now we have the email and the password. So if we just click on the send, and that's a post request. So if we just click on the send, so now you will see now the new admin is created as the james@admin.com, and then with the password as well. So we can just copy that james@admin, and then we can just paste that here, and then we need to copy the password as well, and then we can just paste that password. So if we just click on this login now, so now we should be able to see the admin login successful. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we have the message of the authentication complete, and then we have the token as well, and the ID of that admin as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the user and the admin authentication part is completed inside this application. So now we have achieved the functionality of the authentication. So now the next step is, now we want to store the state of this authentication as well. So for the user and the admin both, so we need to store the state of the authentication somewhere. Like we can use another package, which is the Redux, which is a state management library, which is used for the complex state management. So we can use the Redux for having the state management inside our application. So what we can do for the Redux, so we can again move on to the Redux Toolkit. So we can move on to the Redux Toolkit, and you can see now we have the Redux Toolkit package, which is very useful to handle the complex states. So here we have the Redux, and then you can see the official package is the Redux, and then we have the React Redux as well, which is used to officially work with the React. and now we can just click on the get started with it, and then we can just install that as well. So for the npm we have this command, and if you are in the yarn, so you can use the yarn as well. So now we need to install the Redux toolkit, and then we need to also install the React Redux package as well to make this work with the React. So with the Redux toolkit, it will give you some functions like the making some slices, like making some objects of the Redux, like the authentication state of the admin or the user. And then with the React Redux, it gives you some function to integrate the React application with the Redux. So for that, we can just move on, and then we can just define another terminal. That should be equals to, we can move on into the movies, and then we need to paste this command of the npm install Redux. And after that, after the Redux toolkit, then we need to install the React Redux as well. So the package name would be the React-Redux. So now we need to hit enter. So now the new packages will be then installed within very few moments. So now the Redux is installed, and now the next step is now what we can do. So we can just move on into the source. So here we have the source, and here we can just define a new folder. It can be the store. So inside the store folder, now we will manage the authentication states of this application, because the Redux has a functionality of keeping a central data store, which is only a single data store inside this application. So here we have this folder of the store. So we are just making a store for managing the state. So here we can just define a new file. It can be the index.js inside the store. So here what we can do, so we can just define the state of the authentication. So we have two users, so we have two roles inside this application. The first is the user, the second is the admin. So we can just manage both of these states. So for that, first, what do we need to do? So we need to import something from the Redux toolkit. So we need to import something from the Redux toolkit. So now the something would be the create slice. So we have the create slice function inside that. So the create slice just creates us a new slice. So if we just move on into the Redux package as well, so we can just search for the create slice as well. So it can be create slice. So now you can see now the create slice creates the actions and the reducer functions and so many things with it. So you can see now we have the create slice. So it creates an object. So like in simpler language, it creates an object of the authentication of any state. Like it creates an object of any state. Like we have the name of that state, like it can be test, and then we have the initial state. Then we have the reducer functions as well. And here you can see now we have the reducers object as well. So inside the normal Redux package, if we add any reducers, we need to add it inside a separate function, and then we need to dispatch some actions to the reducers. Like the actions would be a simple strings, and then we can just send any unique strings to them, and then it will perform as per the actions. But here inside the Redux toolkit, we have the reducers, which will run as a functions like the increment function. Like the first parameter would be the state. The first parameter inside the reducer functions, if we add that would be the actual state object of that current object. So it will be the state object of this current slice. So we have the state, and then we can send any actions as well if we need to send any action. I think in this application we don't need the action, but if you want to learn more about the Redux, then I have a dedicated tutorial on the Redux which you can watch. So the actions object is used to just send an actions from the front end to the Redux. So that would be the reducer functions. And then you can see now we have some actions as well, like we have the slice.actions. Now to call the reducer function, so we need to call here the actions of the Redux. So here the reducer functions is itself an actions as well, like it can be action creator. So we can just directly refer to the actions object, and then we can just call here the functions of the increment or decrement. So that's the type of the Redux that we want. So that's very different type of Redux, and it has the advanced functionality as compared to the normal Redux package. So we can just use this functionality of the Redux. So here you can see now we are sending the payload as well inside the payload if we want to get payload. So we'll just directly access the payload property inside the increment function. So now that's the Redux that we want. And now what we can do, so we can just create a round state as well. So first we can just define the state of the user. So we can have the const, we can have the user slice. That would be equals to, we can have the create slice object. That would be the create slice, and inside that we need to pass all of the properties like name. Name can be the user object. And then what do we need to do? So we need to send the initial state. So inside the states of the Redux, we only need to manage the authentication states. So we can just manage the state, like that should be equals to the login. That should be equals to the true. Like we can have the is logged in property. So that would be the property of the state inside our application. So that would be the is logged in property. And then what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to define the reducers. Reducers are just function which manages the state. So we can just define the functions. The first function would be the login. So that would be the function. And then we can also define second function that can be a logout. So we have this function. And with the Redux toolkit, I forgot to mention that. So with the Redux toolkit, we can also mutate the current state. So with the actual Redux package, with the official Redux package, that functionality is not allowed because that will break your application. But inside the Redux toolkit, it allows us to mutate the state as well, but it doesn't mutate the state, but it gives you the copy of that state that we have just created. So if we just change the state here inside the login, like if we change the isLoggedIn property to the false or like true, then it will just create a copy of that and it will automatically send us the copy with that. And it uses the package of the MERN. So the MERN is a library which helps the Redux to do that. So now inside the login, now we can just mutate the state as well. So as we learned that the first parameter would be the actual state, so we can just grab the state, and then what we can do, so with the state we can just directly access the property of the state dot isLoggedIn property. So now you can see inside the autocomplete as well, we are having the isLoggedIn property, and that should be equals to the true. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So inside the logout, we can just pass here the state, and then we can just run the state dot isLoggedIn property, that should be equals to the false. So this is the functionality of the Redux, and initially that would be the false. So that is the functionality of that create slice with that. And now after that, now what do we need to do? So now first we need to just export all of these actions as well of the Redux. So what we can do that? So these are the reducer functions, but inside the Redux toolkit, we call this as an actions. So these are available inside actions object that can be called. So what we can do? So we can just export const, we can just send here the user slice, like we can send the user actions, we refer to the user slice dot actions. So with the actions with that can be directly used with that. So with the actions, we will just get the login and the logout. And after all of that, now we have just exported the slice of that user, and then we have the actions of the user. Then now we only need here the store to manage all of the things. So now we have the slice and the actions. So now we need just a store which will just handle all of the reducers with that. So we can just define export const, and that can be the store, and that should be the only store of the Redux. So we have the functionality of the configure store. So we have the configure store again inside the Redux.js toolkit, which allows us to create that functionality. And here we need to pass an options object. So first we need to pass here the reducer. So we can just pass here the reducer function. We can just pass here an object. We can just pass here the user slice dot reducers. So we have the property of the reducer. So we can just directly refer to the user object, and that would be equals to the user slice dot reducers property with that. So now we have just defined for the user, and now we can just define the same for the admin as well. So we can just define the same for the admin. So we can have the const, that can be the admin slice. So here you can just pause that video, and then you can just try out with yourself as well. So you can just define the name, that should be equals to the auth. So that's the name of the auth, and then we need to define the initial state for the authentication as well. So we can just define the state again as the isLoggedIn. That should be equals to the by default property of the false. And then again we need to send the reducer functions. So we can just send the reducers. That should be again the same objects that we are doing here. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste that here. So now we have the functions of the login and the logout with that. So I think the state is not there. So here we have the state. So I think the spelling was incorrect. So here we have the spelling of the incorrect state. So we can have isLoggedIn. So we have this spelling, and then we can just do that for this as well and for this as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And here what do we need to do? So again we have just defined the admin slice, so we can just export the actions of the admins. So we can have the admin actions, and then what do we need to do? So we can use the slice of that admin, so we can have the admin slice dot actions. And now the next step is, now we have just created the store of that user. So now we need to make it for the admin as well. So we can have the admin, that should be equals to the admin slice dot reducer of that admin slice. So that would be the store. So now with this code only, so now we are able to manage the complex state management inside this application. So now we have just defined this state inside this application of the Redux. So now the Redux is implemented, but now we need to get this Redux inside the main application, which is the front end of our application. So what do we need to do? So inside the index.js, we can just grab the Redux, because the index.js is a root file, and from here we can just provide the Redux functionality to the main component, which is the app. So how can we do that? So here we have the prop inside the Redux package. So that prop is the provider. So the provider prop is not available inside the Redux toolkit, but it's available inside the React Redux. And if you will just move out of this page, and then you can just move on into the React Redux. So now you will see this is the official package of the React Redux, which is used to officially work with the React, which is used for the official React bindings. So here we have the property of the provider. So we can just search for the provider. So now you can see the provider component makes the Redux store available to any nested components that needs to access the Redux store. So it will just provide the state to any components, like we can do for any nested components as well. But here inside this application, now what we can do, so we can just provide the state directly into the app component, because we need the state all over the application. So what we can do, so we have the provider, so now we need to import this provider as well. So we can have import, and that should be equals to the provider, and that should be equals to from the React Redux. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to import the provider. So now we have the provider. So now inside the provider, so we have the store prop. So now you can see now we have the store. So if you will just check of all of the things about the provider, so we have the prop of the store. So now you can see now we have the examples as well of the basic usage. So we have the provider, we have the store, and then we can just directly provide the store. So here we need to provide the prop of the store. So with the store prop, now we can just get the store from the official Redux. So that we have just created of the store. So we have just created it from the store. So we are just importing the store from there. And now we need to add this inside this app component. So now we have provided the state to the app component, and now to get the state inside that, so we can move on into the app. And now to get the state here, so here we have the prop of the use selector. So inside the React Redux package, again we can move on, and then we can just search for the use selector. So we have the use selector hook, which grabs that state from the Redux. So here you can see now there's a pure function as well. So we have the use selector. So the use selector is just a function which is used to get the state from the Redux functionality that allows you to extract the data from the Redux store state with using the selector function. So here we can just get that. So here we have the const, we can have the property name of that Redux, like we have the is logged in. That should be equals to the use selector hook. So we can have the use selector. So here you can see now we are importing it from the React Redux. So the use selector, and with that we need to add the callback function. So with the callback, we grab the actual state object from the Redux store. So inside the callback, we grab the actual state from the Redux store. And then what we can do, so we can just grab that property of that name, and then we can just grab that property. So we can have the state, and now we have the state inside the callback, this is actual state. So here we have two options of grabbing the state from the admin or the user. So for the admin, we can use the state.admin.isLoggedIn property. So if you don't know about this, so we have the state, and then we have the admin. So if we just move on to the store, so we are just exporting the state of the user and the admin. So here what we can do, so inside the app.js, so we can just provide the state.admin, and for the user we need to provide a state.user.isLoggedIn property. So here we can just do that for the same as well for the user. So we can have the admin logged in like isAdmin, and we can have for the isUser as well. So with the isUser, so with isUser logged in property, and then with the state, so we'll just grab the state.user property is logged in with that. And then we need to grab all of the values, and then we'll just log their values. Like for the admin, we need to pass here the admin property as well. So we can just have this property isAdmin logged in, and then we can just provide the property of the isAdmin logged in, and then we can just do same for the user as well. So we can just have it for the user. So for the user, is user logged in, and then is user logged in. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we move on to the React application inside our application, so here you can see now inside the initial state of the application, so we have the admin logged in as the false, and then we have the user logged in as the false. So everything is working perfectly fine. So here inside the store.js, now we can just change the state as well. Like initially that would be equals to the true, and same for this, that should be equals to the true. So if we do that, if we just save, if we move on to the application, so now you will see, I think that true is not there. So that should be equals to the true. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we are getting all of the values. For the admin as well, we have the true, and for the user as well, we have the true. So everything is working perfectly fine, and that should be also equals to the true. And again, we need to pass the initial state of the false, and here as well we need to pass the initial state of the false. So now everything is working perfectly fine. So now the Redux functionality is achieved, and now the next step is, so once we are just making a request to the backend of the authentication, even if the user or the admin, so now we want to update the state inside the Redux as well. So now for updating the state inside the Redux, we have the hook inside the Redux, which is the use dispatch. So we have the use dispatch hook. Like if you know about the Redux, then you will definitely know about the dispatch, because the dispatch is a function which is used to dispatch an action to the Redux reducers. So for that, inside the toolkit as well, we have the dispatch function which we can use. So for that, what we can do, so first we can just grab the dispatch. So we can have the const, we can have the dispatch hook, that should be equals to the use dispatch. So we have the use dispatch, and it will be available from the React Redux. So we can import that. And now what do we need to do? So here we are into the admin. So here we need to import the actions of that admin as well. So as we provided here the actions of the admin, so we have the actions. So we need to get that actions as well. So first we can import that actions as well. So we can have the actions of the admin. So we can have the admin actions. So now we have imported that, and now what do we need to do? So inside the then, we can just write another then statement. So that should be equals to the then. And now inside this then statement, now what do we need to do? So now we need to dispatch an action to the Redux that the authentication request is successful, and now we need to update the state. So for that dispatch, we can use the dispatch hook, and then we need to call here the actions, like we have the admin actions, and then we need to call here the reducer function for that. So we need to pass here the action. So that action would be the login or the logout. So if we are just having this, so we can just pass here the action of the login. So once the request is successful, then we are having the dispatch admin actions.login. So we need to do same for the user as well. So we can just move on into the user. So here we have the user. So here we have the user, and now we can do same for the user. So again, we can just import the use dispatch. So we can have the const, we can have the dispatch. That should be equal to the use dispatch hook. And again, we need to import the user actions. So we can import the user actions as well. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So we can run another then statement. And with the then, what do we need to do? So here inside that, we need to call it the dispatch, and that should be equals to, we need to add the user actions. So we have the user actions, and that should be equals to the login. So we need to call the login function from there. So if we just save, if we now try with the authentication, like if we just try with the user, so if we just make a request from the user, so here we have the auth. So we can make a request, we can have the James, and then we can have the test2.com. So we have this email, and then we can add the password as well. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we have the message of the login successful, and then you can see now with the is user logged in. So now inside the state, we have the is user logged in property as the true. So now we have just updated the state of the Redux as well. So now with that, the Redux state is also working perfectly fine. So now we are able to update the state inside the application, and now that's not enough, because for creating the new booking or the new movie, we need the credentials of the user and the admin. So for the user, for creating the new booking, we need the ID, and same for the admin. So if we want to create a new movie, then we need the token, and then we need the ID. So either we can just store the IDs inside here, like we can just store a state variable here, or just we can just define a normal variable, and then we can just store the ID of that user or the admin and the token of that admin. But that won't be enough, because if we store the credentials inside the state of the application or like inside a variable, but if we refresh the page, then the state would be lost. So that's what the problems occur inside the web development. So if we refresh the page, then the state is always lost. So for fixing that, so what do we need to do to make sure that the state doesn't lost? So what do we need to do? So either we can just store the state inside the local storage of the browser, which is the permanent type of storage, or we can just store that inside the cookies. So the cookies is the best approach, but here we will use the local storage, which is a type of the permanent storage. Then even if you refresh the page and even if you close that browser and reopen it, then the state would always be there, because that's a permanent type of storage. So for that, what do we need to do? So we can just store the credentials of that user inside that, and that would help us inside the authentication state as well, because if we refresh the page, then we can identify that if we have the state inside the local storage, then we can just keep the user logged in. So it will solve two problems inside this application. So for that, what do we need to do? So inside that, once we are just making a request of the login of the Redux, then we can just store the credentials inside the local storage. So for that, what do we need to do? So here, instead of defining then statements, a lot of then statements hell. So what do we need to do? So here we can just define another function. So we can have a const, we can have the on response received, we can have the const, we can have the on response received, and that should be equals to a function which will grab the data as well inside that. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to perform all of those steps. So first, as we are just logging all of the things, so we can just keep that log, but make sure you remove the log after pushing it to the production. So you can just log the data inside that. And after that, what do we need to do? So here we are just dispatching an actions of the login. So we can just do same again. So we have the user actions.login. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to store the ID and the token inside the local storage. So for the user, we only need to store the ID. So for that, we can just directly refer to the local storage, and the local storage is a global window variable that is available because it is available inside the JavaScript browsers. So we can just directly access the local storage, and then we can just run the function of the set item. So we have the set item function, which is used to set a new item inside the local storage. So if you don't know about the local storage inside the Chrome, so you can just search for that as well. So you can just search for the local storage, and then you will see all of the results about that. And the MDN is the best website for learning the JavaScript. So you can see the local storage is a read-only property of the window interface that allows you to access a storage object inside the document's origin, and the stored data is saved across the browser sessions. So even if you close the browser, even if you restart your system, even if you reopen the browser, you will still see the state. So that's the local storage for you. So now what do we need to do? So we can have the local storage, and if you want to see the local storage as well, so you can move on to the application, and then you can see now inside the storage you have the local storage inside that, and then you will see all of those properties values here inside the local storage server. So we have the server of the local of 3000, and then we can store all of these key value pairs inside that. So here inside the set item, now we need to provide the key and the value. So it works on the key value basis. So for the key we can provide the key, we can provide the key of the user ID, and then we can just directly provide the user ID. So we can just provide the user ID of the data dot ID. And now what do we need to do as the next steps? So here I think we can just remove that from there. So we need to remove all of the things. So here inside the auth request, so what do we need to do? So here we only need to run a single then statement, and here inside the then statement we will just directly refer to the function. We can just directly refer to the on response received function. So that will handle all of the things. So it will just grab the data as well inside that. So we'll just grab the data event, and then we will just update all of the things as per the data. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we write the email, like if we have the james@test2, and if we write the password, so if we just click on the console, if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we are getting the message as the login successful, and then we are updating the state inside the Redux as well. So here we have the is logged in property of the true. But if you will just move on into the local storage, you can move on into the application. So here you can say inside the local storage you have one key. You have one key of the user ID, and then you are just storing the value as well inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to store the IDs inside the local storage. And now we need to do the same for the admin as well. So for the admin, what do we need to do? So we can move on to the admin. So after the admin will be logged in, then we need to store the credentials inside the local storage again. But before storing the credentials of the admin, so we need to make sure that we will log out of the user state, because as per the functionality of this application, so if the user is logged in, then the user needs to be logged out before moving to the admin login. So for that, what do we need to do? So now you can see now the user operations are working fine, and then we can just remove that key from here. So we can just delete that key, and then we can just refresh the page, and then we can just do the same for the admin as well. So we can move on to the admin. So again, we can just define another function. So we can have the const, we can have the on response received. So that should be equals to again a function which will grab the data inside that. And then what do we need to do as the next steps? So here again we need to run here the functions. So first we can just run here the log statements. So we can have the log that should be equals to the data. And then what do we need to do? So here after the log, then we can just have the dispatch. So we can just dispatch an action to the Redux. So we have the admin actions dot login. So here we can just provide here the local storage dot, we can have the set item that should be equals to, we can have the set item of the user ID, like we can add the admin ID, and then we need to provide the ID of that admin. So we can provide the admin, like we can provide the data dot ID, and then we need to provide the token as well. So we can have the local storage dot set item that should be equals to the token. So we have the set item that should be equals to the token, and then we need to add here the thing as well, like after the token, then we need to add here the data dot token. And we need to change here as well. Here we will just add here the on response received. So we have the on response received here. So we have this function. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, if we refresh the page once again, so here we can just write the admin as well. So for the admin, so for the admin login, again we can move on to the postman. So we had the user of the james@admin.com. So we can just copy that. So first we need to move on to the admin route. So we are into the admin inside that, and now what do we need to do? So here once we are into the james@admin.com, so we can just copy that email, we can just paste, and then the password. So if we just click on the login, so now we should be able to see the admin ID and the token here. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we are getting the admin ID, and then we are getting the token as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to store everything inside the local storage. So now we have the admin ID, and then we have the token as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to store the credentials like the ID and the token inside the local storage. And now the next step would be, so once we will just load this application, so we'll just make a request, like we will run a use effect code, and then inside that use effect, we will just check like if we have the elements inside the local storage, like if we have the ID of that user, or if we have the admin ID inside the local storage, then we can just dispatch an actions to the Redux, like the user is logged in or the admin is logged in. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we are into the app component. So here we can just run the use effect code. So now we can just call the use effect function here. So we can have the use effect. And with the use effect, now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the callback function. As the second parameter, now we need to provide the empty dependency list array. So we need to define an empty array because we only need to run it once after the component is being loaded, like after the app is being loaded. So we need to call it once. And here we need to check like if we have the local storage, like if the local storage dot get item, that should be equals to the user ID. So if we have the user ID inside the local storage, then what we can do? So here you can also perform here the get user by ID with that ID, but now I will skip that, but I will directly move on with the Redux state. So here if we will find the user ID, then we want to dispatch an action to Redux, and in the else case, like we can check the else if as well, like we can check the else if. So if the local storage dot get item, that should be equals to the admin ID. And with that, now what do we need to do? So here we also need to update the state of the Redux. So here you can also perform here the get user by ID from the backend to verify that if the ID is actually correct or not, and same for the admin, you can run the get admin by ID. So here I will skip that part, and that is up to you that if you want to create it, you can create it, and that's a very good approach, but now I will skip that. So here what do we need to do? So here we need to update the state of the Redux. So here we can add the dispatch. We can use the dispatch from the Redux again. So we can have the const, we can have dispatch, and that should be equals to the use dispatch. So we can run the use dispatch with that. And with that, now what do we need to do? So here for the user, so we can have here the dispatch, we can run dispatch, and that should be equals to the user actions. So we have the actions of the user, and then we will run here the login with that. So we'll have here the login, and same for the admin. So we'll run here the dispatch. So the dispatch would be, we can have here the admin actions. So we can import the admin actions, and then we can run the login function with that. So if we save, if we now move on to the application, so now you will see if we refresh the page, and if we just move on into the inspect, so now you can see now we don't have anything inside the local storage. So if we just move on into that, if we just move on to the application, so now you can see now we don't have anything. But if we just log in with the user or the admin, like we can log in with the user, we can have the james@test2.com, and same for the password, like 111. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we have the user ID, and then you will see now we have the console window as well, and then you can see now we have the is logged in property as the true. So now if I will not remove everything, if I will not just refresh the page, and then you can see now still we have the is logged in property as the true, and then you can see now still we have the is logged in property of the true, and that is because here we are just storing the local storage, and with that we are just fetching that app component, that if we have the user ID with that, then we need to dispatch an action for the login. So with that, now authentication part has been completed. So we are able to authenticate the admin, we are able to authenticate the user, and we are able to keep the user or the admin logged in even if we refreshes the page. So now we have just completed this big functionality within this application, and this functionality is not easy to implement, but we have implemented it very easily. So now we have just completed the authentication inside our application, and now let's move on to other things as well. So now after the authentication, now we need to implement few more things inside this application. So the first, like if the user logs in, then we need to add the booking page for the user, where a user can create a new booking for a movie, and then we need to add the profile page for the user so that he or she can see the profile details and all of the booking details, and then we need to add the logout button as well for the user. And then in case for the admin, we need to add the movies page where the admin can create a new movie, and then we need to add the profile page again, and then we need to add the logout button as well. So these are the things that we need to add. So now what do we need to do for doing that? So again, we can move on into the header. So now let's start with the header, because if the user is logged in, then we need to render different links, and then if the admin is logged in, then we need to render different links. So for that, we can move on with the header. So first we need to grab the state. So here from the app.js, we are grabbing the state. So we can just copy this, and then we can just paste that inside this header. So we can just paste here, and then we need to import the use selector hook from there as well. So we need to import the use selector with that. So now everything is working fine. And now the next step would be, now we have some links. So here we have the tabs, of the movies, admin, and the authentication, and then we are rendering all of the things here. So the movies tab would be available throughout this application, because so the user and the admin can see all of the movies there. And then the second step would be, so here we have the authentication links. So we need to only show the authentication links when both of the users are logged out. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can just run this code inside a condition, like if the admin is logged in, like we can just check if the admin is logged in, and same like if the user is not logged in, so we can check if the is user logged in is false. So if the admin is logged in is false, and then the user logged in is false, and then only we need to render these two things. So for that we can just run the JSX here, and then we can just copy that here. We can just cut from here, and then we can just paste here. So now we have this link. So if we save, so now you will see now initially if we just refresh the application, so now you will see now not the admin is logged in and not the user is logged in. So if we just log in with the user, we can just click on the auth. We can just write the credentials like japes@test2.com. And then we need to add the password. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we don't have any tab inside this header. So if we just change the URL, we can just move on to the home page. So if we just change the URL, if we move on to the home page, so now you will see now we only have the movies tab here, and then you can see now we can see all of these movies. So now you can see now we have implemented the first thing, and now the second thing would be, so now if the user is logged in, then we need to render different links. So for that we can just again run here an expression condition like if the user is logged in. So we can check if the user is logged in, and then we need to render different content. Like first we need to add the tabs. Again we can just copy these two tabs. So we can just copy these two, and then we can just paste here. So now we have the tabs. So the first tab would be we need to add the profile page. So we can add the profile. So here we have the profile page, and then we need to add the profile page of the user as well, or the admin as well. So we can have the profile page of the user. So we can have /user. So that would be the link, and then we need to add the logout as well. So we can add the logout, and then for the logout we can have a /home. So for the logout, if the user logs out, then we need to redirect the user to the home page. So that will be the thing. So here if the user is logged in, then we can see the profile page and the logout page as well. So for the logout, we will just create the logout button, and on clicking on that tab, so we will just update the state inside the Redux, and the user will be logged out. So for that, now you can see now when the user is logged in, we can see the movies, we can see the profile, we can see the logout, and then we need to do same for the admin as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste this for the admin, and then we can check if the admin is logged in. Like if the admin is logged in, then what do we need to do? So we need to add the profile. So here instead of the profile, we need to add here the movies. Like we can add the add movie, we can have the add movie, and then we need to add the profile as well for that. And for the add movie, we can add /add, and then we can add the profile page as well. So that should be equals to the profile, and then we can add the link of the profile. Like we can add the link of the /admin. And then what do we need to do? So here in case of the logout, we can just move on with the same route. We can just click on the logout, and then we should be redirected to the main route inside the home page. So if we just save, so now you will see once we will just log out from there. So I think we can implement the logout from here only. So here we have the tab. So here we can just provide the on-click functionality to the tab as well. So we have the on-click, and then we can just render the different function for the on-click as well. So I think, so we can render the function. So here we can just render this function. So here we can just define a function. We can have the const, we can have the logout, and that should be equals to a function. And here what do we need to do? So here we need to dispatch an action to the Redux. So first what we need to do, so we need to grab the state. So we need to grab the dispatch from the Redux. So we can have the const, we can have the dispatch, and that should be equals to the use dispatch hook. So we can just import that hook from there. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to dispatch an action. So we can dispatch an action, and here we can just accept a parameter as well, like if this is for the user or the admin. So we can have the is admin, and then we can just check like if there is an admin, then we need to render the admin actions, or then we need to render the user actions. So for that we can just check like if the admin, then we need to enter the admin actions. So we can just import the admin actions, and then we can run the logout from there. So we can run the logout, and then we can just render the else condition as well. Like in the else, we need to add the user actions. So we can have the user actions, and then we can run the logout from there. So we can run the user actions.logout. So that will be the thing. And now we can just move ahead inside the logout route. So here we have the logout, and then on the on click, we can just run a function. We can just have here the callback, and then we can just render the logout function. So we have this logout with there. So with the logout, we will just have the logout, and in the parameters, we will just run here the false, because this is for the user. So we can just run here for the false, and then we can just copy that on click from there, and then we can just paste that here. So we can just paste it, and that should be equals to, we need to render the logout as the true, because this is for the admin. And after that, we need to implement one more thing as well inside the logout. So we need to move on inside the logout function, and then we need to remove the IDs and the tokens from the local storage as well. So for completing the logout, we also need to remove the local storage IDs and the tokens as well. So what do we need to do? So again, we can move on into Redux store, and then we have the logout functions here, and in the logout, after we are having the state.isLoggedIn equals to the false, then we need to remove the ID and the tokens from the local storage as well. So in case of the user, we can run the local storage, and then we can have the function of the remove item. So we have the remove item function inside the local storage, which gets an ID, and then it will automatically remove that value from that local storage. So we can just perform here some steps, like here inside the remove item, we can give here the ID. Like for the user, we have the user ID. So with that, we have the user ID, and then we can just copy that same, and then we can move on into the admin, and then we need to run here this function as well. So we have this remove item, and then we need to run here the admin ID. So that is the admin ID. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to remove the token as well. So we can run the local storage dot remove item, and then we can run here the token. And then what do we need to do? So after we remove both of the things, then we are having the state.isLoggedIn to the false. Then the user will be logged out. So if we say, if we refresh the application, and then we can see inside the local storage as well. So we can move on to local storage. So we have the user ID. So if we just click on the logout, so now you will see now we are logged out from there, and then you can see the navigation bar links had been changed, and then you can see now we don't have any value inside the local storage as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have implemented the logout functionality. So now after the logout, now we need to implement the booking functionality as well. So here we need to create the booking page in which we can just create a new booking of a specific movie. So here we have different cards of that movies. So once we just click on the book button, and then we should be moved on to the different URL with the movie ID as well onto the URL. And then from that movie ID, we will fetch all of the details of that movie, and then we will just create the booking of that specific movie. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can just move on into the card item.js. So we have the card item. So I think we have the movie item with that. So we can move on into the movies and in the movie item.js file. And here you can see now inside this props of the movie item, we are getting the ID of that movie. So what do we need to do? So once we'll just click on that button, so now we need to move on to a different page, like that page should be /booking or /that movie ID. So we need to create the booking of specific movie ID. So what do we need to do? So here we have this button of the book, and then we need to provide the link component again as we did inside the header. So we can just provide the link component of the button. So link component would be of the link of the React router DOM as we did inside the header, and then we need to provide the to URL to move on to the different page. So we can have the to prop, and then inside the to we can run here the strings. So we can run here the template title strings, and inside that what do we need to do? So we need to move on /booking /that movie ID. So we can just pass here the ID of that movie. So that will be the functionality. So now we have implemented that. So if we just save, and if we just click on the book button inside any of the movie cards, so if we just click on the book, so now you will see now we are getting the booking, but here we are getting the undefined as well. So I think we are getting an error. So here we are getting the undefined. I think something is wrong. So we can move into the container of the movies, and here we can just check if we are getting all of the things. So here you can see now in the ID we are giving the movie.id, and that should not be the movie.id, that should be the movie._id. So if we just save, if we move on to the application once again, if we refresh, if we just click on the book now again, and then you can see now we are moving into the booking URL, we are having the booking, and then / we are getting the ID of the specific movie. And now what do we need to do? So now we need to create the booking page as well. So here inside the components, we can just create a new folder that can be the bookings, and inside that bookings, we can just create a new booking file that can be equals to the booking.js. So now for designing the booking page, now we can just move on into the paint again. So here we have the paint, and then we can click on the home. So first, I think we can just render the image of that movie. So here inside the left, we can render the image of the movie, and then we need to add the description as well. So inside this box, we will add the description. So here we will add the description of that movie. We can just create another box, and inside that box, so here we can just create another box, and inside that box, what do we need to do? So we need to add the release date of that movie, and then we can also specify the actors and all of the things here. So we can just do all of the things inside the description, and here we will just render the release date of that specific movie. So now on the left, we would render all the things, and on the right of side, what do we need to do? So here we will just create the booking form. So here we'll have the form of that booking, and inside that form, first thing is what do we need to do? So here we will just render the text field where we will just get the data from that form. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to render the date as well. So this text field will be of the seat number, and this text field will be of the date which we need to select. Here we will have the booking button. So that functionality we need for the booking page. So what do we need to do? So here we can just build that functionality as well. So first thing would be now we need to get the details of that movie as well. So here we have just defined this route, and now we need to get all of the details of that movie. So what do we need to do? So here inside the use effect code, we can just run a function of get a movie details by its ID, and then we need to render the different details of that movie like the image, description, actors, and the release date as well. So what do we need to do? So again, we can move on into the API helpers file, and here we can just define that function. So first, what do we need to do? So again, we can just create a reusable function. We can have export const, we can have a get movie details, and that should be equals to a function. It will be a asynchronous function as well, and then we need to grab the ID as well inside the parameter. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the get function from the Axios. So we can have the Axios dot, we can have the get function, and with the get here we need to pass the URL. So here we can run the template details, and here we can have slash movie slash that ID of that movie. So we can render the ID of that specific movie. So here we have the Axios dot get, and then we need to run the catch as well because that's a database operation. So if you get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll just have a console.log for that error. And then the Axios.get will return a response. So we need to get the response as well. So here inside that, we can just store that response inside a variable. So we can have a const, we can just have a response that should be equals to the await Axios.get. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the validation as well. Like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, and then what do we need to do? So we can just return the console.log that unexpected error. So that would be a log message. So if the response dot status is not the 200, then what do we need to do as the next step? So if we get the status of the 200, then we will just grab the response data. So we can have the const response data that should be equals to the await, that should be equals to the response dot data. So we'll get the response dot data with that, and then we need to return that data. So we need to return the response data with that. So now that will be the reusable function of getting the movie details by its ID. And then we can move on into the booking.js page. And then here we can run the REFCE page as well. We can run the REFCE to have the initial state of the React application. And then we need to run the use effect code. So here we can import the use effect, and then we can run the code as well. And now inside the second parameter, inside the dependency array list. So now we need to render the different thing. So first inside the use effect, now what do we need to do? So first we need to get the ID from that URL. So now for getting the ID, first we need to get the ID. So we can run the const, we can have the ID. And now for getting the ID inside the React router, we have a hook inside the React router, which is the use params. So we have the use params hook, which is used to get the parameter URLs from that ID. So what do we need to do for that? So first we can move on into the app.js to subscribe for that params variable. So here we can just define another route that should be equals to, we can have the route path should be slash booking slash that ID of that booking. So here as we did inside the backend, so we can do same thing as well. So we can just provide the ID with this colon variable and slash ID. So that would create a params variable inside the URL, and then we will just get that variable from that use params hook from that. So we have the slash booking slash the params variable with that ID, and then the element we need to render that should be equals to the booking. So that would be the booking. And now what do we need to do? So we can move on into the booking. So here we have the const ID, and that should be equals to, so we can run the use params hook. So we can have the use params. So we can import that from the React router, and then we can just grab the ID variable. So here as we have defined the variable of the ID, so we need to get the variable of that ID inside that. So we'll get the ID key from there, and then we can just log that ID as well. So we'll have the log of that ID. So if we save, if we move on to the application, and then you can see now we enter the booking page, and then we can move on into the inspect panel, and then we can see the console. So here you can see now we're getting the ID as well from the URL. So here we are getting the ID. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to run the use effect code. So we need to rerun the use effect code after the ID would be changed inside the URL. So here we can just pass the second parameter as the ID. So once the ID would be changed inside the URL, so we need to call the use effect once again. And now what do we need to do inside the use effect? So here we need to get the get movie details. So we can have the get movie details, and then we can pass in the ID of that movie. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to store the response as well. So for storing the response, we can again use the state. So we can have the use state from there, and then we can store the movie details. Like we have this movie, set movie, and by default value will be empty, would be undefined. And then we need to import the state. And here we can run the then statement as well, because that's a promise. So with the then we will get the response. And then we will just store the response as well. So we'll have the set movie, and that should be equals to, we can grab the movie. So we can grab the response dot movie with that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here inside that we need to run the catch as well, because that's a database operation. So if we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll just have the console.log that error with that. So that would be the thing. So if we save, and I think we need to just log the value of that movie as well. So we'll log the value of that movie. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you will see once we are just getting all of the details, once the use effect is ran, then you can see now we are getting the details of that movie. So we are getting the ID, title of the rocketry, we have the description and all of the things about that movie. So that's the thing we want to implement. So now we have implemented that, and now we need to render the links as well here. So now we need to just work on the designing part. So first for designing that, now what do we need to do? So first for designing that, we need to get the movie. So for that, we can just run all of those code inside the condition. So like inside this div, we will just render all of the things when we'll have the movie. So we'll have here the movie, and then only we need to render all of those things. So here we can just run the fragment from the React as well to wrap all of the things inside that. So now we have this fragment. So now we need to design all of these things inside that fragment. So now first, what do we need to do? So here we need to render the typography as well. Like we can have a book moving of that specific movie. So we can add the title as well. So for adding the title, we can use the typography from that material UI. So we can add the text from the typography, and here we can just define some stylings as well. Like we can give the padding of something around, we can give the padding as well. We can give the 3, that should be enough. And then what do we need to do? So we can give the font family as well. So for the font family, we can give equals to, we can give the fantasy, and then we can just move on with the variant as well. So we can give the variant, and that should be equals to the h4 because we need to render the heading element. And then we can also have the text align, that should be equals to the center. And then we need to render the title as well inside that. So we need to add the book, tickets of movie, and then we can give the movie name as well inside the condition. Like we can have the movie dot title. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we are getting the typography. So we are having the book, tickets of movie, the rocketry. So we have this movie, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here, as we have just designed inside that paint, so we need to render the details of that movie inside the left part of the screen, and then inside the right part we can just render the ticket details of that movie. We can render the form, and from there we can just create a new booking. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can just define a parent container that should be equals to the box, and then we can just define the display as the flex. So we can have the display that should be equals to the flex because it will take full available space. And then we need to define the display flex, and then we can also define here the justify content that should be equals to the center. So now that will be a parent container of all of those elements. So now here inside that we can just create another container that should be on the left of the side. So here we can just define another container for rendering all of the things of the details of that movie. So that box will have here the display again, that should be equals to the flex, and then we need to render the justify content again, that should be equals to the column. And here inside the child box, now what do we need to do? So here we need to render the items on the bottom of each other. So we can just provide the flex direction as well. So we can have the flex direction that should be equals to the column. And then we can give padding as well from the top of the side. So we can give the padding from the top, that should be equals to, we can give the 3 would be enough. And then we can give the width as well. So we can give the width, and that should be equals to 50% of the screen because we need the width of the 50% for this box. And now what do we need to do? So we need to render all of those items inside this box. Like first we can render the image. So here we have the image, and inside that image we can render the source of that image. So source would be equals to the movie. So we have the poster URL inside the backend. So we can render the poster URL, and then for the alt we can render the name of that movie. So in the alt here we can render the name, like the name would be equals to, we can have the movie dot the title of that movie. And now we need to define the stylings as well for the image. So we can give the width as well. So the width of that image would be equals to something around, we can give the 80% of the parent container. And then we can also provide the height as well. So for the height, I think that should be equals to, we can give something around 300 pixels would be okay for the height. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now inside that now we are getting the details of that movie. So we are getting the image as well of that movie. So here inside this box, now we can just render the margin from the right as well. So after we have just defined all of those things, then we need to render the margin from the right, and then we can give equals to the auto. So it will be automatically aligned to the left. So now you will see now it is aligned to the left. And after that we need to render the details of that movie as well. So after the image, then we can render the details. So for all of the details of that movie, we can just define another container for rendering the details. So we can have the box, and inside that box we can again render, we can give the width. So we can give the width of the 80% of the parent container. So we have the 50% inside the parent, and then we can give the 80% relative to the 50%. And after that we can just provide the margin as well. so we can give the margin from the top, so we can give the top margin of something around that should be equals to the 3, and then we can give some padding as well of something around 2. So padding would be 2 enough. And now what do we need to do? So inside this box, now we need to enter the details. Like first we need to add the typography. So we have the typography, and in this typography we will render all of the details. So with that we can again give here the margin, or we can give the padding. So the padding would be something around 2, and we can only give the padding from the top, and that would be enough. So we can give the padding from the top, that should be equal to the 2, and then we can just render the details of that movie. So we can render the movie dot description of that specific movie. So that would be equals to the movie dot description. And now what do we need to do? So if we save, so now you will see now we're getting the details of that movie as well, and now it is working perfectly fine. And now we can just render the actors list as well. So for rendering the actor list, so we can again render another typography, and then inside this typography now we can just render the details. Like here we can just render the font weight, so we can give the font weight of the bold for rendering all of those actors. And then we can also give here some margin as well, so we can give the margin of something around, so we can give the margin from the top, so that should be equals to the 1, that should be enough. So now after that what do we need to do? So here we need to render all of those actors. So for rendering the actors, now we have the actors array inside the movie. So as we have defined the backend, so we have the actors array. So what do we need to do? So we need to loop through the array, and then we need to render the actors after giving some space between them. So what do we need to do? So we can run another expression, and inside that we can run the loop. Like we can have the movie dot actors, so we have the actors array, and then we can run the map from there, and inside that map we can run here the actor, we can run the string of that actor, and then inside that what do we need to do? So here we can just render the actor inside that. So from here we will just return the actor plus, and then we will just return the comma as well. So we'll have the actor plus equals to the comma. So it will just directly render the actor here inside that, because it will just return the actor, and then it will just render the string as well inside this actor. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the actors as well. So we have the R Madhavan as the actor, and then we can render the strings as well here. Like we can have the starter, that should be equals to the list, and then you can see now we are getting the details of that starter. So we are getting the details, and here what do we need to do? So I think instead of defining the comma, we can only define the space, so that should be enough. So we can have the space, and before that we can also have some space. Like here we have the space, so that should be enough. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the starter, so we can just remove the plus as well from here. So now we have the starter, and we have the details of that actors as well. So everything is working fine. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here after that the last step would be now we need to render the release date as well. So here we need to render the release date. So what do we need to do for the release date? We can render other typography, so that should be equals to the typography, and then we can just render the font weight again of the bold. So we can have the font weight, that should be equals to the bolder, and then we can give again the margin from the top. So we can give the margin from the top, that should be equals to, we can again give margin from the top as the 2, so 1 would be enough. And then what do we need to do here? And then we need to render the details of that release date. So here we can give the release date as well, like the release date. So here we can just provide the date of that movie. So we can have the movie dot date, like we have the release date inside this movie. So we have the release date. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we are getting the release date as well. So I think you can see the date is not in the readable format. So what we can do? So we can just move on, and then we can just provide the date inside the readable format. So we can just provide this object inside the new date class inside the JavaScript. So we can have the new date. So we can have the date class, and inside that we can render the details of that movie dot release date. And then inside that constructor, now we have the details, and now we have the function of the toDate string that we can use inside this constructor. So here we have the new date object, we are getting new object of the class, and then we are just calling the toDate string. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the details of that movie. So we have the Friday 29th April 2022, and now you can see the date is too far from the current date because now it is November. So now we have just rendered the release date, and everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just given the details of that movie, and now the next step would be now inside the right of the site, now we need to render the form for creating that booking. For that, now what do we need to do? So here we have this parent box. So here that was the parent box inside that. So we can just render the child box, and now after that we can just create another box which will contain the width of the 50%, remaining 50%. So we can give the width of the 50%, that should be enough. And then we can give the padding as well of something around, so we can give the padding from the top, that should be something around 4 or 3 would be enough. So we have this padding, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to define the form. So for defining the form, we need to define some elements inside that form as well. So how many elements do we need inside that form? So inside this form, we need 2 text fields. The first would be the seat number. So we can just provide a numeric text field, and then we need to render the date. So we need to only just define here the seat number, and then we need to define the date, because for the user, we have the ID of that user as well. We have the ID of that booking as well. So what do we need to do? So here in the form, we can just provide the form, and then with that we can again provide the container inside that to render off the items inside the styling. So inside this box, we can again define the padding of something around 5 would be enough, and then we can give here some margin as well from the auto, because we need to render the form inside the center, and then we can again give the display as the flex to render all of the items on the bottom of each other. So we can give here the flex display, and then we can also provide the flex direction as well. That should be equals to the column. So if we save, so now we have the form, and now after that, what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just render all of the text fields. So first we can render the form label. So as we did inside the other objects, so we can have here the form label as well. So with the form label, we need to render the label as well. That should be equals to, we can give the date, or we can give the seat number first. So we can have seat number, and inside that seat number, we need to render the text field as well. So with the text field, and with the text field, we can provide the name of the text field, like we can provide the identifier in the text field, like the identifier would be equals to the name. That should be equals to, we can give the seat number, and then we can also provide the other details, like we can provide the type of the typography as well. So the type would be equals to the number, and then we need to provide the margin as well. So we can give the margin of normal that we have defined inside the login screen as well. So we'll use the same approach of handling those forms as well. So we have those margin, and then we need to provide the variant as well. So we can give the variant of the standard. So that should be the variant, and then we can define the form for the date as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste that again. So we have this text field here. So this text field will be of the type that should be equals to the date. So we need to enter the date, and the name identifier would also be the date, and here with the margin, and then we have the standard variant, and then we can just provide the date. So we can just have the date for that movie. So we can have the booking date. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we have the seat number, and then we have the booking date as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And after that, we can just render here the button as well at the end of the form to submit the form. So after this text field, we will just render the button. That should be equals to, we can give the button as the submit. So we can give the type prop for the button. So here we can give the type prop to the button. So we can the type that should be equals to the submit. And then we can also provide the details, like we can provide the SX prop as well to define some margin from the top. That should be equals to the 3. And then we'll have the text of the book now. So we have the book now. So with that, we will just get a new booking. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the seat number, and then we have the booking date, and then we have the button as well to book a new booking. So now we have just defined that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to handle the form data. So again, as we did inside the authentication screens, we can render the form data. So we can handle the form data with the use state with dynamic handling. So again, we can define the use state as well. So here we can just define that. So we need to add the use state. That should be equals to a snippet, and then we have the inputs object, and again we have the set inputs, and by default value will be, we need to give an object. So the object would contain the seat number first. So first that would be equal to seat number, and seat number would be empty string, and then we need to render other things as well, like we need to render the date. So we have the date would also be an empty string. And here what do we need to do? So here we need to define the onChange function as well. So the onChange would be called whenever we'll enter any of the text field. So we can have the const, we can have the onChange, like we can have the handle change. That should be equals to a function, and then it will grab the event as well as the parameter. And inside that, what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to have the set inputs. That should be equals to, first we need to grab the previous state. So with that, first we will get the previous state, because if we enter the seat, if we enter the booking date as well, so the seat would be gone, because we are just rendering the state inside that memory. So the component would re-render and the state would be gone. So we need to store the previous state inside the set inputs as well. So first, what do we need to do? So here we need to return an object. So first the previous state would be there, And then what do we need to do? So here we need to target the property names and their values inside that. So we'll have the e.target.name. So we'll target the identifiers and then we'll target their values. Like we'll have the e.target.value. So if we save, and with that we'll be able to handle the forms. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to give the values as well and the handle change functions as well. So we can give the value. So the value would be, we need to give the value of the inputs object. So that should be equals to the inputs dot, we can give the seat number, and then we need to provide the on change function as well. So we have the on change. So whenever the text field would change, so we can give the on change equals to the handle change function. So we have this thing. Now we need to just copy that and then we can just move on with the booking date. So here we need to provide these things as well. So we have the value equals to, we can give the date, and then with the on change we will provide the handle change, because with the handle change we will just target the name property, because it will dynamically work with the name and the seat number both. It will target the name and their values accordingly. And now what do we need to do? So here inside that form the button type equals to the submit. So once the form would be submitted, so then as well we need to get the date of that form. So here we can provide the on submit prop. So we can have the on submit, and that should be equals to a new function. We can give the new function of the const. We can give the handle submit. That would be equals to a function which will again grab the event. So now we have the handle submit, and now inside that what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to prevent the default behaviors of the web browsers, because it sends the data to the URL and then it will refresh the page. So for that we can again run the prevent default. We can run the prevent default. So it will just prevent the default behavior of the web browser. And after that what do we need to do? So we can just log the values of that inputs. So we can have the log the value of that inputs with that, and inside that on submit we can just provide the handle submit form. So we can have the handle submit function with that. So here we have all of the things. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and now if we just move on to console tab as well, so we can move into the console, and then we can just provide the seat number. Like the seat number would be 23, and then we need to provide the date as well. So the date would be something around, we can give the date of, I think we can give the date of 19, that would be enough. And I think we have also provided here, so for the date I think we have provided the date, and we have the normal variant, we have the value, so it's fine. So now we have the date as well for the booking. So if we just click on the book now, so now you will see now we are having the seat number as well, and then we are having the date as well. So everything is fine. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just get the new booking as well. So now we are getting the details of that form, and now what we can do as the next step, so we can create a booking as well. So for creating that we need to make a request to the backend for creating a new booking. So again we can move on into the API helpers file to declare that function. So again we can have export const, we can have the new booking, and that should be equals to an asynchronous function. So we need to add the async, and with that we need to get the data for that form as well. So here we will get the data as well inside the parameters, and now we need to make a request. So again we can run the Axios, we can run the post request from that Axios as well for creating the new booking, and then we need to add the URL as well. Like we can add the slash booking, so that will be the URL of the post request, and after that we need to get the data. So here we need to pass the data as well. So for the data we need to provide the data, so we can give the movie as well. So now what do we need to do inside that? So we need to provide the data dot movie. So in that we will send the movie ID as well inside that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to add the seat number, so we can give the seat number. So the seat number would be equals to, we'll give the data dot seat number, and then we will give the date as well. So we'll have the date, so the date would be equals to, so we can give here the data dot date. So now we'll give you the movie, we'll give the seat number, and then we'll give the date as well. And after that finally we need to provide the user as well, so we can give the user. And then for the user what we can do, so we can just directly access the user's ID from the local storage. So here we can run the local storage dot get item, and that should be equals to the user ID. So we'll get the user ID from the local storage. So that should be a booking. And now what we need to do, so here we can run the catch block as well. So with the catch, if we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll have the console.log with the error. And now what do we need to do? So here with the axios.post we need to return the response as well. So we can get the response. So we can have the const response would be equals to the await, and then we have this request. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can run the validations. So if the response dot status is not equals to the 201 which is created, then what do we need to do? So again we can just return the console.log. So we can run the console.log that unexpected error. So that should be the error. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here, if we get the data, so here if we pass this validation check, then we need to get the data from that response as well. So we can do the const response data. That should be equals to, we can give the await, that should be equals to the response.data. So we'll get the data with that. And now we need to just return this as well. So we need to return the response data with that. So if we save, and now we need to move on into the booking. So here inside the onSubmit of that form, now we need to call this function. So here we have the handle submit function. So here we can just call this function as well. So we can have this, we can have here the new booking. So we can have the new booking from there, from the API helpers, and then we need to provide the data. So with the data, we need to provide an object. The object will contain all of the fields of that input. So we need to provide the inputs, and then we need to provide the other field as well, which is the movie. So we need to provide the movie, and that movie would be equals to the movie dot underscore ID. So we need these fields, first the inputs, and then we need to provide the movie, that should be equals to the movie dot ID. So here we have the spread operator as well. So it will just get all of the properties and values of the inputs, and then we will provide a new object key, and then we will provide a new key of the movie with that ID as well. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the then block as well. So with the then, what do we need to do? So here we need to create a new booking with the then. So with that, we will just get the response from there, and with the response we will just log that response. So we'll have the console.log of that response. And now what do we need to do? So here we can run the catch once again. So we can run the catch. So if we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll have the console.log that error. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, so now we can just move on into the inspect, and we can move on into the console, and then we can just create a new booking as well. We can give the seat number of around 52. So we can get the seat number of 52, and then we can provide the date as well. So the date would be equals to, we can give the 26. So if we just click on the book now, so now you will see, now we have just getting a new booking, and here you can see now we are getting a new object of that booking as well. So we are getting a new booking, we are getting the movie details of that booking, we are getting the date as well, we are getting the user as well, we are getting the seat number as well, and then you can see the response is also successful. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to create the booking as well. So the booking functionality is completed within this application. And now the next thing is, now we want to work on the profile page as well. So with the profile, we need to work on the profile page of the user. And now the next step would be, we need to work on the profile. So here what do we need to do? So inside the source, again we can just define a new folder that can be equals to the profile, and inside that profile folder, now we need to just create a new file that should be equals to the profile.js. So that should be equals to the profile.js, and inside that, so here as well we can run the RFC for the default setup, and we need to subscribe for this page as well. So we can again move on into the app.js. So here we can just define another route that should be equals to, we can run the profile. So that should be equals to /user, and with the /user we need to run the profile page of that user. So here we can just move on again into the profile. So we can just change the name from the profile to the user profile. So we can have the user profile. So that should be equals to the user profile. So here we have the user profile, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here inside the app.js we can run the user profile. So we can have the user profile component, and then we can just do same for the admin as well, I think. So the admin will declare later. So now we have the profile page of that user, and now inside the profile page, what do we need to do inside the profile page? So if we click on the profile, now we enter the profile page. Here inside the profile, we can see the profile of that user, like we can see the name of that user displayed on the left panel, and inside the right we can just display all of the bookings of that user. So we can just design that inside the paint. So now inside that, what do we need to do? So here inside the left of the side, we can just define the name and the email and the other details of that user, like the name and the email, and onto the right of the side we can just define all of the bookings of that user. So we can have the booking of that user, like so how many bookings the user has created. So we can just define that list. So now what do we need to do? So we can just move on, and then first we need to get all of those bookings of that user. So what can we do? So again we can move on into the backend controller. So we can check if we have defined that functionality or not. So we can just move on into the users controller. So we can move on into the user routes. So here inside the user routes, now you can see, now we are getting the all bookings of that user. We are just providing the ID of that user, and then you can see now we have the function of get bookings of that user. So we need to only provide the ID with that. So now what do we need to do? So again we can run this inside the API helpers. So we can just define the function. We can have the export const, we can have the get users booking, we can have the get user bookings, and this will also be an asynchronous function, and then we need to define the ID of that user as well, or we can get the ID from the local storage as well. So I think we don't need to provide the ID. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the get request. So we can run the Axios dot get So this will be a get request, and inside that, what do we need to do? So here we need to pass the URL. So we can check the URL inside the routes. So here we have the user routes, and here you can see we have the /user/bookings/id of that booking to get all of the bookings of that user. So we can just do same for this as well. We can have /user/bookings/id of that user. So for the ID, we can just provide the ID. So first we can get the ID from the local storage. So we can have the const, we can have the ID that will be equals to the local storage dot get item, and that should be equals to, we can get the user ID from there. So we can get the user ID. And now what do we need to do for that? And now we have the Axios dot get. So we have the user bookings. So we can just change these strings to the template literals. So with the bookings, now we can just generate the ID as well. So with that, we will just get the ID. And now we need to run the catch as well, because that's a database operation. So here we can run the catch. And if we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll have the console.log with the error with that. And now the Axios.get will return a response. So we need to get the response as well. So we can get the response. That should be equal to the await. That would be Axios.get. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to perform few more steps. Like first, we need to check the validation. Like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, then we need to just return the console.log. That should be equals to, we can get the console.log of the unexpected error. So we can give the console.log with that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just generate another thing, like now if the response.status is 200, then we can just generate the data from the response. So again, as we did in all of the steps, so we can get the response data. That should be equals to the await. We can get the response.data with that. And now what do we need to do? So here we will just return that data. So we'll return the response data with that. And now we can move on into the profile page, into the user profile. So here, so we can just run this function inside the use effects. So we can get the use effect snippet again. And then here, what do we need to do? So here we need to run this function. So here we don't need to provide any dependency list, because we need to run the use effect after the component will be rendered. So here we can just run the function of the get bookings. So we can have the get users bookings. So we have the get user booking from there. So we can just copy that. And then you can see now this will return a promise. So now what we can do? So we need to get the response as well from there. So we can just store the response somewhere. So we can run the use effect here. So here we have the use effect, and we can just have here the bookings and the set bookings, and initially the value will be empty, and we need to import the state as well. And now what do we need to do? So here when we will run the get user booking, so we will run it then, and then from the request we will get the response as well. And for storing the response, we can get the set bookings. So we'll just store the response.bookings. So we'll store the response.bookings with that. And then we need to run the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll have the catch, we'll have the console.log with that error. And now what do we need to do? So we can just save, and then we can just log that bookings. So we can have the log of all of those bookings that we have. So we can just log the bookings. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, and if we move on to the inspect panel as well. So here we are into the console, and here you can see now we got the array. So we have just created a single booking from that user. So that's why we are seeing the array of single element of that booking. So here you can see now we got the movie ID, we got the user details as well, we got the movie details as well, and everything is there, and everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next step would be, now we need to design this page. So now we can just design this page as well. So we can move on to the paint, and with the paint now we can just design the, like first we need to provide here the details of the user. Like here we can just provide the details onto the some part of the screen, like it would take something around 20%, and then we will just add the logo as well of the user, like that would be the user logo. And now this is a user logo, and now I know that it's not good because my drawing skills are too bad. So now we have this logo, and then we will just render some text as well, like the details of that user, like email of the user, and then we can write here the and then we can add the name of that user as well. So these are the details that we need to write, and now we can just show all of the bookings of that user as well. So inside the remaining 70% part, we can just write all of those bookings of that user. So we can just render the list of that bookings, like here we can just render list items with that. So we'll just have the list items, like here that will be the list item, and here as well we'll have the list item, and here as well that will be a list item. So the parent tag will be the container, so the parent will be the container of that list, so that will be the container, and then we will render each list item inside that. So that's the functionality that we want to build. So now what do we need to do? So we can just save that, and now what do we need to do? So here we need to just run that code. So here we can just design that. So first, what do we need to do? So first we can just render here the box. So instead of this div, we can just render the box from the material UI. So we can have the box, and inside that, what do we need to do? So that would be a parent container. So we can give the width of something around 100% to it. So that would be 100%. And we can also define the display as well to the flex. So we can have the display of the flex. So it will take full available space. And then what do we need to do? So after that, that would contain the 100%. So now we can create two more divs. That should be equals to width of the 30%, and the another one would be width of the 70%. So here we can give the box, and that would contain the width of the 30%. And then we can just define another box, like it can be the of the 70%. So that can be another box. That would be a container for all of those bookings. So that would be 70%. And now inside this div, what do we need to do? So inside the 30% div, now we need to render some more stylings, like we can just render here the flex direction. That should be equals to again the column. And here as well, we can just define here the justify content. That should again be equals to inside the center of that part. And then we can align the items as well. We can have the align items. That should again be to the center of the screen. So that should be inside the center. And then I think that's enough for this. And now the next step is, now we want to render the content inside that. Like first we need to render the logo. So we can just move on into the MUI.com to check the logos as well. So we have the MUI, and then we will just grab any logo from there. So we can have the icons. We can move on to the icons. So like now you can see now this icon is also looking good. So we can just get this account circle icon from there. So we can just import that icon here, and then we can just render this here. So we can have here the account circle icon. If we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now we'll see now we have the icon as well. And now what do we need to do for that? And now we can just increase the size of that icon as well. So we can just provide the SX prop, and with the SX we can just provide the font size for that, because the icon is just in the end it is just a SVG icon. So we can give the font size, and the font size should be, we can give the 20 rem. So if we save, so now we'll see now we have this icon. Now this icon is too big, so we can give something around 10 rem would be okay. And after that, now we can just provide the details of that user. So we can just provide another typography. So that should be equals to, we can give the some, so we can give some padding from there, like the padding would be something around 1, that is 8. Then we can give the width as well. So we can give the width as auto only. So we can give the width as the auto, and then we can have the text align as well. So that should be equals to inside the center. And then we need to also provide the border as well. So the border again should be something around, we can give 1 pixels. That should be solid. That should be hash CCC color. So the color would be a little gray color. So we can provide this color. And then we can give the border radius as well. So we can give the border radius of something around 6 would be enough. So now we have this styling. And now what do we need to do is the next step. So here we have this typography. And now we need to render the content inside the typography as well. So here, what do we need to do? So we only need to render this typography, and we only need to render all of the div when we have the content. So here we have the divs, and we only need to render all of those divs when we have all of those content, when we have the bookings from there. So we can just render all of the things inside a condition. So when we have the bookings, and then only we need to do all of the things. So we can just check when we have the bookings dot, we can give the length is greater than 0. So when we have the bookings, and we have the bookings dot length is greater than 0, because the bookings would be an error. And then we need to render here all of the things, like we can again render the fragment from the React. So we can give the fragment as a parent container, and then we can just wrap all of the things with the fragment. So now we have this content. And now the next step would be, now we have the content, now we have the bookings. So here inside the typography, we can just render the name of that user. So we can give the name, that should be equals to, again we can give the name, like we can give the bookings. We can give the bookings name, like we can give any booking name, because the bookings would be of the specific user. So we can give the bookings first value dot user, because we have the user object as well. And then we can provide the name property as well. So we have the bookings of any booking, because the bookings are of the same user only, is dot user dot name. So if we save, now you can see now we have the name as well, and the name equals to the James. And then we can also provide the email as well. So we can just provide the same typography. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste it. And then we need to provide the email as well. So that should be equals to bookings.user.email. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the name, and then we have the email. Now you can see the styling is not looking good. So we can just improve the styling a little bit. So we can move on to the parent container of the width of the 30%. So here we can give the padding of something around, we can give the padding of something around 2 would be enough. So now we have the padding. So we can give the padding of the 3. that is okay. And now what do we need to do? So we have the account circle icon, so inside that we can give, so we can just provide here the text align, that should be again into the center, and then we can also provide here the margin from the left as well. So we can give the margin from the left, we can have the short form property, and then we can give the margin from the left as a 2, so that would be enough. So if we provide the 3, and that is also enough, so now we have the margin from that. And then we have the typographies, and then we can just provide some typographies, like we can provide some margins as well. So like we can give the margin from the top, that should again be 1. So if we save, so now you will see, now we have the name, now we have the icon of that user, we have the name, and then we have the email of the user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now that would be enough, I think, for the first 30%. And then into the second 70%, now we can just render all of the list of all of the movies. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can just again close the div, and now we can just render the content inside this div. So after the width of the 70%, we need to define more stylings for this div, like we can have the display. Again, that should be equals to, we can give the flex basis, we have the flex, and then we have a flex direction, and that is also something around, we can give the column. So here we need to render all of the list, so we can just render the list as well. So first we need to render the text, like we can render the typography, like it will contain, we can give the variant of something around, we can give the h3 would be enough. And then we can also provide the font family. So font family would also be, we can give the Vardhana, and you can also use the Google fonts as well. So as of now, we can give the font family of the Vardhana, and then we can give here the text align, that should also be again into the center of the screen. We can give the padding, that should again be 2, and then we can add the text of the bookings. So we have the bookings. So if we save, so now we will see, now we have the bookings text with that as compared to the previous parts. And now we need to render all of the list as well. So after that, now we can just enter another box container for the list. So again, we can provide the margin for the auto to align it into the center. And I think we need, like we again need a display as well. So that should be again equals to the flex. And this time again, we can have the flex direction. That should again be into the column. And after that, now I think we can provide the width as well of the 80% of the parent container. So the list would take around 80% of the parent container list. So after that, now I think that's enough for this. So we can just provide the list as well after that. So inside this parent container, we can provide the list. So if you don't know about the list inside the material UI, you can again move on to the material UI, and then you can just search for the list component. So here you have the list, and then you can see all other lists, like you can see like the list inside the Gmail. So we have the list, so we can use the nested lists as well, and then these are the lists that we can use, and then we can have the icons as well inside this list. So we'll use this type of list. And now what do we need to do? So here we can just use here the list components. So we have the list, which is a parent container. So the list is like a UL which adds the functionality of the list, and then we can just render the content inside the list. So then we need to just render the bookings. So we can have the bookings dot map, so we can just loop through all of those bookings. Inside the callback of the map, we will get the booking, and then we will just add the index as well of that booking. And after that, what do we need to do? So here we can just render the content. Like first we need to render here the list item. So we have the list item, which is the li with that. And for the list item, we can just provide some stylings as well, like we can give the SX prop for the styling, like we can give the background color as well, so the BG color, and we can give any color, like, so that would be the color. And after that, we need to provide more stylings, like we can give the color as well, like we can give the color of the text, that should be equals to always white. So we need the white color of the text. And then I think we also need here the text align, that should be again into the center. And then I think we can also provide here, I think that should be equals to the margin. So we need the margin for all of the list item, that should be equals to the 1. So that is a list. And now inside that, now we need to render the actual content inside that. So we have the list item text to add the text inside the list item. So here we cannot just directly render the text. So we need to render the list item text. So here we have this component inside the MUI. So with the text, now we need to provide the text of the list item. So with the text as well, we can give the SX prop, like we can give the margin. We can give the margin of something around 1 from the container, and then we need to give the width as well. So the width would be something around the 100 pixels, or like auto would be enough. So we can give the auto, and then we can also provide the text align, that should be equals to, we can give the text align into the left. So we need to align the list item text inside the left corner, and inside that text, now we need to render the actual text, that should be equals to, we can give inside the expressions, that should be equals to the movie, like we can give here the movie text. booking object inside the callback variable, and then we can give the movie dot title. So if we save, if we move on to the application, now you can see now we have the booking. So as of now we only have one element inside the array, so that's why we are seeing only one booking. So here what do we need to do as the next step? So here we have the movie rocketry. So here we can also provide the date and the seat number for the bookings as well. So that's why we have given the list item text as the text line equals to the left. Then we can just provide another text inside the list item text. I think we can give here the booking dot movie dot, we can give the seat number as well. So we can have the seat number. So now you will see now we have the seat as well, and we have the seat number with that. So we don't need to provide the movie because the seat number is an object of the moving. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the seat as well with that. And now the next step is now we want to add the release date as well. We can add the release date inside the right of the site. So we can just enter the release date. So again, we can just copy that list item text, and then we can just paste that again here, and then we can just enter the date as well. So we have the date, and that should be equals to, so we can enter again the new date. So again, instead of that, we can just enter the release date. So the release date would be there, and then we need to convert the date inside the string as well, inside the local string as well. So we can have the new date constructor, just provided the date string as well. So we can just provide the two date string. So if we now save, so now we will see now we have the date as well. Now we have the actual date of the booking. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are just getting details of all of those movies with that. So now we have rendered all of those content, and now at the last step inside the booking, now we can just set a button as well to delete the booking. So we have the functionality inside the backend in which we can add the button to delete a specific booking. So for that we can again move on to the MEO icons, and then we can just select a button icon from there. So we can go to material icons, and then we can just select a delete icon from there. So I think it would already be there, but not. So we can just get the delete icon from there. So here you can see now we can get this icon. So we can just copy that, and then again we can just paste that here inside the end. So now we have this icon, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So again we can move on into the list item text. So here we can just provide the button as well. So here we can just provide the icon button with that. So we have the icon button inside the material UI to provide the button effect inside any icon. So with that we can just provide the button of the delete icon. So we can have the delete icon button. We have the delete forever icon. And then we can also provide the color as well for the delete forever icon. That should be equals to, we can give the color of the red. So we can give the color of that should be equals to the red color. So the red color would be okay. And now what do we need to do? So inside the icon button, we need to provide the color that should be equals to the error. And now we can also provide the color as well of the error inside the icon button, because the error color is of the red color. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the movie, we have the seat number, we have the date, and then we have the button as well. And then you can see now we have the nice hover effect as the button as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now at the last step, now once we will just click on the button, then we need to able to create a new request to the backend in which we can just delete a booking. So for that, again, we can move on into the API helpers to create their functionality. So we can move on into the API helpers file. So inside that, we can just create that functionality. So we can just check the route as well for that. So we can just move on into the routes to the booking routes, and then you can see now with the bookings router dot delete, and then we have the ID. So we can move on into the API helpers, and then we can just create a one more function that can be equals to export const that can be equals to the delete booking. So with the delete booking, that should be equals to a function. It will be asynchronous function as well. And after that, what do we need to do? So after that, we need to get the ID of that booking as well. So that should be equals to the ID. And now inside that, what do we need to do as the first step? So we need to make Axios dot that should be equals to delete request, because we are just getting a delete request from there. And then we need to provide the URL. The URL would be slash bookings. So URL would be slash booking slash that ID of that booking. So we need to provide the ID as well. So here we can use the template details to provide the URL. So we have the slash bookings slash that ID of that booking. So we can just provide this ID. And now what after that? Now we need to just save, and then we don't need to provide any second parameter because the delete will only need the ID and it will automatically delete that booking. So we can just provide the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error as of now. So we'll just log that error, and then we need to again get the response from there. So we can get the const response that would be equals to the await, that should be equals to the Axios dot delete, and then you can see now the booking would be deleted. And now we can again check the validation here as well. So we can check if the response dot status is not equals to 200. Then again we can just return the console.log with the error, with the unexpected error. over here as a time saving approach. Now what we can do, so we can just make this return statement as a function inside this file, because inside every file, once we are just checking any status, then we are just returning that console message. So we can just create a separate function as well, or we can just create a new string as well, or we can just create a constant as well, in which we will just return that object. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to get the data as well from the response. So again, we can get the const response data, that should be equals to await, that we can get the response dot data, and then we'll just return the data. We'll just return the response data with that. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, and here we can move on into the user profile.js page, and here we can provide the on click function on the delete button. So with the button, we can provide the on click function, provide the on click, and with that on click, now we can just provide the button of the handle delete. So that would be the button, and now we can just provide this function as well. So we can just provide the handle delete function here. We can remove the log, we can have the const, we can have the handle delete, that should be equals to, we need to provide the delete version. And then what do we need to do? So inside the handle delete, now we need the ID as well for that movie. So here we need the ID as well. So what do we need to do? So we will get the ID, and from here we will just call that function. So we'll have the delete booking, and make sure you are importing the delete booking from only the API helpers, because we have just created the same function inside the backend as well. So we need to import it from the API helpers, and here we need to provide the ID, and again we need to provide a then statement as well. With the then, we will get the response, and again with the response, we will just log that response, and then we need to run the catch as well. So we have the catch, and on the catch we can run the error, and then we can just log that error. So we'll just console.log that error. And now we can also create a notification component as well inside that. So we'll have a console.log with the error. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and now if we will just click on the delete button, so now you will see now the booking would be deleted, I think. So we can just check the inspect, and then we can just check the console, and I think we are having an error with that, with the cannot read property status of undefined. And I think we are getting this error because here we haven't provided the ID with the delete. So we need to provide the ID as well. So we need to just have it inside the callback parameter, and then with the handle delete, we need to provide the ID as well. So we can have the booking dot underscore ID. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, if we again click on the delete button, we can refresh again. If we again click on the delete button with that, so I think again we are getting an error. I think the booking is not deleted. So we can just check that error inside the network as well. So we can go to the network, and I think the URL is not found because we are getting the status of 404. So we can just check that URL. So we can just move into the app.js of the backend, and here I think we have the booking, and inside the API helpers we are using the bookings. So that is the error. So we can just change that to the booking. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and if we just click on the delete booking, and then you can see now the booking is being deleted. So you can see now we have the status of the 200, which is okay. And if we refresh the page, and then you can see now we don't have any booking with that. And now you can see now we don't have any booking inside that. So that's why we cannot see anything with that. So everything is working perfectly fine inside that. So here you can see now the booking is deleted, and now you can see the content is gone because now we don't have any content with that, because now we are only rendering all of those bookings when we have the bookings inside that. So here you can see now we are getting the user as the undefined because we are just rendering the user as the bookings first array dot user dot name. So instead of doing this, what we can do, so again we can just make a request to the backend to store the user details. So we can get the user state as well. So we can have a use state for the user, can have the user set user default value will be empty. So we have this state, and then we can also define a function inside the API helpers that should be equals to the get user by ID. So we can just define that function. So again we can move on into the end, and then we can have export const, we can have the function, we can have the get user details, and then what do we need to do? So we need to provide the ID of that user, or we can get the ID from the local storage. So we can get the ID, and then what do we need to do as the next step? So first we can get the ID from the local storage. So we can get the ID would be equals to, we can have the local storage dot get item, that should be equals to, we can get the ID, and after that what do we need to do? So here we can run again the Axios dot get function. So we can just get all of those details. So we can get the slash, we can get the user slash, we can get the ID of that user. So again we can provide the ID. So we can provide the ID with that and that, and we can change these strings to the template details. So we have these strings, so we can just change that to that, and now you can see now we will run the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error. We will just have a console.log that error, and now we need to get the response as well from the Axios. So again we can run the const, we can run here the response that will be equals to the await, I think the await is not there, so we need to add the asynchronous as well on the top. So we have this async, and now what after that? Now we can just check the validation, like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, then what we can do, then we can just return console.log that unexpected error. So that would be the unexpected error with that. And now what after that, then we need to just retrieve the data of that response as well. So for retrieving the data, again we can get the response data, so we can have the const response data, and that will be equals to, we can have the await, again that should be equals to the response dot data. So we are getting the data from the response, so we need to response dot data, and after that, now we need to just return the response data with that. And now we need to use this function inside the user profile. So here we have the get user bookings, and then we can have the get user details as well. So we can have the get user details, and then we need to provide the ID, and I think the ID we don't need to provide, and then we can run the then as well, and then with the then we can run your response. We will get the response from the user, and then we will just store the set user. That should be equals to, then we will have the response dot user object. And then what do we need to do? So here inside that, so here we can just render those bookings. So here I think we need to change the logic. So here I think we don't need to render this, so we can just keep the fragment here. So we can just copy that, and then we can just remove it from here. So now we have this fragment, and now what do we need to do? So we only need to render this div. So when we have the user, so when we have the user details, when we have the details of that user, then only we need to render this div, and we only need to render this div when we have the details of all of those bookings. So when we'll have the bookings, and the bookings dot length is greater than 0, then only we need to render this box. So now we have this functionality. So if we save, and now you can see now inside the box we have the details of that bookings users. So we can just remove the booking as well, and then we can remove the booking from here as well. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and I think again we are getting an error. So we have the cannot read property status of undefined. So I think we have an error, but we cannot see the error as well. So we can, so I think there is an error. So we need to run the then, and then we need to run the catch as well if we are getting any error. So we can have the catch, and with the error we will just log that error. So we'll have a console.log that error with that. And now what do we need to do? So if we save, if we again move on to the application, if we refresh the page, so we are getting this error because we haven't defined this functionality inside the user's backend. So I've checked the user backend. So if we just move on into the routes of that user, so we have the user route. So here you can see, now I forgot to mention that we haven't added this functionality yet, so we need to add this functionality as well. So again we can have the user router, that should be equals to the again the get function, and then we can just get the details of that user from that ID. So we can just provide the parameters ID inside that, and then what do we need to do? So here we need to provide another function in this file. So in the end we can just provide that functionality. So we have all of the things, and now what do we need to do? So we can just copy that get all users, and with that we can just paste that, and that should be equals to get user by ID, and then we need to provide the ID as well. So with the ID we will get the ID as well. So we need the const ID, that should be equals to the request dot params object dot ID, and inside that what do we need to do? So that should be equals to the user, so that will be the user, and here as well it will be the user, and here we need to run the find by ID. So we have the find by ID function, and then we need to provide the ID with that. So here we have the ID, and then we need to provide the user, and here as well we need to provide the user object. So now that would be the function inside that. So we have the get user by ID, we are getting the ID from the request.params.id, we are running the try catch block, we need to find the user by its ID, and then if we don't have the user we are sending the status of 500, and if everything works fine then we have the status of 200. So again we can move on to the user routes, and then we need to provide this functionality as well. So we need to get user by ID, and now what do we need to do? So we need to save, and then we need to again move on into the API helpers, and then we need to check if we are sending the correct URL. So we have the user slash ID. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page once again, and then you can see if we refresh the page, and then you can see now we have the user object. So here you can see now we have the user, and then we are getting the details of that user as well, like we are getting the ID, we are getting the name, email, and now we can just move on into the profile. So here you can see now we are logging that user. So instead of that, now we can just have the set user, that should be equals to, we can have the response dot user. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we are getting the details of that user, but now we don't have any booking of the user, that's why we are getting an empty value. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we can just remove this condition as well, because here we don't need this condition. So we can just save that. So we have the bookings, and then we have the, and then we can render all of those bookings. So if we save, so now you can see now the text of the bookings, but here we don't have any bookings with that. So everything is working perfectly fine inside this application. So now, so far the user functionality has been completed, and now we need to work on the admin. So the user functionality with the profile, with the movies, and with all of the things, like here you can see now we have the bookings, we have the movies, we have the profile, and then we have the logouts. So now the user's functionality is fully completed. So the application is working perfectly fine. So now we have completed the operations of the user, and the next part is now we need to work on the admin functionalities. Like for the admin, when the admin will log in, now we need to render different links onto the navigation bar. So we are already rendering the different links, and then if we move on into the headers, so we can move on into the header.js page, and here you can see when the admin is logged in, then we are rendering the add page. So here we are rendering the add movie page. So for that, what we can do, so we are just getting an ad. We can just create a new route for the ad. So we need to subscribe for this route as well. So what we can do, so inside the movies, so here we have the movies, and here we can just declare a new component that can be add movie.js. So that will be the file, and here we can just run the refc once again to add the default setup, and then we can move on into the app.js, which is the main file, and here we can just subscribe for the add route as well. So here we can just copy that existing one, and then we can just paste. That should be equals to /add, and then the element would be we need to render, that should be equals to the add movie. So that should be add movie. So if we save, if we move on to the application, and then you will see once we will just log in, or like we can just directly see the add movie as well. So we can have /add, and then you will see inside the add, so we have the add movie page. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are having the add movie page as well. And now what do we need to do? So first we need to log in via the admin. So for adding a new movie, we need to log in via the admin, so that the credentials are stored inside the local storage, and then only we should be able to create the new movie. So for that, what do we need to do? So we can log in via the admin. So again, I forgot the credentials. So again, we can pick it up from the Postman. So we can just copy that credentials once again. So we can move on to the body, and then we can just copy that james@admin.com, and the password would be 123456 123456. So if you click on the login, and now you can see the navigation bar links had been changed, and now we enter the login page, and now we can move on into the /add as well, and then now we should be able to add a movie as well. So if we click on the add, and then you can see now we are able to add a new movie. So here now we need to create this form. So we can just create the form, and then we can just design that as well. So if we are on the paint, so here suppose this is the page. First we will just add the logo on the top, like we will add some text on the top, like we can have a text of adding a movie, like we can have add a movie. And after that, now we need to add different text fields as well. So we need to add different input text. So for that, what we can do, so we can just select another one, like there we can add for the title, we can add for the description, we can add for the, I think we can add for other things as well, like we can add the title, description, we can add the release date, the URL of the image, posters URL, and then we need to add the actors as well, and then we need to add the feature tag as well. So for the feature, we will just use here a tag, we will just use the check mark, like if that would be featured or not. So that would be the form, and then in the end we need a button to submit the form. So that would be the design of that form. Now we need to design the actual form. So for designing that, so we can move over into the add movie page, and here we can just design that. So first, what do we need to do? So here first we need to just define a form tag. So instead of that, we can have the form of adding that, and that would be equals to the form. And here what do we need to do? So we need to remove the action, and from here we need to just define the stylings of the form as well, like we can have the box for having some styling, and inside this box this will be a container inside the form elements. So we can give the width of something around 50% would be enough of the screen, and then I think we can give here the, I think the padding would be something around, we can give the padding of something around 10 from all of the sides, and then we can also give the margin as well as the auto. So the margin would be the auto, and then we can give the display as well, that should be equals to again the flex, and then we need to add the flex direction as well, because we need the flex direction as the column, because we need the items on the bottom of each other. So here we have the column, and after that inside this container, now we need to add all of the items, and then we can also add some box shadow as well inside this form. So we can have the box shadow. So the box shadow would be, we can give 10 pixels of, I think we can give the 10 pixels horizontally, 10 pixels vertically, we can give the 20 pixels of blur, and then the color would be #CCC, that would be the shadow color. And now inside that, now we need to add different elements, like first we need to add the typography. So there will be the typography of adding a new movie. So we can have some styling for this as well, like we can have the text align, that should be equals to again inside the center. And we can have the variant as well, so we can provide any variant like h5 would be enough. And then we need to add the font family as well, so we can have a font family of the Verdana. And then inside that, now we need to add the text of add a new movie, so we can have add new movie. So that would be the text. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here after that we need to add all of the elements. Like first we need to add here the, I think we need to add the form label, so we can again add the form label. So the form label would contain, I think we can give the title of that movie, so we can give the title, and then we can just provide here the text field as well for the title, so we can have the text field for the input tag. And then we need to provide different functionalities as well for the text field, like we need to add the name field of the text field, like that would contain the name of the title. And then we need to provide the, I think we need to provide the variant as well, so the variant would be equals to standard, so that will look good. And then we need to provide the margin as well, so the margin would be normal. And then we need to provide the values and the onChange function, but we'll do that later. So we can just copy that again, and then we can just paste for the description, and we can paste for the date, we can paste for the URL, and then we can paste for, I think, the actors, and then we can just paste for the featured. So for the featured we'll be using a checkbox. So as of now we have the title, we can do the description. So that is the description, and here will be the description as well, and here we need to add the poster URL. So there is a poster URL. So here as well we have the poster URL, and then we need to add the release date as well. That should be a release date. So the release date would be, we can add a date as well, like we released it. So we have the release date, and then inside that now we can add the actors as well. So for the actors we would be adding some actors inside that, like we need to add the array of the actors. So for the actors I think we can just define a text field, and then we need to define the button as well to add a couple of actors. So for that what do we need to do? So for the text field we can use the box, which will contain the display as the flex. So we'll be using a flex basis to add the items next to each other. So we can have the box, we can have the display, that should be equals to, we can give the flex, and then we need the items after that. So inside that we can just have this text field, like it will contain the actors, and then what do we need to do? Like that will contain the name of the actors, name of the actor, and then after that now we need to add the button as well with that. So we can have the button of something around, we can give the button of like add button, so that will be the add button. And after that the final, there will be a checkbox of adding a feature tag. So for adding the feature, we have the new movies, like we have the title, description, the poster URL, the release date, and then we have the actors. So for the actors, we will add couple of actors from here. So we'll just have the actor, and then we will just add the actors from here. So for the featured, again, we can move on to the MUI, grab any checkbox. So we can just move on to see the checkbox API. So now you can see these are the checkboxes that we need. So we need these type of checkboxes. So here you can see now we have the checkbox component that we can use for these type of checkboxes. So we have the red, we have different colors as well. So we'll use the checkbox. So now I have the idea. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So after the form, now we can add here the form label again. So that should be equals to, we can add for the checkbox, like that should be equals to feature. And after that for featured, then we can add here the new functionality, like we can add a checkbox. So we can add the checkbox from the material UI. And here inside that, I think we can just provide here some stylings, like here we need to provide the checked as well. So for the checked state, we need to provide the check state initially. So initially we need to define the state of the checkbox, like it is enabled or disabled. So we can just give here the false as of now. As of now we'll give the static name, and then we need to provide here some more functionalities, like I think if we save, if we can check if everything works fine or not. So now you will see now inside this application. So here you can see now we have the checkbox as well. So now you can see initially we have the state of the false. So we can just remove the checked as well as of now. So we can just remove the checked, and then you can see now we can just select the checkbox as well. And then you can see now we can select any checkbox, and now we can just move the checkbox into the left. So what we can do, so we can just provide the SX prop, that would be equals to, so we have the SX, and inside the SX we can have the margin from the right, that should be equals to the auto. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the featured onto the bottom of the feature tag. And then part of the labels, now we can just provide some styling, like we have the form labels, like we can just provide a custom CSS styling here, like we can have the const, we can have the label props. So that should be equals to an object. So we need to give the margin from the top, so we can give the empty, that should be equals to, we can give the 1. and then we can give the margin from the bottom as well. So we can give the MB as the margin bottom, and that should also be equals to the 1. So we can just copy that label props from there, and then for all of the labels we need to provide the styling. So what we can do, so we can just select the form label. So with that we can select any form labels, all of the form labels, and for that what do we need to do, so we need to press the Control and F2. So with the Control and F2 it will select all of those labels, and then after that if you will edit one, all of the labels will be then edited. So here we can just provide the SX prop for them, and the SX prop we can just provide directly the label props. So with the label props with that, so if we save, now you can see now we have some margins over all of the items. So with the title, description, the poster URL, release date, the actors, and the feature tag as well. And after that the last step would be, now we can just skip that, and then we can add the button at the end. So we add the button at the end of that form, that should be equals to, we can give the submit or add new movie. So that should be add new movie, and then we need to provide some custom styling for the button as well, like it will contain the variant. So the variant would be equals to the content, and then we need to give some more styling, like we can provide the SX prop, like the width of the button would be something around, we can give the width of something around 30% would be enough. And then we can give the background as well for the button to change the color. So we can give the BG color, that should be equals to, we can give the BG color of hash. So that would be the BG color, and then we need to provide the hover state of the button as well. So for providing the hover state, so you can just press Control and space, and then you can see all of those options, and then you can just search for the hover. So here you can see now this is the hover, and for the hover you need to provide a separate object of the styling. So you can provide separate object, like you can again give the BG color. So the BG color would be, we can give any specific BG color. So that would be the BG color for the hover. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the add movie, new movie as well, and it is working perfectly fine. And now what do we need to do, so we need to just make this button into the center. So we need to align this button inside the center. So we can just move on into the width. So we can just move on into the SX, and then we can have the margin as the auto. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now the button is looking perfectly good. So now you can see now we have good styling for the button as well, and everything is working perfectly fine. Now we need to handle these forms. So as we have handled other forms inside this application, like in the authentication and into the booking page, now we can just handle these forms as well. So now what we can do for that, so here inside the add movie, so again we can use the use state. So we can have the snippet of the use state. First we can use the inputs object and the set inputs, and by default value we need to provide an object. Like with the object it will contain the title, would be an empty string. We can give the description, that would also be an empty string initially, and then we need to provide all of those fields like which we have, and then we need to provide the poster URL, that would also be an empty string as of now, and then we need to provide the release date as well. So the release date would also be an empty string, and then we need to provide the featured as well. So the featured, for the featured initially it would be equals to the false, so it would be equals to the false initially. And now what we can do, so we can just provide the state values inside all of those text fields, and then we need to provide a function as well to dynamically change all of those text fields. So again we can use a function, we can have a const, we can have a handle change, that would be equals to again a function which will grab event as the parameter, and then we need to provide the set inputs, and initially for the set inputs we need to grab the previous state as well. So for having the previous state we can again have the previous state object for a callback variable to get the previous state, and with that first we need to store the previous state, and then only we need to store the next available state. So for that first we need to grab the previous state with a spread operator, and then in the same object we need to add the other properties, like we need to add the event.target.name. So we need to target the name identifier, and then we need to target their values as well with the event.target.value. So by this we can just grab the property names and their values from the inputs, and now we need to add all of those things inside the inputs as well. So we can move on into the text fields, and here you can see now we have the text field. So we have the name equals to the title, we have the description, poster URL, release date, and for the actor we'll be using a different state because we need to add the array of the items inside this actor. And then for the checkbox I think we need to also provide the name for the checkbox as well. So the checkbox I think we need to provide different functionalities, so we'll implement it later. So first we need to provide the values for all of the different elements. So here we can just provide the value, that should be equals to the inputs dot, we need to provide the title, and then we need to provide the onChange function as well. So we can have the onChange, that should be equals to the handle change. So we need to do same for the every other text field as well. So we can just copy that for this as well. the value would be equals to input.description, and the on change will be equals to the handle change. And then same for this text field as well, so that should be equals to, we can give the value of inputs.poster URL, and we have the value. We can just copy that once again, we can just paste that for the release date as well. So here we have the value equals to the, we can give the inputs.release date. So I'm not sure that this would work or not, so we can provide the name equals to the featured, and then we need to provide the value as well, like for the checked state as well. For the checked, we can just provide the inputs dot, we can provide the featured, and I think, and then we can move on, and then we need to provide the on change as well. So we can have the on change, and that should again be a handle change. So with that, if we save, if we move on to the application once again, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we have the form, so we need to add the on submit prop on the form as well to submit the form. So we can have the on submit prop, and that would be equals to handle submit. So we can have the handle submit, and now inside that, now we need to just create a new function of the handle submit. So we can have a const, we can have a handle submit, and that should be equals to a function which will grab the event as a parameter, and then we need to just declare the function. And after that, the first thing that we need to do is we need to call the prevent default as we defined in every other form as well. So we can have the prevent default. So here we have the prevent default. So the prevent default will prevent the default behavior of the web browsers, like it sends the data to the URL and it refreshes the page. So we don't need that functionality, and then we'll just log that inputs after preventing the default behavior. So we'll just log the value of the inputs with that. And now what do we need to do? So here inside the button, I think we don't have the type equals to the submit, so we need to provide the type of that button, that should be equals to the submit. So we need to submit the form on entering the button. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we inspect the element, if we move on into the console, like if we add any element, like we can add the title like new movie, we can add a description, like we can add a description like new movie once again, and we can add any poster URL like sample URL, anything with that. We can add a release date. I think for the release date, the type would be equals to the date. So we have this text field, and then we need to provide the type equals to the date. And so now we have the type equals to a date, so we can just provide any date with that. So here we can just provide this date, and now what we can do, so we can just save, and then we can just see if we are getting the values or not. So now you can see, now we are getting all of those values. So we are getting the title, description, new movie, posted URL, release date as well, and the featured. So we are getting the false value inside the featured. I think we need to work on the feature tag as well. So here we have the checkbox, and now what do we need to do? So here we can just have here the on click instead of the on change. So we can have the on click, and I think instead of doing that handle change here, what we can do, so we can just directly perform the function here. So with that, what do we need to do? So in the on click, we will just have here event. So we'll just have the event inside that, and so with the on click we'll have the event as the parameter, and with the event, what do we need to do? So we can have the set inputs, so we can just directly run the set inputs here only, and then we need to grab the previous state once again. So we have the previous state, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So first we can just return the previous state because we don't need to lose the previous state, and then we can just target the property of the, I think we can target the property of the feature, and that would be equals to, we can give event dot target dot checked. So the checked will give you the actual property, like which is checked or not. So we have the event target dot checked. So if we save, if we move on to the application, like if we again click on the add new movie, if we refresh the page, so if we click on the featured, if we click on the add new movie, so now you can see, now we have the featured equals to the true. So here you can see, now we have the featured which is equal to the true, and everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next step would be, now we want to work on the actors as well. So the actors, what we can do, so we can just define another state variables, like I think we need two state variables, one for handling the text fields and other one for just having the values inside an array. So we can have the use state. So we have the snippet. So first we'll use the actors and the set actors, and the initially value would be an empty string in an array, and then we need to provide another use state that should be equals to, we can give the actor and the set actor value, and their by default value will be an empty string. So we need an empty string, and now what do we need to do? So here we can move on into the actors. So here we have the actors inside that, and for the actor we have the text field name equals to the actor. So what do we need to do? So we have the name equals to the actor, so we need to provide the on change function as well for the actor. So we can here provide the on change as well. So we can have the on change, that should be equals to a function, And inside that, what do we need to do first? So first we need to grab the event. So we have the event with that, and then we need to grab the set actor. So we can have the set actor that should be equals to the event.target.value. So we need to directly provide the value element with that. So now the actor will have the value. And now the next step would be, now we have the value inside this actor, and then once we will just click on the button, so then we will just add that value inside an array. So inside the on click of that button, so we can have the on click. So inside the on click of that button, what do we need to do? So here we need to grab, so here we can run the function, we can have the on click, so we can have the set actors that should be equals to, first we need to provide the value, like first there will be all of those previous actors. So again we need the previous actors first, so we can have the dot actors. So we can have the dot actors, and then the second we need to add another actor that would be equals to the actor currently. So we have this actor with that. So now we need to provide this function in a separate function, and now after the set actor, now we need to define another functionality, like we need the set actor that should be equals to an empty string. So now what are we doing here? So first, once we will just add a value inside this actor text field, then the set actor would be updated. So with that, we will update the value of the set actor text field, that is just the set actor, and the actor value would be updated. And once we will just click on the actor click, and once we will just click on the add, so then the new actor will be then added inside the actors array. So we have the set actors array with that. So that should be equals to the set actors. So if we save, and I think if we can check again, so like now you can see we can just add any values to the actors, like we can add x, y, z, and then if we click on the add, so I think to test it, now we need to submit the form as well. So here inside the on submit of the form, after the inputs, then we will just log the actors as well. So with the inputs, and then we will log the actors. So that should be equals to the actors. So if we save, and now we have the x, y, z, we have the a, b, c, and then we can add any actor with that. So if we just click on the add new movie, so now you can see now inside those actors, like we have the first element, which is the empty value, then we have the x, y, z, and then we have the q, a, b, v, c. So that is the actor. So if we refresh the page once again to see if the empty string is there or not, I think if we just add anything like SSS, if we just click on the add new movie, so here you can see now we are getting the 0 field as well, like an empty string. So I think inside the actors array, now we need to remove the empty string from there. So we need to just render the empty array. So if we just save, if you again move on to the application, if we refresh the page, like if we add any actor like a, b, c, and if we click on the add, and if we add any other value, like we can give the qwer, if we just click on the add, and then if we just click on the add new movie, so now you can see now we have two values inside those actor array, we have the abc and then the qwer. So everything is working perfectly fine. And I think we need to provide the value as well for the actor, because once we will just click on the add, so the value should be removed from here. So here we can just move on with the actors, and here we can just provide the value as well. So the value would be equals to the currently actor. So the current actor value would be then added. So if we add anything like ABC, if we just click on the add, so now you can see the value would be removed, and then if we add the XYZ, the value would be removed, and then if we just click on the submit, so now we have all of those actors with that. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next step would be, now we are getting the values of that form. And now the next step would be, now after getting the values, now we need to make a request to the backend to add a new movie inside the database. So for that, what do we need to do? So we need to make an API call. So making an API call, again, we can move on into the API helpers. So we are into the API helpers file, and there we can just define a function. We can have the export, const, we can have the add movie. So we have the add movie function, and then inside that, what do we need to do? So first we need to get the data of that form. So we need the data, and I think that would be an asynchronous function as well. So we can have the Axios dot post. So that will be equals to the post request. And here, what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just define a new movie, like we can have slash movie. And after that, now what do we need to do? So here inside the second parameter, we need to provide an object of the data. So we can provide the title, that should be equals to, we can give the data dot title. The same we can give for the description as well. So we can have the description. We can give the data dot description. And then we need to provide the release date as well. So that should be equals to release date. And the release date would be data dot release date. And after that, we need to provide the poster URL as well. So we can have the poster URL. So that should be equals to, we can give the data dot poster URL. And after that, we need to provide the featured as well. So that should be equals to the featured. So the featured would be available as the data dot featured. And after that, we need to provide the actors as well. So for the actors, we can provide the actors of array, and then that would be equals to the data dot actors once again. And after that, we need to provide the admin as well. So which admin has added this movie? So that should be equals to the admin. So with that admin, we can get the details of that admin from the local storage. dot get item, and that should be equals to the admin. So we have the get item, and that should be equals to the admin with that. So we have admin ID inside that, so we need to provide the ID inside the admin. And after that, that would not be enough, because inside the backend we have made the functionality like we need the token as well for creating a new movie. So if we just move on into the movie controller, and then you can see first we are just verifying the token in adding the movie, and then only we are able to just create the new movie. So what after that? So as we are just storing the tokens inside the local storage, so we need to provide the same JWT token for this request as well. So how can we do that? So here inside the third parameter as well, so we have some object. So we have some options object in which we can provide some configurations, like we can provide, if we provide an object, then you will see there are so many properties, like we can give the adapter, we can give the base URL, we can have the cancel token, we have the data, we have environment, and then you can see the finally we have the headers property. So we can give the headers. So as we did inside the Postman, so I will show you the interface as well of the Postman. So here we are into the Postman. So here you can see once we were making a request of adding a new movie inside the Postman, so we are making an authorization. So that's type of a header, that's type of a authorization header, and we were sending a bearer token. So with that, what do we need to do? So here also we need to send the bearer token. So with the headers, we need to provide an object that would contain the authorization. So as we did inside the authorization, so that is the authorization object. So we need to provide the same spelling of the authorization as well. So that should be equal to the authorization. So authorization would be there, and for the authorization, what do we need to do? So we need to send the bearer token. So after that, we need to provide the exact same string of the bearer token. So we can give the string. So we can give the string as the bearer and the token. So we can give the token. So we can get the token from the local storage.get item with the token. So we have the token inside the local storage. So that would be the approach. So here we have the headers, and then we have the authorization inside the headers, and then we have the bearer token inside the header to verify that token. So we are just providing the token because inside the backend we have provided the functionality that once the token would be verified, then only the new movie would be then added to the database. So that's very complicated approach, but that's the best approach as per the security layer. And then we can run the catch as well if we get any error throughout this process, because that's a bit long process. So we'll just log that error, console.log with the error, and after that this will return a response as well. So first we need to get the response. We can have the response that should be equal to the await axios.post. And here what do we need to do? So here we can just run the validation checks as well, like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, or it should be the 201 because it is created, then again we need to just return. We can have a console.log that should be equals to, we can give the new error like an expected error occurred. And after that, what do we need to do? So here if everything works fine, then what do we need to do? Then we need to just extract the data from that request. So here we can have the const, we can have the const response data, and that should be equals to, we can have the await, and that would be equals to the response.data. So that would be the response.data, and now we need to just return the response data as well. So we'll just return the response data with that. And now what do we need to do? And now we need to move on into the addMovie.js, and then we can move on into the handle submit function. So here once we will just submit the data of that form, now we need to just make a request. So here we can just make a request. We can have the send, we can have the addMovie request. So here we can have the addMovie. So make sure again you are importing it from the API helpers, because again we have the same name as per in the backend and inside this application. So in the addMovie, now we need to add an object like that will contain the data, and then it will contain the data first the inputs. So first we need to send the inputs, and second we need to send the actors. So for the actor key we need to send the actor, that would be equals to the actors. So first we have all of the properties of the inputs, then we have the actors key as well with the actors, and then the addMovie will return a promise. So we need to wait for this because we need to get the response as well. So we can get here the response, then we can just move on with the console.log, and then what do we need to do? So we can just get the data of the response. So we need to get the data, and after that what do we need to do? So we can run the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error. We will just have the console.log as the error. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, so if we just create a new movie with there, so I will add all of the details of that new movie. So I've added this movie as the Ram Setu, and then we have the description as well, we have the poster URL as well, we have the release date as well, and I have provided the actors as well. So we can just click on the feature, and then we can just make a request for the add new movie. So once we'll just make a request, so now we can move on to the console, and then we can just click on the add new movie. So now you can see now the new movie has been added. So here you can see now we are getting the details of the newly created movie as well. So we are just getting this from the backend. So we have the new movie, we have the actors, I think for the actors as we are getting an empty string, and then we have the admin as well, we have the bookings as well, and then we have the description as well, we have the poster URL, we have the release date, and everything is working perfectly fine. And now you can see now the actors is not there. So now the new movie is created, and I think the actors is not there. So we can just move on with the addmovie.js, and I think we need to provide the actors instead of the actors. So we need to provide the second key as the actors. So we don't need to provide the actors as well. So now we can move on to the API helpers. So that was the actors again. So that was my mistake. So we can just add a new movie as well with that. So I've added the details of this movie as well. As we thank God, we are having the description as well. We are having the all of the details, like we are having poster URL, we have the release date, and then I've added the actors as well. So if we just save, if we again move on into the application, if we again just click on the add new movie, so now you can see now the newly created movie has been added. So here we have the movie, and then you can see now we have all of the details of that movie as well. So with the actors object, we have the bookings, we have the admin, we have the description, we have all of the things as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to create the new movie as well. So now the movie has been created, and now you can see now everything is working perfectly fine. So first functionality of the admin is completed, and now we need to move on into the remaining second functionality. So that is the profile page of that admin. So almost this project has been completed, and only the profile page is remaining. So we can move on into the profile to work on the profile as well. So what do we need to do? So here we need to move on into the profile page, into the admin page. So what do we need to do for doing that? So now we can move on into the header.js, and I think we have added wrong route into the profile. So we have the profile, so same is available inside this admin as well. So I think what do we need to do? So if we have the admin, so we need to provide the admin user, like we have the user dash admin, so that will be the URL. And now we can move on into the app.js as well. So here we have the app.js, and there we need to provide this as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste another route that should be equal to the user dash admin. And after that we need to provide a different component. So we're providing the different component. Again, we can go on to the profile. We can just declare a new file that could be equal to the admin profile.js. And now what do we need to do? So here we can run the RFC once again. So with the RFC we can run the default setup of the React application, and here we have the admin profile, and now we can just render the admin profile here. So we have the admin profile. So here we have the admin profile, and now what do we need to do? So here we can just save, and then we can just move on into the application once again. And then if we just refresh the page, if we just move on into the profile, so now you can see now we are having the user admin, and here you can see now we are into the admin profile component. So now we need to design the admin profile as well. So we can have the same design of the user profile inside the admin profile as well. So what do we need to do? So we can move on into the user profile.js. So we can move on into the user profile. So we can just copy all of those content from there. So we can just copy all those content from there, and then we can move on into the admin profile as well. So here we have the admin profile, and there we can just render all of those things. So here we have the admin profile, and now inside that, first thing is now we need to just change this to the admin profile. So that should be equal to the admin profile with that. So we need to search for the user profile, that should be equal to the admin profile, and we can just replace all of those items. So now we have the admin profile with that. So here we have the admin profile, and the next step is now we want to get the details of that admin bookings. So here we need to get the details of that admin, and then we need to get the details of the bookings of the admin. So what do we need to do for doing that? So here inside that, now we need to remove these two things because we don't need the bookings and the admin details. So now we don't need the user bookings, and now we don't even need the user details as well. So instead of that, now we can move on into the routes of that admin. So here we have the routes of that admin, and then you can see now we have the route of get admin by ID. So we can just get the details of that admin from that ID, and then once we will just open this function, and then you will see now we have all of the details of that admin. We have the admin.find by ID, we have the details of that admin, and then we are populating the edit movies as well. So the edit movies is an object which contains all of those movies the admin has currently added. So with that, we'll have the functionality of getting all of those movies which the admin has added. So now what we can do? So we can move on into the API helpers file. So we can move on into the API helpers, and here we can just make a request to the API once again. So we can have export const, we can have the get admin details, like we can have a get admin by ID, and that should be equals to again a asynchronous function. And with that, I think that would be enough. And now what do we need to do? So first we need to grab the admin ID. So we can have a const, we can have the admin ID, that should be equals to the local storage dot get item, that will be equals to again the admin ID. And now after that, what do we need to do? So here we need to make a request. So we can have the Axios dot get request. So this will be a get request, and here what do we need to do? So first we need to provide the URL, like it would be /admin / that ID of that admin. So again we can verify that as well. So we can move on into the admin routes. So we have the /admin / that ID of that admin. So we have the /admin / that ID of that admin. So we need to just replace these strings with the template literals. So we can have the template literals with that, and then we need to provide the ID, like that should be equals to the admin ID. So that will be the admin ID. And now what do we need to do? So it will just return a response. So first we need to catch for any error. If we get an error, we will just log that error again. So we'll have the console.log that error. And now it will return response. So we need to get the response as well. So we get the response, const response, that would be equals to the await. So we need to wait for this. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So again, we need to run the validations, like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, then we need to return console.log. That would be equals to, we can just return unexpected error occurred. So that would be the unexpected error occurred. And now if everything works fine, then we need to grab the data from the response. So we can have a const, we can have the response data, that should be equals to, we need to get the await, that would be equals to the response.data. So with that we will get the data from that response, and then we need to just return this data. So here we need to return the response data with that. And now what do we need to do? So again we can move on into the admin profile.js page, and then we can close other files as well. So here we don't need the user details, we don't need the user bookings. So here we don't need the booking step, so we can remove that, and we don't even need the bookings, so we can remove that as well. So we only need the details of that admin. So instead of defining the user, so with the user we can just change the user to the admin. So that should be equals to the admin, and then we have the set admin as well. So we have the set admin, and then by default value will be an empty. So here we will just pass here another function that will get admin by ID, and then the ID would be added by the local storage. Then we will have the set admin, that should be equals to response dot, that should be equal to response dot admin. So we'll have the admin record with that, and after that if we get an error we will just log that error. And after that what do we need to do? So here we don't have the functionality of the delete, so we'll remove the delete as well. So here you can see now we have the user. So instead of the user, now we can just move on, and then we can just change all of the fields of the user as well. So with the user we have the user, we have the user, we have the user as well. So here we don't need this, we don't need this, and we don't even need this. And now we can just check the users once again. So we have the users, we have the user, we have the user. So here instead of this user, what we can do? So we can just provide the admin, and then only we need to render all of these things. So we have the admin icon, and then we don't have the name field for the admin, so we can remove the name. So we only need the emails. So we have the admin dot email. So we'll have the event property of that admin, and then here we have the bookings. So what do we need to do? So we need to render the admin slash, and then we will have the admin dot edit movies. So we have the edit movies inside this admin, and then we only need to render the list when we have the edit movies inside that. So we have the edit movies dot length is greater than 0, then only we need to render this content, or we don't need to render this content, so we don't need to overload the DOM. So we have the admin edit movies dot length greater than 0, and then after that instead of the bookings, that should be equals to, we can give the edit movies, and that should be edit movies. And now the next step would be, now we need to provide, instead of the bookings, now we need to just provide here the, so that would be equals to the admin dot edit movies dot map, and that should be equals to the movie. So we'll have the movie. So here we'll have the movie, so we'll have here the title of that movie as well. So I think with the movie, what do we need to do? So we can just directly refer to the movie dot title. So we have the movie dot title, and here as well we have the seat. So we don't even need that seat this time, so we need to remove the seat as well, and we don't even need the date as well from there, so we can just remove the date. So we only need the details of that movie that the admin has currently added. So that would be the details, and now we don't even need the delete icon as well, so we can remove the icon button as well. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, and I think we need to remove these two things as well. So we need to remove the icon button, and then the delete forever icon, we also need to remove that. So if we save, If we move on to the application once again, so if we refresh the page, now you can see now we are getting the details of that admin, we are getting the email, we have the james@admin.com, and then we have the edit movies as well. So these are the movies that our admin has currently added. So with all of that, now our application has been completed. So this project has been completed with that. So now we have just completed almost everything inside this project. So we have created the functionalities of the user, like for getting the user and for showing the user details, for showing the bookings as well for the user, for showing all of the movies that we have added, and then we have the home page as well inside this application. If you will just move on into the home page, so here we have the home page, and then you can see almost everything in our application is completed. So now the final thing which is remaining is some few optimizations. So now we need to just do some few optimizations throughout this project to make this project to the production level. So the first optimization which we can see, like now you can see inside the header, once we will just click on the logo, then we should be redirected to the home page. So now we don't have that functionality like if we are into the profile page. So if we just click on the movie tab, then we should be moved on to the home page. So for that we can move on into the header. So we have this header, inside that we have the header.js, and here what do we need to do as the next step? So I think we can move on, and then we have this logo. So we have this logo with the movie icon. Again, we can wrap this component inside the icon, the icon button, and with that we again need to just define the link component. So here we have the link component that should be equals to the link again from the react.dom, and after that what do we need to do? So here we need to add the to prop. So the to would be equals to /homepage. So that would be equals to /homepage. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page, now we are into the profile page, and then once we will just click on this tab, so now you can see now we are into the home page. So everything is working perfectly fine. So first optimization is completed. Now the second optimization would be, now I have removed the default value of the 0 because that was creating the errors. And then the third optimization would be, if we just move on into the React application, so here we have the React tab, and then you can see we are into the authentication routes. So if we just click on the close button, so now you can see now we are not able to move on to the different route. So we can move on into the auth form. So here we have the auth form, and here we have the delete button as well. So instead of that, we can again use here the link component. So we have the link component, and then again we can just refer to the link from the react.dom, and again we need to provide the to prop as well, and that should be equals to /homepage. So again we need to move on to the home page. So if we just click on that, so now you can see now we are into the home page as well. If we just click on the auth, now again we are into the home page. So now we have fixed this functionality as well. And now the next step would be, if we just click on the auth once again, if we just log in, like I will log in with the James at the rate. So if we just log in with these details from that, so if we just click on the login, so now you can see now the is logged in property is true. So now we are getting the message of the login successful as well. And now you can see once we are just logged in, now we didn't move on into the separate route. So here you can see once we are logged in with that, so still we can see the login screen. So what do we need to do for fix that? So we need to just navigate to the different page if we are logged in. So what we can do, so we need to get the functionality that once the request is performed, so once the login sign up is successful, then we need to move on to the different route. So for that we can move on into the auth. So here once we are making a request, then we have the on response received. Like once all of those steps are performed, then we need to navigate to the different page. So for that again we have the hook inside the react.dom, which is the use navigate. So we can just also search for the use navigate, but the use navigate is just like a history. Like we just move on to the different page, we need to provide just the URL. So with that the use navigate helps us a lot. So we can have the const, we can have the navigate, that would be equal to the use navigate. So we can have the use navigate route. And now what we need to do, so we only need to run the navigate function. So after the on response received, then we can just run the navigate. So we have the navigate, and then with the navigate we can just move on to /movies or /homepage. So we can just move on to the /homepage with that. And now what do we need to do? So we need to do same for the, and now we need to do same for the admin auth as well. So after the response is successful, I think inside the admin auth, so we are not creating anything. So we are just creating from directly the admin. So here we have the admin. So we need to delete this file as well as the admin auth. So we don't need this file. And now we need to just move this file inside the auth. So we can just move this file inside this auth, and then we need to just update the imports as well. So if we just click on the yes, then the application would be saved. So we have the can't resolve this components inside this admin. So here inside the app.js we have the error, so we can move on into the app.js, and here you can see now we don't have the, so now you can see now we are just having the components /admin, that should be equals to components slash, that should be equals to, I think that should be equals to the auth. So if we save again, if we just move on to the application, so here you can see now the error has been gone, and now we are into the admin. So here you can see now we have the auth, and then we have the admin, and inside that again we need to run the navigate. So we can have the const, we can have the navigate, that will again be a use navigate hook. So we need to run the use navigate once again. And after that, what do we need to do? So after we have the then inside the on response received, then we can just run the navigate as well. So we have the navigate, and then with that we can move on into the home page once again. So if we just save, if we again move on to the application, and if we log out once again, if we just log in again, and then if we again provide the details like james@test2.com, the password. So if we just click on the login, so after the response will be successful, then we'll be moved on to the home page again. So if we click on the login, so now you can see now the response is successful. We are having is logged in property of the true, and everything is working perfectly fine. So now the next optimization would be, now we have just implemented the search bar functionality. So now we have also implemented the search bar functionality as well. So now we need to fix this thing as well. Like once we will just click on any search bar, once we will just search for any movie, like we can just search for this film, and then once we will just click on that, and then we should be moved on to the booking page of that movie. So how can we do that? So here inside the autocomplete component, so here we have the prop of the on change. So with the on change, once any value would be selected, the on change function will be then called, and then we'll get the value of that as well. And then what we can do, so once we'll get the value, then we'll just find the movie from that value. Like we have the Shamshera, so we can just find all of that movies. So from the movies area, we can just find that movie from there, and then we can just move on to the different page of the booking on clicking of that movie. So that would be the approach. And now what do we need to do? So here again we need the state. So we can have the use state. So we can have the state of the selected movie. So we can have a selected movie. So we have the selected movie, and then we'll have the set selected movie, and by default value would be an undefined. And now what do we need to do? So here inside the autocomplete, we have the on change function. So here we have the on change, and with that we need to run another function that would be the handle change. Again we can define that function. So we can have the handle change, and with that it will contain the event, and then it will contain the value as well. So as we did inside the tabs, it gives you the event and it gives you the value as well as the exact value of that movie. So with the on change, we need to get here the handle change. So here we have the handle change, and with that, now what do we need to do? So inside that we need to just move on, and then we can have the set selected movie with the actual value. So we have the value with that, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just find here the movie as well. So from that we can just have the const, we can have here the exact movie that should be equals to, so we have the movies area as well. So what do we need to do? So we can run the movies area loop. So we can have the movies. So we can just map through all of those movies, and then that should be equals to the m. That should be equals to anything, like we can have the m. And with that, what do we need to do? So we can run here the m dot title. That should be equals to the exact name of that value. So that should be equals to the exact name of that value. So with that, we will just get the exact name. And now what after that? Now what do we need to do? So we can just check like if the is user logged in. Like if the user is logged in, then we need to move on to the different page. So if the user is logged in, then again we need to navigate. So again we can use the navigate as well. So we can have the const, we can have the navigate. That should again be equals to the use navigate hook. So we can have here the use navigate. And after that, what do we need to do as the next step? So here, once all of these things are fine, once we will just get the movie from that title, then what do we need to do? So we can just navigate to that movie. So we can just navigate to that movie, like we can just move on to the booking page. Like we can have slash booking of slash movie, like we can have slash booking of slash movie ID. So with that we will get the movie ID as well. So with that we have the movie dot underscore ID. So that would be the approach. So I think we don't even need the set selected value. So we can just remove that, and then we can also remove that from here. So I think that would be enough. So I think we have defined wrong logic. So if the user is logged in, then only we need to navigate. So that was the mistake. So if we now save, if we now again move on to the application, so now if we just search for any movie, like if we just search for the Thank God, so now you will see now we enter the booking page of that. So now you can see now we enter the booking page, but here we are getting the undefined. So if we check again, so we have the movies.map, we have the, so I think that should be equals to the find. So instead of the map, now we need to find a movie from there. So we are just logging that movie as well now. So I've added a log. So we need to find that movie. So earlier we were just having the map. So the map returns an array. So the array was returning all of those values. So now we have the map, and now we are just logging that value. And now if we now just save, if we now again move on to the application, if we just search for any movie, like we can just search for this movie, and then you can see now we are into the booking page of that movie. So now the application is almost complete. So now we have one more fix that we need to implement. So here last but not the least, so we have one more fix. So here you can see we are into the home page, and then you can see now no any user has been logged in, not the admin and neither the user. So what do we need to do? First, if we just move on into the any of the protected route, like here, if we just move on into the /add, and /add is only available for the admin, and it is only available if we are login. So we can move on /add, and if we just move on into the page, now you can see now we are getting into the page as well. So that's a big security threat, because we need to just make this route as a protected route, so no one can access it without the authentication. So for that we can just do same for the add-in movies as well, like for the bookings as well. We can have the bookings, and then we can have / any ID of that booking as well with that, and then we were into the booking component. So this will give you some errors throughout this application, and then you can see that's a big security threat as well. So what do we need to do for fixing that? So as we are just storing these states inside the Redux, so thankfully that we are storing the states inside the Redux, so it will help us implement that. So here you can see now we are just rendering different routes. So here we need to render all of these routes inside a condition. Like first route, like these two routes would be available throughout this application, so we can just make these routes as available routes, so we don't need to touch that. And now we only need the admin and the authentication part when the user is not logged in. So for that, what do we need to do? So we can just check again, like if the user is not logged in. So like if the user is not logged in, and either the admin is not logged in as well, like if the admin is also not logged in, then only we should be able to see these routes. So then only we need these routes. So we need to give this a parent as well. So that would be the route. So that would be the functionality. So if the user is not logged in and the admin is also not logged in, then only we need to render these two routes. And now we need to do same for the user as well. So for the user and the booking, we need to protect these routes as well. So we have the user and the bookings. So now what do we need to do? So we only need to enable these routes when the user is logged in. So we can have the is user logged in. So when the user is logged in, then only we need to provide these routes. And then we need to provide admin as well, like the if admin is not logged in, like the if is admin is not logged in, then only we need to provide these routes. So again, we can provide the container for these routes as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just provide that route here. So we can just close that here. So like now you can see when the user is logged in and not the admin is logged in, then only we should be moved on to the /user and into the booking page. And then the same for this route as well. So we need to make this route as a protected route. So when the is admin logged in, when the is admin is logged in and the user is not logged in, then only we need to render these routes. So again, we need to provide the container. That should be equals to the container. So the container would be available here. So if we save, so now you can see now with that our application would be completed. And here you can see now we are getting one error as well, like the use effect dependency has a missing dependency of the dispatch. So we need to provide the dispatch as well, because that's common. And now if we now save, so now you can see the webpack is compiled successfully. So now we don't have any errors throughout this application, and almost everything is working perfectly fine. So now if we will just move on into the /add page, like if we move on into the /add, so now you can see now we don't see any content. And then inside the inspect panel, if we just move on to the console, you can see no routes match to the location of /add. So that's the functionality that we needed to implement. So now everything is working perfectly fine. And if we move on to the user page as well, and then you can see no route match to the location of that user. But once we will just log in with the user or the admin, so if we just log in, and then you can see now we are into the home page as well, and everything is working fine. And here you can see once we are just moved on into a different page, like here if we move on, like here we can just directly move into the profile, and then you can see now we are into the profile page as well. So the last step would be now we need to implement the last step as well. So here you can see now if we move on into the movies page, and then you can see now these buttons are not looking good. So I think these buttons are looking as just static buttons, so we need to improve that as well. So for this button, what do we need to do? So we can move on into the movie item, and then we can just design this button as well. So here we have the button. We can define the variant. That should be equals to the content. So if we save, so now you can see now we have the variant of the content as well. So spelling is wrong again. So that should be equals to the content. So if we now save, so now you can see now the variant is content, and then we can increase the width as well. So we can just provide the prop of the full width. So it will just take full width of that parent, and then you can see now we have the full width. And now the next step would be now we need to change the color. So we can just do same. So we can provide the same color of the navigation bar. So we can just copy and inspect that color as well from the navigation bar, and then you can see that would be the color. So here we'll get the color. So here you can see that is the color of the navigation bar. So we can just copy that, and then we need to provide the background color as well. So we can have the BG color. That should be equals to this color. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we have this color. So if we just move on, and then you can see now we have this color, but now you can see on the hover state, now the button is not looking good. So as we did inside the add movie, so we can just provide the hover button as well. So here we have the hover functionality here, so we can just copy that hover, and then we can just paste that into the movie item. So we can just paste that here. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, so now you can see if we just render that application here. So now you can see if we just render the application, if we just check, and then you can see now the color is looking perfectly good. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the application is fully completed. So now I hope you have learned a lot through this project. With that, the application is working perfectly fine and all of the things are working perfectly fine. So with that, the application is complete. So now let's see the summary part of what we have done throughout this application and the project.